Okay. Okay, sound check. Sound looks pretty good. I found out I'm not as dark on the webcam as I thought. Just my other monitor may be dying. So I'm looking at it. It's basically a TV, old TV that my mom gave me. Um, a decent one. Old HD 1080p Samsung. But there's some backlight problem, I think. Either way, it's okay right now. I'm sorry, I'm still going to sit here in the dark more than usual because I'm still sick. Sinus infection or whatever, unsure. But my throat's pretty ragged. But small updates are better than no updates. I figure as long as I keep this short, that'll help people. It's August after all, and I expected fully to be on every day in August. I mean, this is peak lightning storm season and usually peak summer wildfire season. So I think we've been live for about a minute. I'm just sort of trying to see if people trickle in. Oh yeah, I'm always forgetting to do the Twitter. So if you'll bear with me, I'll do a Twitter tweet right now and say, hey, I'm live. I gotta do this off screen. No, I don't want to sign up. I want to just sign in. Yeah, give me a second, guys. Just always forget this stuff. And then we'll do a wildfire roundup and take questions and answers. I'm going to start with the golden because it's the one that I actually can't find much information about at all, but it doesn't seem like it's out. The last information we got officially was that it was 83%, and I don't know about you, I'm just not particularly satisfied with that. So let me put out there that I'm live if anybody's out there wanting to listen. Sorry, I meant to go live a bit earlier, at least by 11. I've had a bunch of weird little technical things to deal with. So let's see, go to my own channel. This always feels weird. Go to my own channel, see myself on TV, and then copy the link. Just one of those things. It's like, wow. Yeah, I'll get to your questions in just a second. Hey, Stream Driven, how you doing? Yeah, let me put the PayPal thing up there. If anybody can donate, just even dollars helps right now. Like even a buck helps. Hey, Chris, glad you made it. I am feeling a little better, but this is still pretty concerning. This lasting this long. It seems like a mild illness that's kind of lasting a long time. My fever's never been above 99.4. I'm always like 97 degrees though, in the 97s, not the 98s. So for me, that's having a higher fever than normal. But yeah, excuse me, friends, one moment. I just need to tweet that I'm going live. I always forget this. Other people can do that too. So I'm going live for a midnight fire roundup of news. Still sick, but small update, better than nothing. Okay. Oh yeah, I should tag the fires flat fire, not flat earth. Golden fire, which may not even be a tag anymore. Priceboro Fire. Yeah, that's one we're gonna cover too. All right. Now just let me check my own tags here. Do they go to the right spot? Yeah, they do. Okay. So we might as well look at Twitter. Other than my here we go with the golden fire, and I realize that mods, you can help me with something. If you guys want to keep timestamps, that would help me greatly, so that people don't need to look at spend their time looking at like a 3 to 7 hour stream, trying to figure out just about their particular fire of interest. And like, to highlight the stream, I want to keep timestamps. So it's not really the clock, right? You see how the clock says 11:53 right now? And you don't have to be a mod to help this way. Just look at actually the time going by on the timeline when you mouse over it, or if you tap the screen, like I assume right now. God, why did my screen go weird? Hang on a second. Okay. Got it. Okay, the window rearranges stuff. But if you mouse over the timeline of like what we're doing right now, and it'll say like we've been live for X amount of minutes, like say 1 minute, 54 seconds, whatever it is at the time. Just every time we switch topics, just write down the timeline. I mean, you can do it if it's easier by the clock, but then later you have to go back and actually do it by the actual time on the video, like the duration. Because if you do this, like if you type this, like say at 4 minutes, we start talking about something. If you do this and make your comment in the comment section, then if you click on where it says 4, then it takes the user, boom, to 4 minutes in the video. And so what you do is you say like 4 minutes dash and then the topic. So I just did that for the last video I did. It's in the comment section. Then this will help me go back and do chapters real quick. So thank you for your help, because it is so hard to juggle everything that I'm doing behind the scenes. So like right now, if I were to mouse over, in fact, I don't even have the preview up. Let me just scroll over to the preview. Like right now, we're at, and I hit live. I don't want to hear my voice here. If I hit live, we're at 7-10 basically. So I'll say from 000 to 700. That's just my intro, right? Yeah. So now I'm just going to put it at 800 Golden Fire. If there's anything particularly funny, definitely timestamp that. Hey, Smitty, thank you all for being here, by the way. Chris, Strange River, and the Lurkers. Nick Van Sickle, hey, I remember you. I will forever remember spending time with you during the Dixie. I learned so much about wildfires. Thank you for spending the time with us. You're a wonderful, valuable team member and mod. Once again, I'm going to start out with gratitude. I'm so sorry I haven't checked PayPal today. I had a pretty rough day of just sweating and rolling around with fever. And I'm a little bit behind the correspondence. I am doing the lawsuit thing. And knock on wood, there's no, hey, Alan, how are you, Chief T? Okay. It's, there's nothing new to report. It's just I'm working on part of a project that would prove my case. Like, it's my burden of proof to prove my side, and I have everything. I mean, when you screw with somebody who's a video editor and video production student, the kind of person who just I pretty much take pictures of my life daily and keep a daily journal. The thing is, I have too much proof rather than too little. I have to figure out what's most important and just have it ready and put it in a binder, ready to flip to it and say actually, and just counter their arguments. This is what happened. And so what I'm also representing my dad. My dad is going blind, and he's quite elderly. So I'm sorting through his files, but I don't let anybody rip off my dad, and I don't want to get into more than that right now, but it's going okay. Hey Shaz, how you doing? You going live today, Shaz? Check out her stream and sub, because she'll keep you calm during wildfires, especially in the middle of the night for United States time. You can go to bed, do her soothing voice. She walks around and digs up fossils and finds cool rocks and digs up Victorian dumps in England and goes to Hadrian's Wall, man. She's really cool. Oh, Mark, thank you so much for the kind donation. You're wonderful. And everybody, I think I got 2 PayPal drops yesterday. Thank you. I haven't checked it. And I'm glad to see you back, Alan. Where you been? I know every once in a while I'm on in the middle of the night. That's, not good. I'm going to try to be more daytime sleeping, but I am sleeping around the clock. I don't know really the nature of my illness, but I've had stomach problems, bad problems with the sinus and breathing. The stomach problems could be the postnasal drip causing nausea, that sort of thing. But I really think I must have eaten something wrong, or something contaminated, like with a virus or something. You know what I mean? Like I don't feel so good. My sore throat may be more than postnasal drip. Either way, I'm quarantining myself. I'm not going out to stores or anything. Thank you so much for the kind donations. It helps me order food in. I'm starting to kind of run low on some things. So my mother came over yesterday to help take care of me and talk about my family member who had the heart attack. Oh, thanks, Shaz. They're so kind. Woo! We get money in pounds, British pounds. I do like the way that exchange works. Oh, you're in the process of buying a house in Tuolumne County in Sugar Pine. Oh, cool. I really hope that goes well. Do show it off, man. Yeah, I know, Nick. It's just I want to take care of my dad so bad. He's still in California. It's just hard. He wasn't well enough to come visit me in June, and I'm just so sad about that. But anyway, let's go back to fires because there's been actually a secondary intro. So it's midnight, so I'm changing it. The golden fire is midnight, 12 a.m., and the timestamp is 11:41 TS. Okay. But thank you all for being here. And so I'm trying the experiment to do this as a roundup so that people can quickly get their info. So the golden fire is remaining mysterious. It's the flat, excuse me. Ever since August 1st, I don't think we've heard a peep out of their official Facebook page. So I have not really plugged myself into or looked very hard due to the life chaos and illness that's going on right now, to trying to find out things from the locals. So if anybody does have local info, like insider info, it seems like they've kind of shut down their public information thing, with, having a Facebook page. I like that they did a Facebook page, but I don't like that pretty much all the information to the public was via a Facebook page. That and Inciweb and, scattered like normal. I really think one-stop shopping is what the people deserve. So we've got an old August 1st update about a different command team coming in. We still have the last post being August 1st. And if we look at it, Inciweb, the Golden Fire, I mean, we tried to look at it last night, and I don't think we've got an update. So unless if one of you mods want to track that down, it looks like we've pretty much gone pretty dark for the Golden Fire. Either that or information's just going to get difficult to dig up. So if anybody's listening and knows people in the area, K-Falls, whatnot, please do let us know about this. They have an estimated containment date of the 7th of September. So gosh knows how they come up with these estimated containment date things. They're usually pretty broad and expansive. The fact that it's been stuck at 83 here for days says this information on Inciweb is current as of the 3rd. Well, it's now the 6th. I started this stream right before midnight, so there's nothing else that we can read here that's actually going to be useful to us. It's old. I mean, we've got a general 2,000 acre-ish plus size, but God knows if 91 personnel are still on the thing. Cause is still undetermined. I will say this though, that the rumor that made it to the media that a marijuana grow, legal or otherwise, was what caused the Golden Fire has been dismissed as not an untrue rumor, and they released that information to the public. The other rumors that somebody was having an illegal burn on their property about where that it started, are unconfirmed. They were out there in the social media. They were being asked of the people in charge here, but they're not going to say, until they've done some sort of investigation. And unfortunately, these things usually last more than a year. So right now, it's just tagged as one of those human-caused things. We don't know if it's accidental or otherwise, or carelessness, or the nature of that. So unfortunately, this is really all we have about the Golden Fire, which is down there by Bonanza, Oregon, the living town, not the ghost town, in Klamath Falls area. So I don't think we've been able to see it very well on cams either. So we could try to look at one. But FEMA was activated. Governor Kotek of Oregon did approve that, which is great. But at least 43 homes are lost and 43 plus or so outbuildings. It's strange that it's so symmetrical, those two numbers, but what do I know? I do not know of any damage maps yet. That usually would occur on Inciweb. Usually they would put a link and people would click on their property or click on a building if it was like the one that CAL FIRE does. And then these maps would explain where the structures were lost. I don't see that yet. I am very interested. I want to know. So if anybody does have that info, please let me know. Thank you so much, Cheap Tea, for the kind donation too. You guys are wonderful. And how are you doing, Mark, by the way? I hope your health is doing much better. Yeah, Christopher, just FYI, I want to study. They have it at 87%. I'm not sure what you're saying. 87%? I mean, here at Inciweb, it's just showing you're 83. So I do need to make a comment real quick about that. In the high 80s percentages, a lot of people let their guard down at that point, and I do not. I remember the Bear Fire that became the Claremont Complex, whatever the heck, got 78 or 82 or something like that percent contained by Bucks Lake, and the Santa Ana / Diablo type style winds roared down the Sierra Nevadas and took out 2 towns and killed people, and there were more than a dozen people missing. That's in the kind of situation where it's in the Sierras where the winds could take you by surprise. Now down here, I'm not going to say that like, oh, everybody's still in danger. I don't know the situation. But I'm wary. I don't say, oh, great, that's not covered anymore because it's in the 80s, of containment. The reason I don't really pay much attention to containment is depending on the terrain and time of year and the fuel still available, containment can sometimes mean nothing matters until it's 100, right? Like with the Dixie, we saw containment climbing every single day, but then fire would explode one day. And the containment lines were still holding. They just didn't matter. They weren't where the fire was spreading. So containment percentage dropped just because it's always a percentage of the perimeter, and the perimeter increased, right? So there's a lot of subtle things. It is. You should never consider containment as percentage of safety. Never. 100% is safety. It almost doesn't count. So if they have really good containment lines on the side of the fire that your community is on, yeah, that can be read as you're becoming more safe, right? But I just want to warn people about that. Containment is not percentage of safety, and it's not even percentage of progress in some cases. Oftentimes the early containment percentage is the easy sides of the fire. And the other thing about containment is oftentimes you'll see it go to a high percentage, like say 87 or 94 or 97, and it'll sit like that for 2 more months. And what they're doing at that point in time is they basically do have containment, but they've got a lot of cleanup work, right? And so they don't want the money spigot to be shut off. because that happens at 100 in some forms. And don't ask me how this all works, but they leave it at a high percentage so that they continue to get the funds they need to complete the job and actually make everybody safe at that 100%. So, yeah, thanks so much, guys, for your kind donations. So, yeah, I see that you're saying, Christopher, the 87% containment on the golden, but I don't know where you're getting that info. Inciweb says 83. Is it Watch Duty that says 87? Because we'll check Watch Duty for it. That's for sure. So that's why I just tell people, look at maps and stuff and actually call. You can call the information officer. There's always hotlines for these fires, and unfortunately they're not 24/7 most of the time. Just make contact and ask. Say, this is my address. Talk to the information officer, the PIO, public information officer, and get this information for yourself rather than trusting a statistic that's printed out. That's going to get it straight from the horse's mouth. And that's how like how safe am I? So looking at Golden Fire says 87% on the Watch Duty. However, I don't know why. It still says 83% on their update that was on the 31st. So it could be a typo on Watch Duty. See down here on this same thing, it says 83. So don't ask me why. Okay, I want to move on from the Golden Fire because it's actually the least concerned fire. And I want to start out with it because there's just not that much to say about it. The only thing where we could possibly get any new info is, I'm curious, is it still showing up on maps? So what would be looking at the Golden Fire might possibly be Bryant Mountain 2. But is it a rotator? Yeah, of course it is. And I really am not seeing anything. As I see city lights from K Falls in the moonrise. And for some reason it's in color mode. It would be better if it flipped to rewinding it. It would be better if it flipped to infrared at night because it's so muddy. Look at all the color noise. It's just not a low aperture camera. I mean, it's more impressive than a lot of these that I've seen, but we don't have a visual on the Golden Fire anymore. It would be nice if there's a lot more cameras in Oregon. So I think we're done now analyzing that one, unless somebody has a comment and can tell me where to get more info. At this point, it's like check out Twitter and see what the locals are still saying about it, and check out the Facebook groups that locals make, and I'm not sure I'm plugged into that. Yeah, thanks, guys. You don't have to retract the message. It's good to point out that Watch Duty is sometimes prone to errors too. There's discrepancies. So that's good info. It's not something to be embarrassed about or deleted. That's good. And I do want you guys to point that out so I can point that out to the public. Okay, so let's see. At around 12:13 a.m., we'll go on to, I want to check out the Priceboro right now. That's what we were looking at last night, kind of ended with. That is the one that's east of Harrisburg, Junction City, actually. But that's in the Willamette Valley. So I'm going to put timestamp. There's 24:20. Now, I think we do have eyes on this one again, and I don't know if it's the Death Ball camera. Remember how that camera is called the Death Ball? Why is it called Dead Mountain here now? See, there's a whole lot of, Death Ball Mountain. There's a whole lot of ominous geographical names here for the Central Cascades in Oregon. So it's currently in rotation mode. Sorry, this is the wrong fire. Losing my mind here. Yeah, isn't this the one that's looking at the bedrock? I'm sorry, friends. But we're still on it. Let's just see if it rotates over and shows us something. You see all these dead trees in the landscape. I mean, it's hard to tell right now, but that is what you're looking at. A bunch of dead trees all over the landscape from previous fires, like Holiday Farm and such. One from 2017. Come on, rotate. Is that city lights? Which way is it supposed to be facing? Could be the fire. I would expect that the fire would be in the far left, like over here. Whoops, far left side of the screen. Yeah, I don't think Death Ball is the most important camera for looking at the bedrock. So let's see, where was the location of the Priceboro, Harris Junction City, Priceboro? Yeah, that's due north of Eugene, east of Junction City. Okay, so right now, talking about it, 7 hours ago was our last update for Michael Sylvester's update, 5:35 p.m. on the 5th for the Priceboro Fire. And like I said, this was like, it looks like it kind of began in the flatlands where people have, wheat fields and neighborhoods and stuff. Apparently they had just put in a new neighborhood in this area. And right where you start climbing into the foothills of the Cascades, and that's usually the kind of properties there. You would either have a winery or you would have a Christmas tree farm. And the further east you go, the harder and steeper and the climb is into, I believe that's still Willamette National Forest. I don't want to say, but it's one of the forests, northeast of Eugene, and so it's thick. You got lots of thick vegetation here. They're really going to be hard pressed to keep it from climbing up into the mountains. We had extreme luck yesterday, which we saw in the cams, where the sort of the north or northwest wind that was kind of driving it to the south here. You can see the squiggly narrowing, Whenever a fire is moving really fast, being driven by the wind, it's not going to be wide like that. It's going to be a narrow, like a spear point. That's what wind does, is it pushes it the one direction the wind is blowing, and it doesn't have that much opportunity to spread out to the sides. Side spread out will happen later, especially if the wind changes and pushes it. So whenever you're looking at a perimeter like this and you see a skinny point on it, that's almost always because the wind aligned. In this case, it would be north or south. But since this started up here in the north, you could see that the wind had pushed it to the south, right? So then they got super lucky. After several hours went by, wind shifted direction, came from the east, and started pushing the fire back on itself to the west and back towards flatland, and roads and stuff, which would make it easier to contain. I'm sure that gave everybody a heart attack that lived in the evacuated areas. But so far, I think they did not lose any structures. We're about to read about that. So we saw this lovely stroke of luck or gift from God that the wind was blowing it away from the mountains and heavy fuels in the form of overgrown forest. That was extremely lucky. This would be a monstrously getting large fire. I believe if a couple things didn't happen. A, if it started a bit higher up in elevation, and B, if the wind was pushing it the other way, I think it'd be well into the forest and climbing up into the higher elevations by now. We are super lucky. Hey Debbie, how are you? Silver Shadow, hey, what's up? Thank you so much for the donations, friends. So we're gonna look at some more time-lapse video and stuff. We're gonna see what the current news is with it. But right now, the last update we have is 5:30 p.m. on the 5th. Fire is now 250 acres, 20% contained per ODF South Cascade update. ODF is Oregon Department of Forestry. So firefighters established control lines around it. and they achieved 20% containment. Okay, that's redundant. And we saw a lot of aircraft type splashes in red retardant from different various photographs yesterday. So the fact they did have aircraft on it is an awesome thing. So more than 160 firefighters continued battle outside of Harrisburg. Well, sort of outside of Harrisburg, due east of Junction City. Crews battled active fire and were quick to suppress the flare-ups. Quote, we had a mixed bag with the weather today. Mind you, that's about yesterday the 5th. Said ODF District Forester Chris Klein. The wind and the dry conditions stoked fire activity in some areas, but overcast was a huge help today. And yes, it was overcast in Oregon today and even sprinkled a little bit up by Portland. So, but crews capitalized on the weather and made big gains by fully lining the perimeter and achieving that 20% containment. Yay. Excuse me. Firefighters established dozer and hand lines around the full perimeter. Cool. The control line creates a barrier between the hot burning materials within the fire and unburned vegetation outside. So crews also plumbed the fire by running hose along the control line and accomplished the 20% containment along the northwest portion of it. Alan T., you want to translate firefighter slang there? By plumbing, I would imagine it's like a plumb bob, like a surveyor's, like a string hanging it down from the center into something. So, but plumbing could be like, laying down pipes. Which one is it? I'd rather a firefighter explain that. So, I'm still not 100% on all your guys' esoteric slang. I was going to suggest to Watch Duty that they have a little vocabulary section that people can look up, like a glossary. All right, let me look back at chat for a sec. Hey, Moose Knuckles, how are you doing? It's basically put out. Most crews have moved off of it. Is that the Golden? Or are you talking about the Priceboro? Yeah, they do. The states is much more aggressive than the feds, that's for sure. Yeah. Okay, so plumbing means laying down hose. Okay. So they can then wet the vegetation rather than say masticate it and light backfires or burn off vegetation near the roads, right? So yeah, the Coburg one, really? Okay. Yeah, this is what we're looking at. I guess this is the Coburg area. I mean, Harrisburg, Junction City. I don't spend a lot of time down here, so where the heck is Coburg? Bueller. I'm sure Google Maps knows. Coburg. Yeah, I know it's by Eugene. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's on I-5, the exit just north of Eugene. Yeah, that's technically probably the closest town. These three here, at least these two, Mabel and Marcola, are total ghost towns. Funny how they're still on maps. They should say site. Yeah, if you think you could go to Mabel and buy something at the store and get gas or find any human habitation, you're mistaken. I don't know how long that's been abandoned, but for quite some time. I think it was an old company timber town, if I can recall, some old book written about it in 1990 about company towns in Oregon that folded, like Val says. Anyway, yeah, Coburg Hills. Oh, yeah. Okay, the Coburg Hills, because I'm like, isn't that a suburb of Eugene or a neighborhood? Yeah, no worries. If that's called the Coburg Hills, that makes sense. Northeast of Eugene. Yeah, thanks for providing me with the thing. Almost drink. Yeah, take a shot of milk. Somebody says masticate, but not when I do. Otherwise, you'll get milked out really soon, right? Not drunk, but Okay, so let's look at the camera, Buck Mountain. Let's do our time lapse on this Priceboro Fire. So this is what did I just click? Sorry, friends, I'm so sick. 3 hours? Yeah, 3-hour time lapse. You can see the winds coming out of the north, basically, maybe by the northeast, the way that the smoke is going. But I love seeing that reduction in the amount of smoke. Basically, that update just said that they now have a perimeter around it, like they've made dozers and basically have a line. It's just not complete. So they're doing their thing now, probably masticating and which is grinding up dead trees and stuff near it, expanding it, making it solid, wetting down vegetation near the perimeter. If the wind picks up tomorrow, we're about to look at the forecast. Then all this night prep work, all this stuff, lay them during the day and just keep it from getting into the mountains or rolling across the wheat fields and stuff. I don't know what's about ready to harvest. I think Klickitat County just about lost their entire hay crop. Hay is being harvested right now on some of the wheat. Down here, this is what, Lynn County, right? I think there's a big proud sign when you drive past it on I-5. It says it's the seed grass capital of the world. So seed grass, I take it to be cereal grains or whatever. I don't think it's like, for your lawn. So great. I mean, I'm happy for the job they're able to do. They pounced on that. They did good. Let's just see. I don't think there's any structures lost or anything. Today there's 6 engines, 7 crews, 3 helicopters, 2 tenders, 3 dozers, all assisting suppression efforts. 1 crew, 2 engines will monitor and patrol it in the evening. It's on babysit duty. Tomorrow, roughly the same number of firefighters from today's shift will continue the firefighting efforts. How many was that again? Okay, I guess 6 engines and 7 crews. They didn't list like how many people were on it. Lane County, I'm sorry. Wait, I think it straddles Lynn County. Anyway, Lynn County evacuations, but Lane County evacuation downgrade. Anyway, it's on the border, sort of. I mean, I thought this was the county border, but anyway. Now, let's move on to the next one about now. Unless somebody's got a question, I think, yeah, Lynn County. Okay. Now, I know they had mutual aid from Lane, so we'll be happy. I mean, give them both a round of applause, I wanted to show you guys something real quick, and this is some news that I was reading about, and state is courtesy of KGW Portland. Oregon State Fire Marshal pre-positions teams of firefighters and equipment in Jefferson County, and this is yesterday's morning's news. And basically, they had a bunch of red flag warnings for East and Central Oregon, and so instead of sitting and whittling their thumbs and being nervous for the other counties, this was very intelligent. Fire Marshal said, "Why don't you guys drive over there? Nothing happens, nothing happens. Drive back after red flag expires. But if something bad happens, you're ready to assist at the time that it matters, and that's when it begins, instead of a 3-hour delay of driving or whatever." So this is so cool. Crews from Willamette Valley traveled to Jefferson County to provide backup for a duration of 72 hours. So Friday morning in Wilsonville, more than a dozen firefighters loaded up their gear and headed east. So that's great. That's proactive. That's being smart. Places where there's not a red flag warning, I mean, say something happened in Wilsonville, well, other towns and things like TVRF, like Fulton Valley Fire and Rescue, aren't that far away to cover their own backyard. So good. This is learning. This is getting ready for the barbarians instead of reacting to where they are, proactive instead of reactive. So like if you're the Roman Empire, you don't think about putting forts on the frontier after the barbarians have crossed the frontier, right? You get word that There could be something wrong, like what a red flag is. Move the troops there, get ready for a possible attack, right? So a lot of things are like a military. The same kind of thinking that helps you win a battle in the military helps you win a battle against fire too. All right, so let's move on to our next fire, and let's write down our timestamps. Smitty, before you came on, I was explaining how mods and just regular people can keep a like a little thing. You can write down the timestamps 4021, which is 12:30 a.m. And later I'm going to try to make chapters so that people can figure out the fire that matters to them and just go to it, go zip around in the chapters instead of watching something for an hour. Okay, so the Bedrock is next. It's in the same general vicinity, but this is, see how much further east it is of Eugene. This is a much higher elevation. This started in a campground as far as we know. It's another, it's not lightning, it's a human caused thing. And, I just imagine it's some campfire mishap or something of the sort. Who knows? But the further east you go, the higher and higher in elevation you're getting. And so this is like halfway to the highest, almost halfway to the peak of the Cascades. So I'm going to try and look at that in Caltopo so that I'm not talking out of my beep here. So let's go to the Forest Service as a base layer of map, turn on some shade of relief, and do our global imagery too. So we're going to go with Bedrock. Bedrock is very concerning to me. We looked at the fuels like the other day, Alan, and we got, there was a couple of people who took pictures. We got it burning in between some two separate burn scars, and it's getting close to the burn scar of 2020's massive Beachy Creek. Now there's some good news, and what was I doing again? Okay, putting on the fire activity. Now the map will get checkered when it's Forest Service layer because they don't do Forest Service maps in cities. So I wanted to show you how the terrain is here. You're really getting almost to the peak of the Cascades. It's kind of like this line that goes up and down here. So you're getting to where it's the hardest to fight a fire. And if you get dead trees on the top of the tallest mountains, you get the maximum range, long distance spotting. I mean, the other maximum is, does it produce a pyrocumulus cloud and suck up burning branches up, a couple thousand feet and then drop them in the 5 miles away. That's the maximum kind of long range spotting. But so if we look at the fire history of the region, it's in the dense fuels that did not burn in the last, looks like probably 20 years, right in between this two separate burn scars on the left here, the 2003 Clark, the 2017 Jones, which probably has just enough brush now to stacked up against the dead standing snags on the landscape to make that a very intense blaze. And then some sort of a 2021 Gales Middle Fork Complex. Complex means a bunch of fires grew into one. They're usually because of lightning. Not always, though. So it's right here in this little somewhat hard to reach canyon, but the good news is it does have road access. So it's chewing through like heavy fuels, and then it's about to reach perhaps the giant burn scar of 2020's Holiday Farm, the one of the massive things that actually threatened the town of Eugene itself. I mean, the only thing that saved Eugene, which is right here, is the same thing with the Beachy Creek not taking down Salem and the Riverside not taking down Milwaukee, Oregon, and Southeast Portland, was the wind direction changed, and it blew back on itself. But if the wind had kept driving, the east wind had kept driving the fire west, there wasn't going to be a way to stop it. Just like the wind direction changed and saved Medford after Talent and Phoenix were burned up right before our eyes, right? 2020 was insane. So, like, looking back at chat real quick, yeah, Smitty says lots of campgrounds there. It stands to reason, yeah. I starting to sound like a Cal Fire dispatcher. Okay. All right. I signed up to be a 911 dispatcher, but there were 3,000 other applicants at that time. But I actually got really high in the hiring process. But it's one of those jobs I wouldn't mind having. Um, I definitely have to improve my health though. You've got to be there every day. You got to be reliable. So anyway, back to this Bedrock Fire. It's burning in these heavy fuels, and I want to show you, Alan, to get your take on this, because Alan's real firefighter, guys. We're lucky to have Alan with us here. So where was it burning again? Yeah, Mackenzie Bridge, right? So there's Lowell. So it's right about here. Yes, that is a town called Nimrod. Don't ask me why. So these are somewhat current state of the fuels. Thick brush growing up and lots of dead snags in the landscape, overgrown trees growing too close to each other. This part doesn't look bad at all. This looks, in fact, positively soggy. But the one that's super concerned me, maybe it was up here. Oh, that one didn't concern me. Shoot, wish I had a screenshot of it now. It's hard to see. No, this ain't the one. Oh, by the way, guys, this is a very, very good culvert. This will save your life. Remember, everywhere a road goes over a body of water, any little creek, any little stream, any river, there is either a bridge or a culvert there. A culvert is the pipe that channels water. Look, this is ideal. It's wet, it's long, and you can fit enough people in there so that several cars could stop right here and many people here could take shelter. So even if smoke and stuff is blowing down through the pipe, you keep your wool blanket in the car and your N95 mask. You just hunker down here, just wrap yourself in that blanket, throw it over your head, and trap some breathable air, like in a sort of a pocket around your shoulders. This is a life-saving culvert right here. If this entire forest is burning down, you're gonna live in there. It's long enough and it's wet. You're gonna live, even if it's looking like hell and a nuclear bomb going off from the air. You're gonna live. This is why I tell people is check out your points of escape. Even if you're going camping, check out on your topo maps. Should I get trapped by a wildfire while camping? What are my escape routes, and where does a road I'm on cross bodies of water? And just stop and get out and check these out, see if they're viable, and put a big rating, like a 1 through 3, like 1 not so good, 2 okay, 3 perfect. This is perfect. Now, if you can't see and you're driving and your car's overrun with smoke and you can't tell if the wildfire's in front of you or if it's behind you, and you find yourself on your little GPS going past this little place that you marked, just park there. Never leave a place of guaranteed safety for one that's not guaranteed. Just chill. You may not even have to get out of your car or anything, and if you do, you just scramble down the bank and get down here. But you have to make sure that these things are viable before you rely on them. So that's what just drive your own. That's what drilling is for. Just drive your own escape routes that you make, check them out, and know before you go. Be able to give good advice to people. Other people are like, where do we go? What do we do? Follow me. I know exactly where this is a place of safety. We're going to go here. We're going to reassess the route. We're going to proceed if it's safe. If not, we'll remain at this place of safety. Everyone will listen to you if you just say it like that. And you got the maps. Say, look, I know the best way to evacuate. Boom. Even though you may have never have been here before. if you did this job, you could really save lives, make a difference, blah blah blah, including your own family. So I just wanted to point that out. And I got to put a timestamp for this, and I explained it. So that's 49-ish minutes. The safety culvert. Now you're gonna feel like you're gonna die. It's not gonna feel good to be in there. I mean, you're gonna feel like, oh my God, I'm gonna die from smoke inhalation. I can't breathe. Just chill out. You're not gonna die. Uh, there is oxygen in the air. It's a myth that like there's no air to breathe. It's outdoors. If there was no oxygen in the air anymore, the fire would be out, right? The fire is always pulling in and sucking from below new oxygen towards itself from other places, and then it's burning up a lot of that oxygen, and the CO2 and the heat's rising, and most of the smoke is rising. But even if smoke's going to drift on you or whatever, yeah, you're going to cough, sputter, it's going to feel like hell. But you really just have to ride it out for a few hours. And it's going to move on. The worst is going to be over. You're going to see a charred up landscape with a couple of trees on fire around you, but most of the stuff on the ground is already gone, except for a couple burning stumps, that kind of stuff. And you'll be able to come out of your hidey hole faster than you would imagine. And the fresher air will come as the seat of the fire moves on. So the calmer you are and the more you just understand, okay, as bad as it gets, I'm going to be okay. Slower your heart rate, slower your breathing. So, exactly, Chief T. Proper planning prevents disaster. Yeah. So Moose Knuckles says, yeah, 100% Springfield and Eugene would be destroyed if that wind didn't change. Yeah, people don't understand how bad the fire was. I mean, I was in it. I evacuated my mother in front of the Beach Creek. I'm not in any way exaggerating that we could have lost Eugene. It would have been a lot like the Oakland firestorm, where a new building was on fire in Oakland in 1991 every 39 seconds. So the fire crews couldn't keep up with it. There is no way that they could keep up with it. So at that point, if a mega fire is coming and barreling towards your way, firefighters don't try to stop it. It's not possible. They try to save lives. They'll even be overtaken by the fire in certain neighborhoods, but just like Paradise, they'll find a defensible structure like a house with a pond and pool in the backyard and defensible space and no overhanging trees to fall on it. They'll gather up the neighborhood people, say, get in this house, wet down their engine in the driveway, let the fire go past them, and then they'll go on to saving life. You know, that's the order of the day when a mega fire approaches a town or a city. They won't, they're guaranteed not to have enough, you know, units and mutual aid arriving in time to really save the town and force, you know. If businesses are burning, but they're closed, they let them burn. They go to the neighborhoods and they save lives. Business stuff is insured and all that and can be rebuilt, and lives can't. You know, they're not going to ignore 911 calls. So, yeah, Moose Knuckles says, I'm nervous for the Bedrock Fire in particular because it's going to be hot. Yeah. So we're going to look at the weather. It's right now, like the way Oregon's weather has been, is we've been kind of lucky that we haven't had any major windstorms this entire fire season. We really haven't. We've had a couple days that got mildly windy, but nothing that really particularly got above 25 miles an hour. I'm not saying that wind gusts higher than that didn't occur, but I'm saying, like, as is forecast, I'm sure every once in a while on certain little areas, say a 35-mile-an-hour wind gust came up. But we got incredibly lucky that none of that was constant, that we haven't had huge major lightning strike events yet. We just had a taste of it. We had a taster yesterday and the day before. Washington's had some tasters of the lightning season, which is August. But like the flat fire could be a gigantic monster. This bedrock could be a gigantic monster already, erasing towns and making it to eastern Oregon already if we had had extreme wind events. I mean, we saw the Golden Fire become a pyrocumulus. That's the only one I've seen so far truly become that. And that was wind driven, but like I said, it really could have been worse. that wasn't even particularly a fiercely windy day. It was a medium fierce windy day, not extreme fierce. Not minimizing what they went through. I'm just saying the intensity of these fires have been this low level, okay, where they could have been gigantically worse because of two factors. A, the weather allowed firefighters to take advantage and to go direct and use aircraft most of the time and all that. So the weather allowed the firefighters to do what they do best, and B, they applied what they did best and they pounced on it. And they are pretty dang prepared. Everything from the fire marshal, which I applaud, stationing, pre-stationing, mutual aid instead of, responding to it. Places like Jefferson County, like these have been very good, smart decisions. So this is why we should all be very, very worried about the future in some ways, because there's some bad things. Like, our forests are still prepped to burn. They're still in a very vulnerable state of high fuel load and bad mismanagement and monoculture planting after logging pretty much only, fire promoting trees and all that stuff. There's bad things. There's governments not paying enough attention to this stuff. However, the positive things is that we got to highlight them wherever we find them. Some people are paying attention and learning from mistakes and applying new preventative measures. Okay, so I think we're going to see more of the same kind of photos. I think it was mountaintop and away from, yes, here it is, away from the creeks. This is it. Look at this, Alan. This is what I was trying to say worries the hell out of me. Oh, God. Okay, an ignorant type of person like I used to be, who used to just hike, would think, this is so amazing. Look at the forest. It's so green. It's so lovely that there's so many trees. No, it's not really lovely. These baby trees are the doom of the living adult trees. They are the assassins of the adult trees. They are brush. These adult trees, their health depends on not having a bunch of baby trees growing at their base ready to replace them, because baby trees growing at their base is a fire ladder. Now, bark is basically fireproof. I mean, even in and I'm saying that with a lot of confidence. I mean, of course, you can get bark to burn if you put bark in your campfire and you really, really, really try to get it to burn, right? Especially if it's been dead for a long, 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 long time. It's dried out. But a living tree's bark is essentially fireproof. I saw the evidence of that, even though the Caldor Fire, the main seat of the Caldor Fire, roared out of the, was that the McCollumney? No, one of the forks of the Consumnes River. It roared out of that drainage, crossed the hill, and roared up the hill towards Grizzly Flats and took out that town. The trees that were in the heat of that mega fire furnace and that pyrocumulus cloud, the bark still didn't burn off the living trees. It just blackened. And the sticks just burned, right? Well, every single year that a tree gets older, that bark gets thicker, that armor gets thicker. It's more and more fireproof. But the tree can still die if the heat around it is high enough. It's like putting a tree in an oven, like a big walk-in oven. Just the heat itself can kill the tree. So as this stuff at the base is burning, it's just heating up that tree. It's boiling its sap off. It's killing it. It's doing a variety of bad things. If there is sap, it's lighting the sap on fire, and that can penetrate through the bark to wherever the sap oozed out. Dead limbs higher up on the trees. If there's a bunch of brush at the base, it's going to light those dead limbs on fire. It's going to climb up into the living trees and burn off the living branches. It's going to stop photosynthesizing because it doesn't have any green, branches anymore. It's going to weaken it. It's going to hurt it. So these baby trees are not the future of the forest. They are the assassins of the current forest. Only if the adult trees are dead should you ever celebrate and down, like cut down and, chipped up. Only then should you celebrate new baby trees on the landscape, because that means you need to replace the ones that are gone, right? You should not also think that it's a positive thing that this natural clearing here is being overgrown. Deer cannot eat anything in the forest, really. They can only eat grass and the kind of plants that grow in a clearing, in natural meadows. So you don't want 100% forest, you want clearings. So right now, this is kind of a dead zone for, like, other than right down in here, the deer can eat some stuff and some elk and some other animals. This is bad. The baby trees are going to grow up and cover this, and there's less and less habitat for deer. Deer don't live in the forest; they move through it from clearing to clearing. So, hey, Big Al, how are you? So the other thing that should alarm you greatly is not only are these baby trees ready to light the living trees on fire because they're just thick, the brush is thick at the base. Look at the dead trees all over the place. Now these on fire, I can tell you right now, this trunk, this fallen tree on fire would kill that one, kill this living tree right next to it due to the fierce heat. It would kill that one. It would kill that one, kill that one, and he would kill these big older growth ones. Even though they're that tall, the heat from an entire old growth type log like that on fire, plus the brush, is enough to kill these two trees because heat rises. Now imagine all this stuff on fire at once. So I mean, back me up if, Alan, if you're kind of in agreement here. This is what I've been learning from the firefighters. So an average person like I used to be, uneducated about this stuff, and think, oh, this is a cute little landscape. And an educated person goes, oh God, it's overgrown. It's stacked up, dead fuels piled up, lots of overgrown brush. If somebody lights a match here, there's high winds, all these trees are dead. Even if the fire doesn't climb up into them, they'll die from the radiant heat from below. And this would be extremely difficult to deal with. Anyway, this is what I wanted to show you, Alan. So you got dead trees all over the landscape, and like that. You got these snags. This fire, since it's a dead tree, will race up all the way to the top, and these little bits of stuff on fire at the top are going to blow away in the wind, light spot fires further downstream. And then eventually every dead tree, every snag that's on fire is going to collapse. And so when it does, it would be a fire explosion, like a little fire bomb as it collapses like September 11th tower. It'll throw burning debris all over the place. And so the firefighters would not work around or near this dead tree. They can't. It's too dangerous. These things fall down. You can't tell how weakened they are being burned up from the inside. A firefighter can just be walking next to it one moment and everything's fine. Second firefighter walks up and this thing falls on him and he's dead. That's one of the number one killers of firefighters. So they don't like to enter where there's a whole bunch of standing dead trees. So a couple of these other places on Google Maps where the Bedrock Fire is burning, that's what I'm trying to tell you guys, is very concerning. See how the fire burn scars are all here. It's chock full of standing dead trees because we never really got that much of an answer on how much was salvage logged. Some of it was salvage logged off the private land lots, but I think the Forest Service doesn't even do it at all. I think EnviroNuts, which is my word for environmental extremists. I like environmentalists, but I do not like extremists. Pretty much decided to try to influence the Forest Service into never salvage logging or something. So it would be a checkerboarded, like, standing dead trees off the landscape where there's private land, and then a whole bunch of standing dead trees on the lots that are not. And that's basically what we've seen in the cameras so far. Not that I've been here very often. So it's a concerning mixed bag of fire load in this general region. But there hasn't even been enough time, I can tell you right now, for salvage logging to have made that much dent in the Holiday Farm incident. It's just not that. It's just only our third summer since the Holiday Farm even occurred. And that was late. I mean, that was September of 2020. There's just not enough time to have gotten enough dead trees off the landscape. So that's what I wanted to show you. These are the big concerns. So my concern is that the fire will be pushed up towards the northeast perimeter, the bedrock, and it will just continue to run this ridgeline. It'll go up this drainage, unless they tried valiantly to keep it there. What we have going for us, we do have some roads. Thank God there's some freaking roads. Nimrod Butte. Can't make this up. Thank God there's some roads so they can access this. I would really, really hope that right here is where they try to stop. The perimeter is burning up right up to here. We got to watch some videos to see if that is their goal. If they're going to try to stop it at the 404 road, 381 road, whatever these are called here. The road names are in these red little boxes. This gives me such a feeling of relief compared to, say, the flat fire, that they can get crews in here. They could put hot shots in here. They could put smoke jumpers in here. They could put engines in here. They do have some fast means of escape via roads. Maybe not down at the lowest elevations, but they could at least keep them up at the higher ones. Mind you, you can't ever outrun a fire uphill. So, I mean, not down here. If it jumped this creek or raced uphill, you'd be screwed, because you'd have to climb. But at least at the higher elevations, they'd be like safe up here with a fast means of egress in different directions. So this gives them the opportunity to actually put enough people here to stop it. And I'm hoping to God that they will, and it will not continue to go up this particular creek. This one is, what? Idiot Creek? Nimrod Creek? What is this called again? Hee Creek. Must be an Indian name. Or Hey. Jorge. I don't know. Hee. H-E-H-E Creek. If it goes up this drainage, or gets up on a ridge, hill, goes up the drainage, it could get up on this ridge. This would be a high, 36,000 feet high ridge from which, if that is forested, it could do some good long-range spotting. That's about the peak of the Cascades right there. It would then have the possibility to run ridge lines here and try to get towards a place that I don't want to see affected, which is everything east of where the Holiday Farm fire was. Everything east in here in the McKenzie River drainage, especially what I don't want to see taken down, Belknap Hot Springs, one of my favorite places in the world. One of the few hot springs in the Cascade that we did not lose to recent wildfires. Breitenbush is gone. I believe the 2018 Terwilliger fire, or the Cougar, Terwilliger Hot Springs, Cougars Hot Springs, I think they're the same thing. I think the Holiday Farm took out one of them and Terwilliger fire took out the other set. So, damn. So, let's hope that whatever this is, looks like they stopped the Holiday Farm fire along this road. Hopefully this road, this, what's it called? We got a stick here that explains. 1831 road is still good. They just have to spruce it up. That's probably a fresh fire line. So we got some good things, some bad things, but it's still pretty dang steep terrain. Moose Knuckles, nobody can post links unless you are a mod. So that's not us doing that to you. That's YouTube's rules. I hate it. I have to give people mod powers to post a link. So you just ask for permission. Mountain Mike, drowning in ladder fuels. Exactly. Hey, Mountain Mike, how you doing? I'm sorry I didn't see you. Anyway, you still with us, Alan? I was hoping to get your take on this kind of stuff. It is nearly 1 in the morning now, so let's continue doing roundup style stuff. These are my concerns with Bedrock, but now let's go see what the experts are saying about the Bedrock. It's so hard without taking a drive, or flying over this, which of course is going to be a TFR, but flying near it and kind of just seeing, like, what is the current state of the forest? How much salvage logging did they did this? This is not exactly a a place where a lot of people go. There are no highways here. These are just remote logging roads, campgrounds, and stuff. This is other than some ancient pioneer stuff, probably never settled. It's not a good enough mountain pass for them to have ever built major roads here. Roads that would say connect all the way to Eastern Oregon. So this is, some people's favorite wilderness playground of locals and such, but it's not the main drag. It's not the main parts of the Cascade that people visit. Timber company tracks and no real towns out here till you get to the flatlands to the west. This is like remote fly fisherman's dream out here, but not otherwise visited a lot. Okay. Anyway, recap. We got good and bad, mixed bag. We've got concerning a sandwich here, and the way it's headed, perhaps, is towards the holiday fire burn scar. Now it seems like our latest Modus and Veer's satellite activity is showing the northwest flank climbing up these hills over here of the Bedrock Fire. But mind you, this could be firing operations. There are some roads over there. It could be climbing up these hills, roll out, meaning burning debris could be falling down the other side, but they could be doing firing ups, and this is what we're going to look at now with the Bedrock Fire Facebook information. I think they got a Facebook plus the watch duty. And we're going to look at some, good night, Christopher, if you're going to sleep. We're going to look at what does the weather have in store for us here. But this is my biggest concern. This is kind of nightmarish terrain to work in. I mean, pros and cons. Pros, there are some roads. Cons, that fuel load. The burn scars. Lots of dead trees in the landscape. Blah, blah, blah. So let's take a look, going deeper. So I'm going to timestamp this to deeper look at the bedrock. Is it 1 a.m.? And it's 1 hour, 12 minutes. Bedrock deeper look. We'll look at the flat fire and stuff next, but this is my concern. Take a drink. First of all, is there an infrared flight? I believe they didn't have infrared flights for most of the fires yesterday due to weather concerns. They had a lot of low-lying haze and stuff from what we were seeing on the cams last night. I don't see any flights currently over these fires. I'm hoping, though, that we're going to get a good updated perimeter, because I don't think we achieved one yesterday. So the featured post was 13 hours ago. That was the update for Saturday the 5th. 8 hours ago, for the Bedrock Fire, they said our incident meteorologists utilized many tools to predict weather patterns to assist firefighters. One way they obtain info is through firefighters in the field. They carry a weather kit fitted with a compass, a sling, a sling, a psychrometer, and an anemometer. A sling psychrometer, whatever that is. These tools help them identify wind speed and direction, temperatures, and relative humidity. This does give us an idea of the landscape. These poor baby trees here, struggling to survive. They do not have thick enough bark to survive a wildfire on the ground. But look at this dead limbs and stuff on the ground still. These really should have been raked up and burned in slash piles in order to give these baby trees a chance to live. I'm not particularly happy with this. This is kind of like bad logging or whatever happened here. Some sort of pink flowers in the background. They may be the invasive. I found out foxglove is invasive. So anyway, each morning Bedrock Fire crews gather for a briefing. Yep. So they had an operational briefing 13 hours ago. Let's make this full screen and watch it. Bear with me. Got it.
Good morning.
adjust some things.
Operations trainee for Team 13. Yesterday on the fire, Division Alpha put in a check line off the 406 road with the dozer. They're going to prep that today. They continue their mastication work down the 18.
I'm sorry, that's as loud as I can get this. Plus, I need to turn off. Hang on. I need to turn off this.
17, they've got about 2 miles left to go. That should be completed in the next 2 shifts.
All right, we're going to go back here. If you can't hear what he's saying, let me know, and I will just do a little translation, you know.
Good morning. Jesse Stone, Operations Trainee for Team 13. Yesterday on the fire, Division Alpha put in a check line off the 406 road with the dozer. They're going to prep that today. They continue their mastication work down the 1817. They've got about 2 miles left to go.
Take a shot.
That should be completed in the next 2 shifts. Division Juliet still holding on the 384 road. Last night, the night operations prep to the west on the 384 in anticipation for the fire that's on Gibraltar to move north in the next couple of shifts, so they can get that burn prepped out, and then they continue that 384 to the east, trying to tie in below Nimrod Butte and Fawn Rock, and then connect down to DP 37, Division Lima. Division Lima continues to hold the 1832 road, keeping the fire on the west side of that road. Utilization of aircraft is paramount to their success right now. Piecing together a couple of spots up above Williams Ridge. That'll be their operation for the day, bringing fire up to meet the fire on that 1834 road and 1832 as needed. Division Oscar made their way in the 18 road to the 1833, brought in equipment, and yesterday was able to tie in from the 1833 back to Marine Creek with dozer line. They'll prep that today. That gets them tied in from the 242 across to Marine, and then from Marine across to the 1833. Upcoming operations for Oscar will be...
Okay, I'm sorry, I already got confused. let's rewind this. Which 1838, I think, was the road that I was hoping they would kind of be stopping it. Right now he's talking about the 1833, and the camera's not following it. We know this is the northeast flank where I was a little bit concerned. I'm just going to rewind this a little bit, try to cement this in my head.
Continues to hold the 1832 road, keeping Butte and Fawn Rock, and then connect down to DP 37, Division Lima. Division Lima continues to hold the 1832 road, keeping the fire on the west side of that road.
Fire's being kept on the west side of the 1832, did he just say?
1832 road, keeping the fire on the west side of that road. Utilization of aircraft is paramount to their success right now. Piecing together a couple of spots up above Williams Ridge. That'll be their operation for the day, bringing fire up to meet the fire on that 1834 road and 1832 as needed. Division Oscar made their way in the 18 road to the 1833, brought in equipment, and yesterday was able to tie in from the 1833 back to Marine Creek with dozer line. They'll prep that today. That gets them tied in from the 242 across to Marine, and then from Marine across to the 1833. Upcoming operations for Oscar will be from that 1833, grabbing it with dozer line and tying into the 1835 road. Division Sierra continues their mastication work on the
Take a shot.
1825 down to 53. Everything's going good for them there, and they're continuing their burn prep on the 210 as our alternate contingency line out here. Division Yankee, everything looks really good on Yankee from the 18 all the way up to 73 on the 1821. Continuing across to 75 in patrol status for the most part. Some interior burning still and a little bit of mop up on the perimeter, but everything looks really good for them there. And then on the 199 spur, they're about 50% complete with their mastication. That's their alternate line.
Take a shot.
A couple of more shifts for them to complete back down to DP 74. Our roads group, only about 2 to 3 hours of work to clear that 18 road today, and after that we'll reassess, make sure everything's been taken care of, and we'll be able to utilize that 18 road out to the east for firefighter traffic. Everything looks good on the fire. We anticipate another active day. Thank you.
Well, these lack, like any information about the weather, and I, I gave up trying to write down what exactly was going on there. Yeah, I'm sick and it's middle of the night, so Big Al says I had to turn the headphones up, but I can hear it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Basically, there was a whole bunch of babble about how they're doing good, going from this road to this road to this road to this road. So the main piece of information I wanted to know about, because I'm quite concerned about it running up this drainage, is which road are they trying to stop it on? So it was one of the 18 roads I was thinking. We just got confirmation that Division Lima here is keeping the fire west of Road 1832. I'm sorry if you turned it all up and now I'm too loud. Very sorry. But YouTube and Facebook, they allow really soft videos to be posted now. I don't know why they don't just boost the volume. It's just dumb. Anyway, I don't want it to go up the Hee Hee Creek drainage. So if we look at the roads, they are the ones, yeah, here's 1831. 1832, Division Lima is keeping the fire west of it. 1832. If anybody knows how to read topo maps and Forest Service maps, please tell me if there's a rhyme or reason to these roads and where I might be able to figure this out. Let's see here. I don't even see 1832. I'm just going to take their word for it. So 1831. That's 1831 right there. You would think 1832 would be adjacent. And this is 1831. What about this? What is this big one? 1832, the big one. We found it, friends. So they're keeping the fire west of 1832. This one with the dotted lines means that it's a pretty dang improved dirt road. Paved is going to be your solid. So it's like major logging trucks would find easy navigation, and so would fire trucks too on these dotted line roads. Anything that's white, could be anything from like a really nice trail, your Subaru Outback. I mean, a really nice road your Subaru Outback may not have too much trouble navigating, to a complete mess of a road that's probably more of a mule trail, hasn't been maintained since 1920. Could have 75-year-old trees growing up on it. That's how bad some of these maps are. Map makers for the wilderness, they don't. I mean, Rand McNally doesn't send out people to go check the status of this stuff. They just sort of copy and paste from the year before. Even Forest Service maps are like that. I got blindsided when I went over by Sumter, Oregon, just in the Blue Mountains, and I even planned to drive over some of the peaks of the Blue Mountains, like even Garmin was telling me to, and Google Maps was. And these roads haven't existed since about 1940. They were last maintained in 1939. They trailed off into the wilderness, and like you could kind of see where a road might have sort of used to be, but they just ended. And it was a big eye opener about how bad some of these are. Plumas County, the same thing. There's something called Ford's Wagon Road in Plumas County that my Garmin told me to turn left on when I was trying to get to Seneca. And I thought that was some sort of a practical joke, but I looked at the forest to my left, and I could tell that the trees, this is before the Dixie Fire, I could tell that the trees on either side of a sort of a strip were older than the ones in the center. Ford's Wagon Road was literally, excuse me, blah. Ford's Wagon Road was literally a mule trail from the gold rush. that had not been maintained at any point in the 20th century. Like, it did not exist in the 20th century. And my Garmin told me to turn left on it. It's just bizarre. So, but when a map has a dotted line like this, that's what you can trust. You can't trust anything that's white. It may not exist, let alone be open. So, I should make some survival videos on how to ghost town in the middle of nowhere. One of which is never trust your Garmin or the Waze, Google Maps, anything like that. Like, it's unbelievable. Even though you tell Waze you have like a 2-wheel drive vehicle or something, it'll suggest that it knows that the road climbs, say, 3,000 feet in less than 1 mile, meaning that's a zigzag of like extreme grade. But it'll tell you to take your civilian car on it, you know? Anyway, if we go back to fire activity, you can see the perimeter of the Bedrock Fire. Let's see if they did get a good infrared flight last night, and let's look at its Inciweb. There's fire information bulletin boards at the Leaberg store, at Everyone's Market in Vita, Obsidian Grill and Mackenzie Bridge, and the Mackenzie River Ranger Station. Now, I may possibly be able to go here in the near future if the lawsuit goes well, and if I don't have to visit California to visit my relative, and if a couple other things line up. I really wanted to just get a massage and go to the hot spring. Like, I've had a rough year with my health, so I'd have to get better. A lawsuit conclude. C, my relative does well. Knock on wood. I hope she does. And should that all line up, I may be able to go to somewhere like, which is over here, Belknap Hot Springs. And maybe I get some eyeballs on this. So this is not a promise or anything. I was trying to plan a trip before this broke out. So Moose Knuckles says they could have built a new one. It's not on the map. Never mind, you got it? Oh, okay. Oh, my window's small again. Thank you. Sorry, friends. So sorry. When I get my third monitor set up, that shouldn't happen anymore. All right. So we have a 15 hours ago update. And I'm going to make sure that Inciweb, didn't update quicker than, say, Watch Duty did. So we've got a 5% containment for the Bedrock Fire, which it means nothing really, but I'm glad that they consider some of their work done. So when was this last updated? The 5th at 22:49 hours? That's somewhat recently ago. So that would be what is that? 8 o'clock? It's 2200. I thought 20 hours was 8 o'clock. Sorry, military time, guys. I don't. So date of origin, it started on the 22nd of July, like I said, in that campground. National Forest Service, Road 18. This is Willamette National Forest. So Fall Creek Lake, Lowell, Oregon, Vida, Oregon. Lowell is a town that's a ghost town underneath a lake. That's why they call it Lowell Lake. They built a reservoir and they drowned the town. So the location, the locale called Lowell is, they saved the covered bridge and put it on higher ground. It's like a little tourist spot. But I always get a tickle when they say it's by Lowell, Oregon. Well, yeah, you mean the one underwater. Vida is a store, as far as I know. It's sparsely inhabited. So total personnel on it as of yesterday, hopefully, the thing is about Inciweb, I have to make a disclaimer. They don't update the entire thing every day. So while it says current as of over here, we learned, from the Dixie Fire and other fires that some parts of the website are still completely, stale and not updated yet. They will not even show which part they updated. So that's what's going to be confusing. Like if you go down to plan to actions and they say Oh yeah, today, since it's going to be a red flag day, it's like, wait a second, there hasn't been a red flag day for 4 days. That's when you can kind of tell that some sections are still old. I really wish they'd put a timestamp, like 12 hours from when, like just say Tuesday we expect this, Wednesday we expect this. That would be better, but they don't. But they don't. At least over here, we got our wish where they're saying weather concerns and actual dates. Okay. Overview of Bedrock Fire. Oh God, my throat. Let me look at chat before I read this. Okay, thanks, Big Al. Everything okay now? There's a new fire in Southeast Sierras near China Lake. A few hundred acres, not near any burn scars. Nothing on the cameras at this point. Thanks. Yeah, I think Smitty was mentioning that. Isn't that a naval? Doesn't the Navy have weapons or munitions stored out there? Something like that. I can't remember. We'll look at that next. Thanks. Remind me to look at that next. It's got to be after the flat fire. Okay. So, looking at the Inciweb for Bedrock, estimated containment date is 1st of October. That's what they hope and what they think is feasible. And that's, I'm going to tell you right now, if the weather's still favorable. Everything could change if we get another big lightning strike storm roll through and they have to drop this fire to go put out many whack-a-mole, with a bunch of lightning strikes. We saw a little bit of that happen yesterday. I don't know if they had to peel any crews off of this one, but we got a taster of how lightning can put a monkey wrench in things. What is burning? Like, mind you, this is in the high Cascades, so this is a true forest fire. It's going to be a mix of young trees, old trees, new growth, old growth, and burn scars and everything in between. The type of trees there are a bunch of pines, but because it's near a mountain pass, you get a lot of the deciduous stuff down in the creek bed drainages. So you got your birches and alders and things like that in the drainages, but you get up higher into the places where, surviving in the snow and stuff are mostly the pines. The Douglas firs are going to dominate. Because they were the things that almost universally were the only things they replanted after they would log throughout the 20th century. It's monoculture, really sucks. So Douglas firs are going to dominate. Then you're going to have a mix of your cedars and spruce. Okay. So what's on fire? Timber, the litter, and the understory. Closed timber litter and brush that's about 2 feet tall. Size of fire, the Bedrock Fire is 12,200 some acres and some change. Fuels involved mixed ownership of private and federal land, coupled with old fire burn scars, like I just said, provides a checkerboard mosaic of fuel types. Mixed age classes of timber from slash and young managed stands. Managed means a timber company is owning it and deciding how to grow stuff and what to cut down. To late seral stage timber. I don't know what seral stage timber means. Mixed age classes of timber from slash and young managed stands to late seral sage timber. Let's just look that up. Seral stage timber. What the hell is that? Sounds like a logging term. Vegetation stages white paper of the U.S. Forest Service. Well, where's the word seral, and what the hell does that mean? I mean, grass, shrubs and seedlings, goes to poles and saplings, goes to young trees, goes to mature trees, goes to old growth. What the hell does the word seral mean? Late seral, old growth. The seral stages for a grand fir plant association in the Blue Mountains. That's by Sumter. Series of stages. What the hell does seral mean? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what that? Define seral. An ecological seer? Pertaining to an ecological seer? Okay. English? A seral stage, a seral community? Yeah, what the hell does that mean? A seral community is an intermediate stage found in ecological succession in an ecosystem advancing towards its climax community. Yeah, this is exciting stuff. Okay, so it's talking about the stages of vegetation, especially tree growth. So late seral is like it says here. Early is the shrubby, stubby stuff, and late is the old growth. So a seral stage meaning an ecological, blah blah blah, the stages of its growth, blah blah blah. Okay, so like I said, most of the old growth is kind of gone in the Cascades. Unfortunately, lost it mostly to the Beachy Creek fire. The biggest intact areas of it, of true old growth forest, was lost with the Beachy Creek, and that was called the Opal Creek Wilderness. And it took like 30 years of a legal battle to keep it away from loggers and development and such. And then they won, but they decided to let all of the forest roads get grown over because, yeah, roads are bad. That meant that there was no firefighting access for, you know, crews to respond to the Beachy Creek fire when it was just a tiny thing in the mountains for days. And because the giant Labor Day storm came up later, we lost the entire forest. It's just pretty much gone. It just incinerated with not even little things alive. So big, gigantic lesson learned there, I hope. They even tried to chase away the firefighters and say, fire's natural in the landscape. An old growth forest has nothing to fear for fire. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. It really does. Especially if you let a fuel load build up for 75 plus years and there's dead trees all over the place. Yeah, it does. It's got everything to fear. A mega fire is one of the very few things that'll take out an old growth forest. Mega fires are our fault. We can prevent them. Thinning out the forest, managing it better, and slowly reintroducing yearly, burning of the prescribed burns of the seedlings and the duff on the ground. Strategically creating meadows and fire breaks. We can do a lot, but you've got to do it. Otherwise, nature cannot defend itself. Don't think that she can. More and more, it's becoming clear that Native Americans protected the sequoias for thousands of years and the redwoods, and that's why they're still there. When they saw fire load build up, they took action and they got rid of it with controlled burns of their own. And we stopped doing that we stopped them from doing that, and we stopped doing it for 100 years, and look what we got. Stacks and stacks and stacks of dead stuff at the base of our majestic old growth trees, just waiting for a match or a lightning strike. All right, so now we've had our educational moment for the day. Let's go back to looking at the Inciweb for the Bedrock Fire. All right. They love using their slang and their esoteric, words, but now we have learned today, the more you know, that seral just describes, it's a word describing how a forest can mature from one stage to the next, and the late seral stage means late growth stage. So there's a mixed bag of the ages of the timber spread across the landscape. Light and very dry lichen moss is draped in the tree canopies and accentuates spotting in the mature stands. Yeah, lichen. I think I have to explain lichen. Some people are viewing this channel from around the world, so this will be our second education moment here. Big Al says, good man, I'll be out there in 10 days. Where are you going? Where are you going? Headed to LA to pick up my daughter and heading to Mammoth. then Tahoe, then Yosemite. Can't wait. Oh, that sounds awesome. Yeah, it's called the No Name Fire. That's right, the one at China Lake. Yeah. Do take a lot of pictures and stuff, Big Al. Do that. I wish I could go meet you in Tahoe, but I don't think that's going to be possible. Dude, your videos and your pictures have been invaluable to learning about everything that happened, like during the KNP, and just do take more, you know. Okay, friends. Educational moment. What's lichen? Um, lichen. It's an awesome symbiotic organism that's kind of like a plant, kind of like an animal. It's kind of like moss is, you know, very primitive. And there we go. Some of this is moss and some of this is lichen. Now, you've got the moss drape on here. Moss doesn't like a lot of sunlight. So the old adage, north is, the direction of north is where the moss is growing on that side of the tree. You know, if you're lost in the woods, it's generally true, but not always true. Like you got to look at a tree that, you know, is kind of apart from other trees. Because if you're just under the canopy, the moss can grow on all sides, right? But if you got a tree that's by itself, say in the middle of a meadow, then north is the, because of the way the sun goes, right? North gets the least amount of sun. It's in most places because it's you know, we're in the northern hemisphere, right? So um, throughout most of the year, you got north-facing windows in your house or whatever. You have higher heating bills because the natural heat coming through the windows and on the house isn't really there, right? So usually the north face of things is the cool, shaded side. So that's what moss loves. And so, but I just want to point it out, like you got to have an isolated tree to figure this out. So this green stuff is the moss, and then lichen is going to be whitish. It's like a pale mint green, and I really see a good example here. I may just have to Google lichen, but it's found on rocks too. So lichen used to be one of the preferred food sources of mastodons and mammoths and such. And right now, there's not too many creatures that have it as its food source. We kind of still have a broken ecosystem that's incomplete since the latest mass extinction of the Ice Age. Um, so it looks like this. So that's going to be about softball size, you know. And it'll grow in clumps on trees. I don't know that it hurts trees or whatever. I think it's symbiotic like moss is. Yeah, it's algae or cyanobacteria living amongst filaments of multiple fungi species in a mutualistic relationship. Okay, so it's getting along with the fungus. So it's a bunch of little organisms. Lichen can be of benefit. The thing is it requires extremely fresh air to grow in. So you just don't see rocks with lichen and down in the polluted cities. But then you go up to the mountains and you see some the rock lichen looks like this, like a kind of a colorful looking flowery like, but it clings to the rocks really low. It's not bushy like the stuff on the branches, right? So the bad thing about lichen is it can dry out pretty quickly. It's dependent upon foggy dew kind of stuff. So clumps of it'll die, and then as wet season returns, it'll proliferate. And then the dry season, especially if there's direct sunlight, it'll dry out and get really super dry. So it doesn't cling to the branches very tightly. You just kind of pull it loosely off with your hand, and it's very flammable. And this part of wilderness survival is you can pick up the lichen and you can use it to start your fire. It's going to dry quickly. So even if you got a bunch of wet, gooey stuff in your hand, once you get a fire started, you can place it near the fire. It's going to dry out quickly over the fire, blah, 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 get it dry. This stuff is great tinder. So when they're talking about long-range spotting is this stuff will grow up well into the tall tree canopy, way up into the tall stuff. So the moment that this is on fire, though, it detaches from High winds detach it from the tree. You got a little burning ball flying off in the wind. It's so lightweight, but it's got such dense little leafy kind of a structure that it's carried by the wind. Not only can it flow around in the wind, because it's got this kind of structure, it can hit another tree top and lodge itself in the tree branches and therefore start lighting that other tree on fire, causing a crown fire. Crown fires are when the tops of trees are burning and the fire is racing along the top. This is a nightmare. Crown fires are a living nightmare. It's something that the crews watch helplessly from below. You don't have a way to stop it. And so while the main seat of the fire is always the thing going along the ground, a crown fire is like a separate part of the fire, going its own direction, going on its own speed, and racing ahead of everybody else. Long range spotting after long range spotting up in the treetops. Usually this is rare because living trees are hard to get caught. I mean, they have to be super dry, like in California's mega drought. The last, last 3 years was in the thick of it, right? Last 3 prior years. For a living tree to burn like a dead one, it takes extraordinary circumstances, very rare ones like California's mega drought. So in Oregon, usually this doesn't happen because it's a much more soggy kind of affair. There's just a heck of a lot more Pacific moisture stuff that comes in, even if it ain't raining. Like today, it was overcast and kind of misty throughout much of Oregon. Well, yesterday, the 5th. However, what else can lichen do? It can roll around like the tumbling tumbleweed up and down slopes as the wind drives it. It's just going to be dropped by the wind at some point, and it'll be flaming debris that's rolling around. So things that normally would it would take a lot to get it to go, like say a dead log. If enough lichens got dropped and shoved by the wind up underneath it, and it got into an area where like the hollow tree was on the ground, and a chimney effect happened because there's a hollow opening on the other side, could draw fire directly into the inside where the dry wood is of that log. You see what I'm saying? Like lichen is a nightmarish thing for long range spotting. Now pine cones aren't fun either. They can fall off trees and be a flaming ball of material that rolls down hillsides, lights stuff at the base of a creek, and then the fire runs up the other hill. So firefighters don't particularly like this stuff. It is quite a challenge. Now I don't think we're going to see much crowning behavior just because of the weather, just because of where this is. We'd have to have a much more significant drought. Knock on wood, we don't. But as we go more and more days without rain down here, or significant rain, this stuff will continue to dry out. And the possibility of a crown fire occurring will increase. Where did my Inciweb go? Okay, I want to explain what they're talking about with lichen here. Hope I just did a good job. Yeah, you'll be, Big Al says I'll be sure to get lots of pics and videos. Cool. I'd love to go back to the Sequoia to document the KNP burn scar. Yeah, me too. Did you know they let the orphans burn up? This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. This is really sad. I'm just going to go off on this real quick. The orphans trees dead. The Calaveras Big Tree State Park. This is one of the saddest things. I think I've seen these trees. They're named trees. It's big sequoias. They're famous. They're twins because they're growing out of the same base, And this wasn't caused by the KNP complex or any big fire. The stupidest thing I've ever heard of, like somebody should have stopped this person, whoever they were with the plan here, was while California was still in drought, okay, before the big snowpack, okay, before the big rains, they decided to do a control burn. What in the name of God? Not only that, just kind of light it and let it go. Not the kind where you babysit a 1 acre prep 1 acre square and burn it off and then move to the next one and babysit it. Okay, that's how you would save these big trees, right? No, they just sort of like lit the landscape on fire and hope for the best. Look at this. These are thousands of years old trees. They're 500 years old at least, with one of them possibly being twice that age. Um, the older of the two monarch sequoias has a high risk of dying now. The other one is clinging to life. They really don't expect one of them to live. Now, the reason that they died, look, their branches didn't burn. See, the needles are just brown. That means it didn't burn. So they lit the forest floor on fire to do a control burn to try to make it more fire safe. But look at these. Like I said, the younger generation trees growing right up against old growth means they are the old growth trees assassins. You would have to cut these down first. There were logs all over the landscape that were burning, and the radiant heat rose up and killed all the branches. And because of this blackened bark, the bark didn't burn. It's the armor. So the fires did race up the side somehow and protected the trees. Didn't, but the radiant heat killed the branches on the top. It's no longer photosynthesizing. Look at all these dead trees, gigantic fuel loads. This is after the fire. Most of them burned up. This is just after their control burn. You would have to take these away to protect those trees. Take them away. Just drag them with a backhoe or somewhere to their own pile away from the big sequoias. What you're supposed to do is just put a drip torch on the ground and burn off the pine needles. And if it tries to climb any of the trees, then literally you squirt that down with water or just take a rake and then rake the pine needles away from the trees. Wrap them with the foil looking stuff. They left it unattended and just lit a match and went whoopsie daisy. This is the most worst excuses I've ever seen in my life, too. Like, oh, you can't save them all. There's always a risk that some of them are going to die. No, that's just covering your own ass because you're stupid. Honestly. It is the easiest thing in the world to protect a giant sequoia that's basically a fireproof thing. Just don't let anything burn nearby it that could kill it. Oh my God. So, to cover your ass excuses for this calamity, I mean, first of all, it should never have been approved. California is about to have the wettest wet season that it's experienced in decades. But while it was still incredibly bone dry, at the end of California's 7 or 8 year mega drought during La Nina, they decided to do a prescribed burn with heavy fuel load right next to 500 and 1,000-year-old trees. Just whoever was in charge, you are fired and probably should be prosecuted. I swear to God. This is the kind of thing where you can't get this back. Oopsie, they're saying to the Miwok Indians who hold them sacred, and oopsie, they're saying to you and me. I really am for, Native Americans taking more control about this stuff because this is infuriating. Yeah. Said, part of the reason for the orphans being damaged is it was the third year of drought. No, it wasn't just the third year. It was the third year of La Nina. This is like 7th or 8th year of drought. What the hell are you talking about? Let's be real here. So that's really not the right time to do this. Occasionally and sadly, a prescribed burn will burn something you didn't want burned, Prescott said. That's why the association has been advocating this last year to get more resources to the park so that they could thin more trees and clear more debris before the next burn. Really? Is this motivation? Make some headlines, kill 2 really old trees, make some headlines, and now we're going to get our funding? This is sinister. I can't tell if this is evil or stupid. Mix of both? Possibly, but that person should not have a job working for the public. Turn in your badge and your gun. You're relieved without pay. If this was a cop, this is the equivalent of just beating somebody up for no reason. We can't get these trees back. sorry, grandchildren. 5 generations from now, you'll find another tree like this growing in the same spot. But 5 generations from now, look, it's easy as pie. If it's not safe, don't light the match, for God's sake. They could have brought in funding from so many different areas, so many different environmental groups would have just come out and just helped and done free labor. This excuse is BS, and is really, really is telling about the motivation here to, oh, well, at least if there's a disaster, we'll get more funding because it'll make headlines. Evil. Evil. So I'm with the people, and somebody says it's impossible to do prescribed fire with zero risk to the sequoias. Actually, it's very possible. It's called use some common sense. God's sake. There's nothing to burn next to a giant sequoia. The giant sequoia will not burn. Really simple. Really simple. But Big Al, I wanted to show you that. This is infuriating. So there's lawsuits and stuff being started out, and I'm completely with them. And I'm very sorry that the Indians lost their sacred trees that their ancestors have been looking after for about 1,000 years. Oopsie is not good enough. We just stop screwing around and destroying the few remaining sacred trees they got left. These are their churches. Okay, this is like the fire at Notre Dame. Oopsie. Well, you can never have renovation projects where there's complete safety too. An ancient cathedral like Notre Dame. Oopsie. Yes, you can. It's called, common sense. Like unplug all your tools before you leave for the day, and actually don't leave everything unattended. Have some security walking around patrolling for fire danger. And, have fire suppression systems at the ready, like pre-rig, a sprinkler system with common sense, because, you're working on a gigantic old growth atrium, one of the largest in the world. That's a lot of wood. Maybe you should have a sprinkler system. It's all about money. Yes, you can have things that are 100% fire safe, except for the weirdest of freak accidents. Yeah, you can. So don't believe lies. And these things, this is not destiny. This is a human caused disaster. Demand change. We'll get it, but demand the right kind of change. Paradigm Blaster says small trees offer no resistance to fire or drought. Yeah. Read Suzanne Seymour's book. I'm going to write that down. Because I'm now very, very, very concerned for other places, such as the Valley of the Giants in Oregon. They have a really dumb policy of let's let nature take its course. Let's let all of the fuel load just build up and never remove any, and see how nature protects her own old growth trees. Newsflash, she doesn't. That was Native Americans. She doesn't protect her own old growth trees. That's why very few of them have survived, except in the few little spots where Native Americans managed to save them. And it's not a coincidence. Oh my God, the stupidity of white man thinking. All right, so 1:47 a.m. Done with the Orphans. Back to the what fire were we doing again? Sorry, friends. Bedrock. All right, but I wanted to show this to you, Big Al, before you left. Okay, Inciweb. So going back to the Bedrock Fire. Mixed age classes of timber from slash and young managed stands to late stage timber are spread across the landscape of the Bedrock Fire. Light and dry lichen moss is draped in the tree canopies and accentuates spotting in the mature stands. Meaning, okay, like I keep saying before, the tallest trees on the tallest mountains have the max potential range for long-range spotting. Just add pyrocumulus cloud to make it worse. Like lichen growing on small trees or something, like that can't drift very far, right? But stuff up in the tall trees, it can. Significant events for the Bedrock Fire. All fuel size classes carry active fire behavior. Great. So everything is burning, from the saplings to the mature trees to the old growth. Great. The steep terrain allows for uphill runs. Well, yeah, fire likes to climb uphill, often establishing in the crowns that produces prolific and productive spotting. So we are having some crown fires, at least in the little spots, that produces prolific and productive spotting up to 3/4 of a mile away. And that means that stuff at the top of the trees is breaking off those branches, being carried by the wind. And so far, they've started new little fires downwind, almost a mile away. Mind you, this is with our pretty mild wind. That will increase to 3 miles in a heartbeat if we say got 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts on a bad windstorm day. We must pray that our windstorms are wet. Afternoon diurnal, which is daytime wind activity, which means west wind. Because heat rises, so the heat rising in the Willamette Valley is going to go up into the mountains. That's daytime wind. Strange thing, though, is diurnal winds can be from the east, too, because there's a little bit, the eastern Oregon's a high desert, but there's a little bit of a climb from eastern Oregon up into the mountains if you're going west. So sometimes on some drainages, you are going to get east winds being diurnal winds. If this fire keeps burning towards the east, crosses some ridge lines, then they'll have 2 different types of diurnal winds coming in from each direction during the day. Now, when nightfall comes, that means the winds go away from the mountains on the other side of it. That's what they mean by diurnal winds. The valley type heat rising, when it cools off at night, cold air sinks, so it goes down the slopes. And usually at night, they get some good humidity recovery and some damp, dewy stuff, but they haven't really. That's why this fire's big. So afternoon diurnal wind activity drives fire spread up the drainages like Alder Creek, Hee Creek, which we are very concerned about, and Fall Creek to the northeast. But so far, Division Lima has been keeping it at Road 1832, and it's holding. Yes, that's the one by Hee Creek. So in the south part of the fire, it's in Andy and Rebel Creek. As the fire moves into old burn scars, intensity decreases, but abundant fine fuels can maintain the fire spread. Now, that's only going to be true for the places they salvage logged. There's a potential for, as it moves into those burn scars and finds a bunch of dead old growth and such, like in some spots, it's going to be massively more intense than, say, even in where it's at currently. It's, like I said, and like they said, a checkerboard of some, like, little acreages have massive standing dead trees and brush, and some of them are like clear cut and just have a bunch of seedlings on it. So it's like I don't know, like just like a checkerboard with intensity and not. Since we're not there, we can't tell exactly where. So here's their planned actions for the Bedrock. Indirect control line placement on the west and north flanks. We're under construction and we're supported. They are going to reopen historic fire lines, hella spots, that's good, and staging areas, and that's proving useful. Now, a hella spot is going to be great for not only like helicoptering in supplies, but if they put in smoke jumpers or hot shot crews, sometimes their fastest means of egress, if the S hit the fan, would be evacuation by helicopter. So they'll put in crews if they're more into dangerous areas, if they're confident they can evacuate them fast. That's why I advocate for all over the Cascades, they should put helicopter landing sites all over the place so that we can minimize fire damage to the Cascades. Now, working with aviation support in the southeast is critical to the success of the operation. Working with aviation on the southeast portion is critical to success of the operation. I'm willing to bet that that's where they have the fewest amount of roads. Control line prep continues along the 1817, 1821 roads, along with Fire Line Construction Division J. What would that be, J? Well, L is Lima. J is that Jericho? Something like that. I forget, guys. I'm sick. My throat is hurting pretty bad. I'm gonna try to wrap this up. Heavy aviation utilization will occur in line construction areas supporting their holding. Grammar errors here. I guess it's possessive. Okay. Retardant scooper use will prove effective as air quality provides the opportunity. That means if it's too smoky, they can't put aircraft on it. But if it's just the right amount of wind, not too windy, like the wind will blow away the smoke, then they can use scoopers and the big retardant dropping airplanes. In the next 12 hours, they expect cloud cover, good relative humidity recovery. We're about to check that out with the weather. Possible precip may keep night fire spread minimized unless outflow winds appear. Good. Expect an additional 100 acres of growth overnight. Next 24 hours, the northeast and east fire spread will be most problematic. Like I said, that's where I'm worried the most. Into Bedrock, Alder, Zog, and Hee Hee Creek drainages. Less cloud cover and consistent relative humidity will maintain that active fire behavior, meaning it's not going to be that humid. And if there's less cloud cover, and it's hotter, and sunlight heating up stuff and drying out stuff makes fires perpetuate. Although fire spread has been checked up on tertiary road systems, meaning around the middle of the area, like periphery, I guess. Tertiary road systems in the northeast, and it means non-main, or less active. Using that term like geologists did. Although fire spread has been checked up on the tertiary road systems in the northeast section, the fire is still expected to advance towards and possibly impact primary containment lines in the headwaters of Hee Hee Creek and Alder Creek. Yeah, that's where I instinctually was looking, and this is confirming. Southern fire spread is not expected to advance due to this suppression activity. Cool. The Gale's fire scar will continue to retard fire along the southern margin of the Bedrock Fire. In the next 48 hours, consistent weather conditions will allow for persistent fire growth, meaning it's just not going to be, we're not pray for rain, we don't get it. So, steady fire growth towards the north and northeast, basically. Fire advance in the very northeast corner will continue to force burn operations in those strategic areas to check that spread. The fact that there is, friends, a bunch of roads there in the northeast means it's safer to do that. Wherever you can, if you can just keep a firing operation where you set fire on purpose there, burn out some of this crap that's on the forest floor, if you can set that in between roads, just do one little spot at a time, you have much more likeliness of controlling it. And then once that section's done, do the next section in between roads. So, like, for example, I'm just going to use the drawing pen. Little picture is worth 1,000 words. And now it's hit and miss where I can draw with the pen. It kind of shows up in random spots. So if you got a mountaintop, oh, it's not showing up. 1 second. There we go. That's a mountain, guys. That's my amazing art mountain here. Okay, that's the mountain. Blue is some roads. You know, it goes around the mountain and have a circly thing, right? Now say the fire's coming towards it, right? And it's going to come up the hill, right? So maybe a strategy would be like this. Light a fire right here from this road after they've prepped everything, right? So the fire crews light fire down here because they want to burn this in between here, right? Now they've stationed a bunch of their comrades and fire trucks, which are these blue dots, right up here, and they're watching this road. They don't want it to go all the way to the top of the mountain, so they're gonna wait for the fire to reach them up here and not allow it to go past because they got their water trucks, they got their water, they got their lines ready to go, right? So this is, if all goes right, the weather holds in the middle of the night, not very windy, this whole area right here gets burned out. Perfect. What does fire like to do? Climb, right? Now, why do this section up here at the top first? Because the second part is from here to there. This is an arrow, right? From this road to that road. Now they all reposition the fire trucks here. Now, why would they do the top one first? Because fire likes to climb. So say a mishap happened, unexpected windstorm in the middle of the night, I don't know, whatever, right? Something unexpected occurs and the fire jumps that road. Well, it fails to take because all this was already burned. All that yellow stuff's already burned, so it can't take. It can't race up to the top of the mountain, see? So you may want to start, it just depends on the situation, from the top. So this makes doing this section down here a lot safer, right? So what made this so safe? The roads. The fact that they had engines there, crews, and hose lay. What happens if you don't have roads? Here's your mountain. You're going to just do a Hail Mary kind of pass compared to the elegance of the first plan. Wherever you light the fire, it's just going to go all the way to the top. Nothing stops it. Unless you could try. Lay down some retardant, some aircraft, I guess. But you see how it can just all go and get out of control with much more likelihood of that. You can't put a crew on a road, on a mountain without a road. They'll probably just die because there's no escape, right? This is why roads are so dang important. So that's why for the northeast section where the fire is trying to spread the most, and that's towards the places that haven't burned yet, that dodged a bullet in the Beach Creek fire, or excuse me, the Holiday Farm fire. I'm worried that this fire will reach those places, but they have some roads there. Now they just said fire spread to the south is not as anticipated, but the southwest corner, I think they were a little bit worried about. Check that out. So the non-contiguous fuel arrangement in the Jones Fire scar will allow for short surges of fire spread, but it's not likely to impact the primary containment lines. So it's going to push up against the Jones Fire scar. I can show you where that is. Here. See the Jones Fire scar right here. That's it. So current fire, yep, it's in it. So that's somewhat old info. The perimeter is in the Jones Fire burn scar. So how old is this part of the Inciweb report? Anyway, I guess they maybe should have said further into. Like I said, different portions of Inciweb are updated, not all at once. So this don't expect that this entire page is updated. It drives me nuts when they say the next 12 hours, the next 24 hours, the next 72 hours, and then they say something like that, like the Jones fire scar will allow for short surges of active fire spread. Well, yeah. Okay. Possibly affecting the primary control lines. So they're expecting that northwest corner to be a doozy. And the next 72 hours after that, similar activity expected. Remarks, the infrared flight on the night of the 2nd, which may have been actually the 3rd, if it's past midnight, indicated the acreage of the Bedrock Fire was past 12,000. The infrared flight on the 4th was canceled due to weather of the fire. Infrared is scheduled for the night of the 5th, which is tonight. Growth to the northeast, south, and west continues today, which is the 5th. Containment is 5%. A joint delegation has been signed between the Willamette National Forest and Oregon Department of Forestry. And I don't know what that means. If anybody could tell me what that means in the political sphere or who's in control of the fire, do let me know. Let's check aircraft. I was hoping that we would see some aircraft and some flights, but we don't see any. Okay. Well, let's just hope they get their thing. Okay. Now, that is a lot to digest about Bedrock, but we need to spend a lot of time on it because it's complicated. And it's the biggest threat right now other than the flat fire. And we're going to go now and look at the flat fire. I was hoping we'd get some videos. Like I was frustrated with Bedrock Fire. Video was removed. What the hell is this crap? Bedrock Fire 2023. Do they have a page? Yeah. Government? Yeah. It's liked. That's right. We already saw this crap. We're not getting a lot of info out of it. And we watched the briefing. So we don't have a new briefing. Hopefully we get something in the morning. But yeah, here's a good example. The dead trees on the landscape in some portions, that's just bad. These were damaged in some other previous fire. Maybe that could possibly be that 2017 Jones fire. The amount of brush at the base of it seems consistent, but these dead trees and these half-dead trees needed to be logged down to save the ones that managed to survive the fire. So these poor straggly trees here that survived, that are half dead, they're doomed to die if the fire reaches them now because the radiant heat of all these dead snags is going to kill them. So we need to just drive home. You are saving the environment with salvage logging. It's salvaging the situation. It's giving these trees that managed to survive the previous fire a chance at life. These have to come down before you can expect the forest to recover. And because of these dead trees in the landscape, all the ones trying to grow at the base, they are doomed as well. And it'll be a complete start over. Like, say this was a 2017 Jones fire. How many years has it been? 2018, 19, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. It's been 6 years. Now, if you reset this back to zero, that's 6 years of the forest lost that could have been recovering. And besides, if you log trees while they're still good, mostly burned trees are good for wood, that means a tree doesn't have to die somewhere else in the world for the same amount of lumber. People forget lumber is a commodity. The more lumber that is for sale on the market means the cheaper lumber is. The cheaper lumber is, the more lumber companies decide not to log that year or to do minimal logging that year. You are saving living trees by salvage logging the dead ones. I have no idea why environmentalists are against it. There's totally BS reasons. Mostly I've come to the conclusion it's because that environmentalists are taught to hate logging and taught to think that logging is always earth raping. And that's not true. EBL is environmentally beneficial logging. All I have to do is sign some laws into effect to make logging environmentally beneficial, do what it takes to fund that. And it's an essential part of keeping our forests healthy. It's just laws have to change so it isn't earth rapey, so it isn't clear cutty, so that whatever species you take out of the natural landscape, you got to put back. And loggers can help restore the ecosystem. They can, if you pay them to do it. Right now, we're only paying them. They only get paid if they cut and produce wood. But all kinds of loggers and foresters that I know are in it because they love the forest. and they hate what their own company may do, but even the logging companies may hate having a clear cut. But since until it's like a big law that nobody else can do it, they have to do it to compete with the other ones who are willing to do it. So it's don't hate the players, hate the game, and change the game. So there are success stories we can point to, but that's a different conversation somewhere else. But salvage logging is not evil at all. It saves trees, it saves the situation, it helps, it boosts, it jumpstarts the forest on its road to recovery. We human beings can really be good caretakers of the land. We just have to decide that that's what the law of the land is going to be. Instead of logging for timber, logging should be there to restore the ecosystem. And there's plenty of timber to take. Whenever like for example, whenever windstorms happen, there's usually a bunch of damaged trees, a bunch of killed trees. They're just broken in half by the wind. Allow them to go in and harvest because they're just going to die, dry up, and become fire hazards anyway. You see what I'm saying? So there's plenty of opportunity. Right now, they're not even allowed to do that in some spaces. There's sanity in the center, no extremism, no extremism on either side, left or right, and sanity's in the center. And if we take care of the land, she'll take care of us. Mother Nature will take care of us. We got a job to do, and that's use our brains. We're the only species with a brain that can analyze the situation and groom the landscape for the benefit of both man and beast. All right. So, Bedrock. Do we have new photos, new maps to look at? Photos, picture galleries. I'm hoping they say this fire lookout. Looks like it has every chance of survival because it's on a rock. I would like to know which one that is. Little Cowhorn Lookout. Neat. So looks like they got a good wrapping. It's all different kinds of fuels. It's giving us a little bit of a taster there. Ugh, look at that. Danger Will Robinson. Look at the dead trees. I wish you would give a Latin long and tell us what the hell we're looking at. Yeah, that's smoke from the Bedrock Fire. Do you think? Because it's maybe on the Bedrock Fire page. But please tell us where the hell this is. This is a paved road. We can take guesses. Maybe it's the paved road that parallels the Hee Creek drainage. I don't know. This is a previous burn scar. But look how thick the brush is on either side of the road. They need to masticate it. These trees up here are doomed by the brush growing at the base of them. Dry grass on either side of a road, just ready for somebody to pull over their car and look at a map and light it on fire. Because tourists may be using this, they need to put gravel on either side and put gravel turnouts so that cars don't pull over into dry grass. Common sense. Do that, apply a little bit of that, and we'll have better. Oh my God. Oh my God, friends. Thick brush and many snags from a previous fire. Which one? Here's an example of a clearing. This is where deer and elk get their food. Grass in a clearing. But I can tell you right now, a lot of this is invasive species grass, the kind that promotes fire. The stuff with the stickers down here. Let's see, can I enlarge this? This is what you don't want to see. The stuff with forming the I can't make this larger. The stuff that forms sticker bush heads. This is all fire promoting invasive species grass. Our native grasses are going extinct. They're the ones that don't burn as intensely. So landscape needs to be regroomed with a native species. And that'll help everybody. I mean, who wants to walk through this crap and get these stickers stuck all over you? These will kill your dog too. If these get stuck in your dog's coat, work their way into the dog's skin, the dog will start licking at it and get them stuck in his mouth. When these puncture the throat and the mouth of the dog, the throat will swell, tongue will swell. All of a sudden, doggy is gasping for breath, and you're not sure why. Let me go back to normal. Reset. Okay, so I think I've covered Bedrock pretty well. I don't think we have any eyes on it. I mean, one kept kind of rotating around. Death Ball Mountain is, yeah, we already checked it out. And since the fire's still a couple of ridgelines away, it's approximately here. Unless it does some pretty fierce activity, I don't think we're going to be able to see much. Let's just wait for it to rotate over one more time. Wait, is that? Okay, that's alive. That can't be live. To the south is not farmland. See, that's even showing. Oh, sorry, I didn't click on the right one. There it is. Okay, so we do have eyes on the fire at the Death Ball Mountain camp. It is actively burning through the night. Sorry, friends. All right, let's do a 3-hour time lapse. I know this is annoying. We'll have to manually kind of go back and look. Okay, looking back at the chat. Yeah, we're going to look at the other one, the flat, then this China one. No Name Fire by China, whatever that is. Okay, so this is our latest image of the Bedrock Fire. Now, don't think that that's a giant firewall. That's hot smoke for the most part. Heat is white, and that would be a red glow color. To anybody at the site looking at it. Look at these dead trees in the landscape. Now, light is also white, so the moonlight from above is almost a full moon. I think we just had a full moon yesterday or the day before. Those are white fluffy clouds, so that's a lot of light from the sky. So because there's some clouds, you're going to see the reflection of the light of the fire from below up on the clouds. Now, unfortunately, we are not going to be able to get a good grip on like wind direction and stuff because the nature of the camera is still rotating around, so we can't do a time lapse and watch the smoke. That's what I don't like about the rotating cams. But we can look at the weather forecast. So I'm going to go get a drink though. So I'm going to leave you with this rotating real quick. It's time to really soothe my throat here. We get a coffee. And I'm going to take a 5, use the bathroom, be right back. Oh my God. Okay, I'm in the kitchen. And there's some things floating in the water for the coffee. Ew. Ew. What the hell is this? Yeah, it's a good idea to clean this a lot more often. Okay, is it coming from the water filter? What the hell? Can't be. Wait a second. All right, let's look at the water in the water filter. Does this have floaties in it? It doesn't. Oh, that's gross. So there's a, it's like a Keurig, but it's not. It's a Ninja one. This is not algae. It's perfectly clear bits, like a plastic membrane is stuck in there. Like, is this part of the sponge? I just cleaned this damn thing. I think it is. I think it's like part of the sponge. Oh, gross. Okay, this is getting tossed out. You. You. All right. Now there's it could actually be the sponge has rubbed off. There's this plastic. It's like, it's hard to describe. Um, Silicone. I think I think the sponge has ripped off little pieces of the silicone. It's like a bubble at the bottom that goes over the drain, and the coffee maker puts pressure on a spring from below, and that pulls in the water from below. So I think I actually overzealously cleaned this and wiped off some of the silicone. I had the those sponges that's got the green side that's kind of fluffy, ragged. Like it's not really a scour pad. I'm glad I didn't just drink that. That freaked me out. I thought it was algae or something. It wasn't green though. It was perfectly see-through. Just weird stuff. Okay, I'm definitely gonna clean that again. Whoa. Yeah, I got a story. I went to a bed and breakfast once, guys. And, sorry, let me put the coffee maker back together. I went to a bed and breakfast once, and there's a Keurig in the kitchen, right? And so I'm being given the tour, like, hello, welcome guest, I was trying to go to Canada. We were over by Port Angeles, and this older lady, was renting out several rooms in her house. It was like an old farmhouse, but like a mid-century modern kind of a place where like half the house is buried in the ground, and you have windows up at the top, and there's a bunch of bedrooms down there and a bathroom. So it was a nice, pleasant place. And in the kitchen, I came in at night, just needed to get go to bed. Okay, well, when you wake up, here's the coffee maker and here's how to use it. I'm like, yeah, Keurig, I know how to do that. Sounds good. And I didn't really look at it too hard. Why would you? And there's just night lights on in the kitchen, right? All right, now I just refilled it up. Let's see if there's any more floaty bits. I better use the gentle side of the sponge from now on. Yep, there's a couple more floaty bits. Okay, let's go. I may have to order a new part. Anyway, just taking the entire reservoir out, tossing it. I don't want it consume silicone, that's for sure. Okay, so I wake up and coffee's like already been made. I drank some. Yes, spoiler alert, I drank some. Here I'm enjoying a coffee. Does it taste funny? Yeah, kind of does. But you know what? I'm in Port Angeles. I'm in Washington State, a place I've never been much. I mean, I do have relatives who live nearby, but they weren't home in order to host me, and it was kind of an inconvenient area that they lived in. This was right next to where I was going to get the ferry boat to go to Vancouver Island. This was years ago. So, and I looked. I don't think this lady still is in the business of doing the bed and breakfast. So don't worry. Like she seems to have retired. The poor lady had these thick green, beer bottle glasses, and I should have made the coffee. I really should have made the coffee. I'm just chalking up to this bizarre flavor being, it's well water from a place. It's agricultural and God knows, blah, blah, blah. Well, I finished my coffee and, well, mostly I kind of wanted to pour it out and start fresh. I'm just trying to figure out what this taste is about. Maybe I should just brew it all fresh, like put some fresh water in the carafe. Because a lot of people have a bad habit with a Keurig of always just topping it off and just letting it sit. Don't do that. Your water reservoir should be dry every night. Dry it out every night. it unclicks, right? You take it off the machine. It unclicks. You just lift it up. And yes, you've got to clean it. You got to sponge it out, soap and water and stuff every so often. And then just put it upside down on the kitchen counter so that it dries. That's how you keep it clean. If you just keep filling it up with water, sunlight is going to do some things. A, promote bacteria. Just bacteria to start to grow in all water sources because bacteria need, what do they like? Room temperature, like, your kitchen. And B, they like moisture. So bacteria will grow. It's just guaranteed to happen. The only way that you kill bacteria is making something perfectly dry. That's why mummies don't rot. They dried out really fast. Whether or not it's permafrost mummy that freeze-dried or in the Egyptian desert, it dried out fast. Bacteria have to have moisture. So once something like a mummy is dried out, there's no moisture ever. And bacteria can't go to work at it, decomposing it again, unless it ever got wet. So stay dry, but a lot of people don't know that. They just constantly keep their reservoir water full with the Keurig. So I pivot it towards me. And I almost gasped. Like I laughed, actually. I laughed and I said, "This is the coolest prank." I said, "This is the coolest prank. Where's your real coffee maker?" She wasn't laughing, though. She's looking at me like, "What are you talking about?" From the front room. And in that pit of my stomach, I went, "Oh, God. Wait." And I said, This is, you just made coffee in this." "Yes." Oh, my God. I looked at it. Have you ever seen a fish tank that nobody's cleaned in like 6 months? With green floating algae in it. Green puffy clouds of gunk. You barely see the fish in there, or maybe they're probably dead at this point. Like pond turtle scum. That was in the water reservoir. It was a dark green. It looked like it was green glass. And that's one of the things that confused me at first, is I thought, oh, this is colored plastic, like it's a custom made water reservoir for a Keurig, like an art project. My second thought was, this is a fish tank. What an amazing art project for somebody to turn a Keurig into a fish tank. That's the coolest art project. And surely the coffee was made elsewhere. Oh God, I tell you guys, when I dumped the water out in the sink, it just about clogged it. It was tangible pond scum in that Keurig. There was natural sunlight hitting it from a skylight, and that's all it took. This poor old lady had been making, since she got the Keurig, I kind of gently inquired, "When's the last time you cleaned it? You have to clean these." I said, "When'd you get this?" And she's like, "Oh, yeah, 5-6 years ago." Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. All right, I'm making myself a coffee here. I'll put that on, use the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Get some honey out. Honey. I love my Ninja coffee maker thing. It's got a milk frother. And man, milk frother, where you been all my life? It makes coffee so much better. Like, so much better. So I just took 3 shots of half and half because that guy said masticator 3 times on that video, guys. It's the milk drinking game. All right, now microwave heating up 1/4 of my coffee cup with half and half. Now I'm going to whisk it. With the milk frother, it's just an appendage arm of this Super Ninja coffee maker. Once I whisk it up, then I just put it on this little fold down shelf with the coffee cups and go on, and I hit 1 cup size, like cappuccino, basically. It's like a cappuccino button. It's not really a cappuccino, it's just, you know, but it's 1 coffee cup size instead of a carafe. Okay. Let's whisk it. Oh, I love that sound too. It's pretty cool. Don't know if you can hear it. Now, specialty button, but it's brewing. Now, I talk during kitchen stuff like this because most people are just listening to the stream, and most people tune out, turn off the stream if there's more than a minute of silence. So they think it's over or something, or there's something wrong. But I am going to use the bathroom. I am muting for that. Be right back. Okay, friends, out of the bathroom. Let's go get my coffee. My coffee. Now, to finish up this story, which is so cringeworthy, yeah, when people ask, like, what's wrong with your stomach? I'm like, well, incidents like that, probably. I drank pond scum, coffee flavored pond scum, organic pond scum, you know. I'm sure it was organic. Yeah, natural blue green algae. Oh, God. I drank Red Tide, whatever that was. Now, this poor lady, like, couldn't see what I was doing in the kitchen. So what did I do? I cleaned the living crap out of that water reservoir, ran vinegar, like 5 rounds of vinegar through the coffee maker, and said, I just like to clean things, ma'am. Um, Bad joke, never mind what I said. Nothing, no, don't worry about nothing. Anything wrong? Nope, nope, nope. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. But please, at least once a month, wash this out. And that'll keep it in tip-top shape and keep it from calcifying. Because, oh man, yeah, I discovered the problem. All right, calcium deposit buildup here. I'm taking this toothbrush and fixing that up right now. But don't you need your toothbrush, dearie? Nope, nope, nope. I need to protect my life more than I need to brush my teeth. I'll get a new one. But I need to protect myself from, drinking poison. Nope, nope, nope. I'll get a new one. Don't you worry about a thing. Got a new toothbrush in Canada. Oh, God, I think back on the day. Ugh. Told the story to the person behind the counter in Canada. She goes, oh, my God. Yep. Yep. And some people I told the story to, they are lost. They said, well, you're totally fine. And I said, what do you mean I'm totally fine? I drank pond scum. 6 months, 6 years of pond scum buildup. Like, that has never been cleaned. It's been full in the skylight for 6 years, and it looked like fish couldn't even survive. Not even a betta fish could have lived in there. Oh, no, you're fine because coffee makers boil the water. No, they don't. Who the hell told you that? It's just to heat it a little bit. Have you ever seen steam come out of your coffee maker and like a steam whistle, like boiling water does, and on the stove? Have you ever seen your coffee maker get a burner red hot type of heat? No, it does not boil the water. It does not purify. You have to keep the damn thing clean. Mold grows in there because it's a wet environment. You have to make it dry to get rid of the bacteria and the mold. Oh God, it's not clean in there unless you clean it. Oh dear God. Ah, yes, coffee. So hey, Major, how are you? Yeah, I just sat back down. But yeah, people ask, what's wrong with your stomach? Well, how much time do you have? I've got some stories. Yeah, Major says, I think I know the speary-headed grass you're speaking of, starting to hate them like I hate mosquitoes. Yeah. Sticker burr things. It's like they got a big round sticker bush head to them. Yeah, so what we're looking at with the Death Ball Mountain Cam, can't make this up. This is a Cascade, Eastern Oregon Cascade cam. East side of the Cascade, Central Oregon. This cam is significantly further east of Eugene than the fire is, so it's got a long distance view of the fire, and only whenever it rotates around. So 2:36 a.m., 2 hours 48 minutes, 9 seconds. I end my coffee story and come back from the break. Okay, we got two fires to look at: the flat, and then we're gonna look at whatever this no-name fire is, China, whatever the heck that is, on Navy land or something like that. I gotta turn on the air conditioning for a little bit because my computer is producing massive heat. Come in now. There it goes. Now I've strategically moved it to a different spot in the room. You guys shouldn't be bothered by the sound of the air conditioner no more, like you were in previous years. Okay, that's why I have to have noise canceling headphones so I can hear myself talk. Hear that stuff. This is doing an okay job so far. Let me readjust it. All right, there we go. Okay, so at this timestamp, we're now moving on to the flat fire. Can you imagine the flat fire is all you want to know about, and it's 2 hours, 3 hours later, and she's just now getting to it. Guys, I wanted to be done in an hour. Sorry. I'm glad to see you here, Major. Okay. So 16 hours ago, they had their morning update. They have 30% containment on the flat fire. So, is this what I already read? Was my last stream 15 hours ago? 16 hours ago? No, it was yesterday at 11 in the morning. So the acreage is almost 33,000 now. 30% containment. Yes, it was human caused. It was down by the river. Possibly somebody like a rafter, or a boater or something probably pulled in and made a campfire, if I just had to guess. But there's also some roads down by these rivers, so who knows? Almost 1,000 personnel, 997 people on it, 41 engines, 16 crews, 1 bulldozer, 27 water tenders, which is a water truck, 4 masticators, yes, 9 helicopters. 6 a.m. yesterday, which was the 5th, Northern Rockies Incident Management Team 2 assumed command. And yes, they rotate out, so there's totally new people. What people don't realize in general is that incident management teams come from all over the country. They are not familiar with the local area. So sometimes they make screw-ups because of that. Part of the reason the Dixie Fire exploded after the Fly Fire was, well, the team that came in from, God knows where they came in from, different parts of the country, were not at all familiar with what that the local terrain, that the Sierra Nevada mountains in California is pretty much the ninth circle of hell for fighting fires. It's one of the most challenging geographic locations in the world to do it. It's not ordinary mountains. And so they, I guess, didn't know what happened with Paradise and didn't know what happened with the Bear/Claremont fire and those mass fatality events. Nor were they familiar probably with the Cascade Fire 2017. So when you get newbies, there's a handoff process where those leaving train the new ones. So if it says incident management team trainee, this and that, he's not a trainee like he's new at the job. He's a trainee at the new situation. But these guys get timed out because it's extremely hard work, and so they get rotated with crews. When I couldn't figure out why I was so exhausted, like covering the Dixie Fire, it's because the actual I was getting less rest than the actual firefighters. They are worked to a point and then they are given weeks off because it's so damn demanding. So I was there day in and day out, getting very little sleep, and I was like, wow, why does this keep going on, keep going on? And when a fire keeps going and keeps going, keeps going, you have to rotate in new people. So this can be problematic. If they're not briefed well enough, especially the first crew that comes in by locals, they can totally underestimate what a fire does or make the wrong decisions just because they're applying a Montana experience or Virginia experience to the West. And the West is not like anywhere else on Earth. So we did see a lot of problems with that in 2020. I'm hoping that since they've learned some lessons and the handoffs are smoother with a lot more education to newbies coming in. I used to assume that locals were in charge of the local fires. That's what I would like to see. But when you have like 3 months long fires going on like Dixie and Caldor and stuff, the locals can become exhausted. So I don't know too much about this, but we can only pray that the handoffs are smoother and there is much more education about welcome to this location. This is the history of firefighting in this location. This is what you need to know. I plan to make one of those videos for the Sierras. A quick 30-minute welcome to hell video. take it from somebody who lived in the foothills of California for much of her life and played up there in the Sierras and saw lots of fires occur, the aftermath at least. So this is again talking about the heli torch, and we already went over that yesterday. I went to my yesterday's video, by the way, and I timestamped it. So you can go straight to the fun time that we had investigating what the hell a heli torch was. That was fun. That was a fun moment. Now, the funny thing was in yesterday's update, they were talking about how they don't want islands of fuel left. They're trying to burn out the areas that have been unburned so far, because when the weather does hit the fan, when the S hits the fan, like Oregon's next big dry windstorm, probably pregnant with lightning, they don't want the islands to go up at that point in time and kill mature trees. They have more chance of keeping it a nice low-key fire where just, the brush is mostly on fire, if they can do it at night and during low inactive wind periods. The windy periods are the ones that kill the big mature trees. So they actually had trouble lighting the landscape on fire because it was a little bit moist from the Pacific, foggy kind of overcast weather we've had in the last couple of days. So they used a helitorch, and that was hilarious. A helitorch, Cal Fire. I'll show you guys that image, and go to yesterday's video and just click on the button to see. It's basically a giant keg of fire, like it's a keg of kerosene or something like that, that's literally dripping out of a. It's like a keg of flammable beer, like a flammable beer keg type thing, and they light it, and then it's being dangled from the underbelly of a helicopter, and they swing it around in the brush. Like, wow. Okay. Definitely cue up Ride of the Valkyries, Apocalypse Now stuff. But, okay. Now that, if I was a pilot, I'd say, okay, you're going to give me a raise for the hours I'm lugging that thing around. Holy crap. Can you imagine the kind of insurance you'd have to have lugging that thing around? Like, what if you accidentally melted a fire truck with that? Oh, you're supposed to go to this coordinate. Okay, I lit that area on fire. Wait, I didn't mean northeast, I meant southeast. Oh, crap. So, yeah, that's what helitorch means on the flat fire. Now, they continue to work on reducing heat in the North Fork of Indigo Creek using water bucket drops to secure that containment line. Structure protection resources are still scouting for and identifying additional homes and buildings, are collecting data to aid firefighters protecting these structures. If there's a future need to do so, that's great. What I think they're mostly talking about at this point is historic structures that may not really be on maps anymore. There was a gold rush in this area, a brief one. Southwestern Oregon's Coast Range is separate from the rest of the Coast Range of Oregon, which is a dead mountain chain with no hot springs, no nothing, no gold. Like you go to Tillamook County or something, there's no gold. There's always been these rumors that the Indians, Native Americans know about secret gold mines west of Forest Grove. It's not true. The Native Americans got it from a shipwreck from a Spanish galleon. So they were loaded with gold and kept buying stuff with it, as Portland and other towns started popping up in the 1800s. They never, of course, they're smart enough to not reveal where they got it. But it started the rumor that, Tillamook Forest has got gold, but it doesn't. It's a dead geographic bunch of mountains that floated around plate tectonics in the Pacific and bashed into Oregon, merged with Oregon. But at one time, the area, the Willamette Valley by Portland, was beachfront property, how many millions of years ago. But southwestern Oregon is a different story. There was once the conditions that created gold and gold veins. So most of these played out. I don't think it's a gold-rich area. So you had a settlement, a bunch of variety of ghost towns out here, mining towns, lumber mills, and that kind of thing. Old ranger stations, historical features like that, pioneer cabins, homesteaders, Indian, Native American sacred sites too, which I'm sure they won't mention. When they identify those spots, they put them on the map, and they say if the fire ever encroaches those, rush to those spots and save them. Historical, cultural resource, that kind of thing. That's what they're talking about. So, by this point, I mean, everybody knows where everybody's house is, the ones that are being lived in. And since this is a couple weeks old fire, they're now talking about what's not on the map, crumbling cabins and stuff. So blah, 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 blah. Today's activities, which was the 5th, fields are still drying. We haven't had any rain. And discontinuous in some locations, causing the fire to continue to move through the different islands of the vegetation. Like I said, the islands are areas that, through luck so far, haven't been burned yet. Additional aerial burning will be done today, which was yesterday, in Lawson Creek drainage in the Game Lake area to reduce that unburned fuel within the fire perimeter, making a further buffer between the containment lines. They hate an island next to the lines. That if the island goes up in a high wind situation, then you got burning bits of lichen and burning bits of branches that could cross the lines on the wind. So that's why it's so important to get rid of islands near the containment lines. It's sad. It's like this piece of the forest is going, yay, I didn't burn. What are you doing with that torch? It's sad. But it's like a frostbitten finger. You cut it off to save the hand. All right. Let's see here. The heli attack crew, a firefighting crew flown in by helicopter, will return to the Fance Ranch area along the eastern edge to cool additional areas of heat. This is not a water attack. They should differentiate that. Like now there's helicopters with fire and there's helicopters with water. Can't make this up. Okay, so they're talking about the Bambi Bucket Brigade, the water helicopters, and a firefighting crew flown in by the helicopter. They will go to the eastern area to cool down additional areas of heat identified through infrared mapping. They'll eliminate more of those dangerous hazard trees, which means, the dead trees on the landscape. Now, it's going to cost us, the taxpayer, a hell of a lot more money to get rid of these trees on the landscape now than if they had just been salvage logged in the first place. It has to happen one way or another. There's no avoiding it. Now, this fire would not have been as bad if this had been done in the first place either. Now, it is very dangerous for them to do that. That's part of the thing that gives me anxiety. If they're cutting down trees that do happen to be on fire at the time, that's one of the most dangerous things to do in the entire face of the planet. Like logging is one of the most dangerous jobs on the planet. Logging while a tree is on fire ups the ante. We're talking deadliest catch, but for forestry, right? Now, getting rid of these hazard trees is helping to slow the movement of the fire to the southeast. With fire traffic on Bear Camp Road, all motorists on Bear Camp Road are asked to slow down. These headlights proceed with caution. Okay. So their evacuation status is just to get ready stuff. It's been reduced, especially by Agnes. That's awesome. Weather. With drier air mass moving over the area through the weekend, temperatures today will increase 2 to 4 degrees. Relative humidity will decrease 2 to 4 degrees. That sucks. The period of daily low humidity is increasing, with this predicted weather resulting in drier fuels and an increase in the fire behavior. There's one thing that people do not understand is people understand that on hot, windy days, fire gets more intense, right? The missing piece of that puzzle is what is the humidity. If it's below 50, hold on to your butts. If it's below 30, take some anti-anxiety pills. And if it's below 20, like, do an update to your will, right? Get your affairs in order. Like below 20% humidity is like, oh dear God, mega fire status, right? So what we need to do is figure out what is the humidity down there and in the Cascades right now. Hey Cardi, how you doing? You're awake? I don't know, are you? If you're sleepwalking, I'm glad to have you here. Hey, November 6th, how are you? Now I did take coffee, but I need to stop talking because my throat is still ragged. I think it's important though to do these updates. During the daytime, I'm either sleeping or I'm doing my court thing, which I'm trying to wrap up. I do have a lot of phone calls to continuously make about my family member that had a heart attack too. There's a lot of chaos going on in my life, but this is better than nothing. Yeah, we don't. Oh, we've got a new video to watch about the flat fire, but that was yesterday's morning operational update. Let's watch it anyway. Now let me full screen it. Hang on.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Brandon Chakowski.
Oh my
one of the operations chiefs
God.
for Northern Rockies.
That was high volume. I'm sorry. Scared the living crap out of me. I had my own headset volume really damn high. Okay, are you all awake now? Let's put up some volume, resize it. That. There. I'm going to turn off webcam to see because they may it may block something.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Brandon Chakowski, one of the operations chiefs for Northern Rockies Team 2. And today is an update for August 5th. So kind of where we're sitting right now on the
redo it. Here we go. Volume is okay now. All right, here we go.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Brandon Chakowski, one of the operations chiefs for Northern Rockies Team 2. And today is an update for August 5th. So kind of where we're sitting right now on the incident, the fire overall is looking really good, and the resources done a lot of really good work over there on the incident, and the team before us, P&W Team 3, set us up for a lot of really good success, and a lot of really good transition. So hopefully everything will be moving forward in kind of the same direction. And so as we kind of talk about that, so we look over here pretty much on the eastern side of our fire. We still have a large area over here, basically Rance Ranch coming all the way up into Indigo Creek. In that country right now is still unstaffed. That country is it's very steep. There's a lot of snag hazards out there, and the fire has bumped into some brush fuel models, basically that were left over from the Klondike fire. So really low brush, at times only 2 feet tall, and it doesn't really want to carry fire. We continue to use aerial and ground resources to look at the edge of that fire and use any helicopters if we have some hot spots in there. But that's pretty limited. Yesterday we only used, I believe, 2 helicopters along this whole stretch. And just for recognition from this piece here, coming all the way over to what we call our drop point 44 over here on the north side of the fire. The edge of that mapped is 29 miles. So if you're only using a helicopter in a really small area like that in 2 spots and 29 miles, there's not a lot of heat going on there. So we're feeling really good about that piece. So as we kind of move down into what we call our Alpha Delta country, which is just south of Agnes, we had a lot of resources in there for 10, 12 days now. That black line, as you well know, means containment. We continue to do some mop-up operations, and things are looking really good. We still have some alternate lines as we kind of go out here on the 2308 road, and those are still viable if for a long-term incident, if some winds come up or something unexpected does happen. So those are still in place, and those are ready to go if needed. we continue to move west here. Things in our area here of the Whiskey Zulu area, still the same thing. Crews have been in there doing a lot of mop up. Things are looking really good, and there's really no issue or concern that we have in that area at this time. As we kind of come around basically down towards the south, we get more into the Victor uniform area of our divisions here. Basically, the southwest part of our fire. As folks know, that's where some of the areas where we've last few days, about a week, they've been doing some firing operations by hand and with some equipment out of helicopters. Yesterday, they did a little bit more down in this area, but things are looking good. There's a lot of mop up that's been done up on the basically along the line. And so in the near future, the next few days, we'll actually see more of this, the fire's edge turn black, and that's what we call the containment, that we feel it's not going to have any issue of wanting to come out, especially here in this loss and drainage, which is it's a very important area because it's where we have some history there from the Klondike fire. Kind of stopped over here in this area. So in this, in the loss area is basically more of a timber model where it hasn't burned. It didn't burn in the Biscuit fire of 2002, didn't burn anything in Klondike, didn't burn in Chetco. And so by getting this in containment status with the burning operations the last team did with all the good resources they had and be able to get containment on this, we're feeling very good about anything a future east wind event, if it comes up, that this won't move and get into an area where it could burn. So as we continue up, as we kind of come back up here towards Game Lake, resources continue to do a lot of really good mop up in there. There'll be probably a good mop up and see containment within the next 4 to 5 days on that. And we still continue, we'll be doing some aerial ignition operations today up here near Game Lake, filling in this piece here, mainly in some low brush. So looking at that piece of getting done, so we'll probably see some more smoke production like we did yesterday on the incident. But that overall is a good thing. It means we're getting things taken care of and getting threats to our line taken care of and out of the way. So we continue also to have resources, some structure protection resources in the area of Agnes. Now continue. We had a transition of folks. So our new folks, the management side is getting in there, making sure we're all good with the plans. One of the things that we are doing, since we are feeling very good about a lot of this, is we're kind of going to a little different model in some of our structure protection, in the sense that we're going to rely more on rolling stock, some engines and hand crews and tenders if something were to happen for our structure protection of defense measures. So that's kind of where we're there. So there will be times there will be missing. We'll take and go ahead and pull some sprinklers and pull some hose around some structures. And we're doing that because we feel very confident that the threat has been diminished and is gone in that area, but we still have resources available. We also continue to have a night shift out.
Okay, I'm sorry. I totally missed what he said. Where at? Sorry, I was adjusting my headset. Let's go back.
There. And we'll again to a little different model in some of our structure protection, in the sense that we're going to rely more on rolling stock, some engines and hand crews and tenders if something were to happen for our structure protection of defense measures. So that's kind of where we're there. So there will be times there will be missing. We'll take and go ahead and pull some sprinklers and pull some hose around some structures. And we're doing that because we feel very confident that the threat has been diminished.
Okay, so he says pull hose around and from the structures and pull the sprinklers. I think he means they're taking them away. Pulling, I'm reading this as pulling out, because I think what he's saying is they're so happy with the fuel reduction and the prepping around the structures that they did, that they don't think they need the sprinklers in place anymore for the structure protection, and that should a danger show up, they'll just come back with like regular engines to protect the structure. I think that's what he's saying. Now, if I'm wrong, this is a little vague, but
goes around some structures, and we're doing that because we feel very confident. We're all good with the plans. One of the things that we are doing, since we are feeling very good about a lot of this, is we're kind of going to a little different model in some of our structure protection in the sense that we're going to rely more on rolling stocks. And
Rolling stocks. I imagine what rolling stocks is, the engines. If somebody could tell me what exactly that means, that would be great. They like to speak in slang, even though this is a video for the public. I think what they're talking about is we'll just show up with an engine if the need arises.
engines and hand crews and tenders if something were to happen.
Right, if something were to happen, rather than unattended sprinklers and stuff, or attended sprinklers and stuff, and building wrap and that kind of stuff. So,
For our
okay.
structure protection of defense measures. So that's kind of where we're there. So there will be times there will be missing. We'll take and go ahead and pull some sprinklers and pull some hose around some structures. And we're doing that because we feel very confident that the threat has been diminished and is gone in that area.
Diminished and is gone. Those are two contradictory things, but I think he's getting the point across that it's very unlikely now that they'll lose structures in those areas. So they're going to pull away stuff they set up, like the automatic sprinkler systems, etc. Now, here's the problem that I have, though. What if a bigger fire shows up or the bedrock explodes because this whole region gets screwed in general because there's so few people that live in this region? Once other fires compete for the resources, they'll take hundreds of people off of this fire. They'll just be assigned to a new one. So if they're going to dismantle the sprinklers and stuff, and say a whole bunch of crews are called to another fire, but the reason that another fire got big is because of a wind event. Well, the same wind event might affect this one, and maybe they are threatened after all. And then they will have removed their protective gear. So this is my concern. We must trust that they did a super bang up job, a super awesome job of prepping the structures and giving them defensible space and getting rid of dead grass and stuff around them and whatever. But let's hope.
But we still have resources available. We also continue to have a night shift.
Because, I mean, if they pull a lot of the engines away from here and there's just 3 engines trying to deal with this gigantic fire, like this would take you 2 days to drive the perimeter of this, I'm pretty sure. These are some backcountry crappy ass roads. Up and down, up and down, up and down peaks and stuff. Like, I can't tell you, this is a big chunk of land here. In the middle of nowhere. The kind of thing where a fire engine, like, driving around the entire perimeter might start running out of gas and might have to have a gas truck following them around. It's not like there's a lot of gas stations around here. Agnes perhaps has one, but that's about the only living town for miles. Mikey said, what also concerns me is the Fance Ranch area, the southeast portion, is unattended. It's unstaffed. There's nobody there. I've been worried about that from day one, the southeast flank of the fire, where there's no roads, so therefore they just won't put people in that death trap. So he said that they're using helicopters and stuff. Okay.
Shift out there, and will again for several days to come, and we continue to assess that. They keep an eye on the fire's edge as it relates to Agnes, and then also right now we're continuing to watch the line there in the areas that we freshly burned to make sure that they're contained. And we also continue to work some fuel breaks and contingency lines, basically here to the west side of our fire, as we kind of work down the road system on the 030, and we kind of head a little bit more south in that area. So overall, things are looking really good on the incident, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, I love this little chart on the wall. Did you guys see that? Behind his shoulder. I want to see this. I wish they would point that out. It's just trying to find a timestamp where there's more of this in the frame. Moderate burning conditions, but don't use this matrix after Saturday, is when something is greater than 31%. I'm going to say that's probably humidity. and when it's less than 75 degrees out, and when it's greater than something 20%. I don't know what that 20% is. And then when wind is 14 miles or less. This is an awesome little chart. I want to see this, man. Elevated burning conditions are when something is 0 to 30%. Well, there's no way that there could be a 0% humidity, but I don't know, 75 to 85 degrees Fahrenheit, and something else 5 to 20%. And the winds are below 20 miles an hour. Extreme burning conditions.
Contingency lines, basically here to the.
Excuse me, I'm going to mute him. Is when it's above 85 degrees. Here we go. Precipitation chance. That's what that percentage is. Clouds was the top one. Interesting. Now, remind you, this is a coast range here, coastal area. So clouds in general are going to mean a couple of things. Marine stuff. These clouds come from the Pacific in general here. So you got misty, up in these mountains, it still kind of smells like the ocean. It's just kind of misty, wet, impregnated stuff. So precipitation chance, if it's below 5%, you get extreme burning conditions. Wind 20 or something miles per hour. Wind direction. And now down here they're talking about humidity. It's greater than 35% humidity. Yeah, moderate. Elevated, 25 to 35%. That's freaking terrible. Not just elevated, that's freaking terrible. Below 25% humidity is crisis. That's what I would say. But I don't know if they're talking about which different types of humidity. I can't see the end of the chart there. Something about height. Don't know. So let's see if I can rewind this a little bit so we can, 10,000 feet. Something 10,000 feet. Gotcha. Whew. Oh man, I wish the webcam was on. One shot, one kill. Mosquito, you are downed. You thought you could land on my head. You thought wrong. Catherine's a mosquito sniper. I have been trained for this. Okay, guys, I have pieces of mosquito all over my hand. I'm going to go to the kitchen here and wipe this off. I studied deep in the Chinese mountains with Kung Fu masters for this skill. I can do it blindfolded. Just by hearing, I can pinpoint a mosquito. Seek them out, I destroy them. And some people have tiger style. Some people have the mantis. Some people are the crane. And I am the bat. Because at night, I never miss a mosquito. I have bat style Kung Fu. But no, I don't kill it with my mouth. Don't even go there. That's gross. However, I tune in on them with my ears. I hear them. My eyes make visual contact. Lock on, heat sink, boom. Mosquito is dead. Okay, I'm back. What were we doing? All right, I'm going to take this off full screen. Look back at the chat. Okay. You're also listening. SB Kathy, hey, how are you? How are you? All right, let me resize. Let's see, transform. Fit the screen. Got it. Wish I did that automatically. Okay, I would have loved to have looked at that chart right there. That's just awesome. Just show that to the public for God's sake. I'm gonna make that as a comment. Thank you so much for this video. Request. Please upload the chart over his shoulder so we public can see it. Great info on how the weather could affect the fire's behavior. When to be most alert. Thanks. All right. So we learned a couple of things from this in summary. The Fence Ranch area is problematic. It's unstaffed. And if you go to what I've been saying before, no, not watch duty, on Caltopo, when this first broke out, the Biscuit Fire burn scar, yeah, that gigantic thing is what it's burning into. Now, for activity, the south flank of the fire has no roads. The southeast. So, like I was explaining time and time again, this makes everything more difficult. They're not going to put a crew in here because that's a death trap. There's no way a crew could escape. Not even whitewater rafting, because this river flows north. Actually, it's one of the few that does, like the Nile and the Willamette. It's very unusual for rivers to flow to the north, but it does. So if they try to whitewater raft away from the fire, they go directly into it. That'd be one hell of a bad video game to play there. Whoa, human graves on the Fance Ranch. This has got to be the historical once existed but doesn't exist anymore ranch. And that's a graveyard, damn. Anyway, so we lost too many hotshot crews to ever repeat those mistakes, put them in a death trap, and just hope that they don't get overrun by changing conditions. No. So he said that they've been lighting the landscape on fire with helicopters and stuff, and they're fighting fire with fire over there. And it's bad. This whole no roads thing is bad. So, and these campgrounds and such mostly are not hike-ins. They're mostly from the rafters who come in off the river. I mean, sometimes people hike in and stuff, but I do believe that that's very possible. I mean, if it wasn't a vehicle or something, that it could have been people rafting, pulled up and lit a campfire or something, turned their back on it. It really could be a really innocent kind of origin for this fire, but we'll find out when they figure it out. So my big concerns for it is no longer for Agnes. I believe them that they did a bang up job with structure protection and with making some of their first black lines up here to protect the town of Agnes, because it's looking down the barrel of a gun. Agnes is here, fire southeast of it, and all of these canyons are wind tunnels. So it's a wind tunnel. It's like the barrel of a gun pointed at Agnes. She did an awesome job, looks like. I'll just believe them. I'm protecting stuff here. But they had the ability to do so because of the road access and whatnot, and fighting fire in wilderness, steep terrain like this, especially when there's standing dead trees all over the landscape, is nightmare mode, especially getting towards the Kalmiopsis wilderness, which, like, basically the law almost says you really can't have any roads, which is dumb. So Kalmiopsis wilderness is the most vulnerable place here, and it's just over the border here. Now, it has a lot of endangered species in it and a lot of unique habitat, and so this is a place where you need to keep mega fires out. This is a place that needs roads the most, fire access roads, not for like Joe Schmo, you and me, and the public, but just gates with only firefighters holding the keys. And, officials like park rangers and anti-poaching brigades, whatever. This is where you need roads, and this is where they're not allowed to be. So if you were to try to fight fire in the Kalmiopsis wilderness, it would fail just like last time. The Biscuit Fire in 2002. It basically failed and got just pretty much incinerated. We need to demand fire access roads in the wilderness. Just a quick stroke of the pen would change the law. Right now, environmental groups sue and chain themselves to trees and prevent road building in wilderness areas because the poorly worded and written 1963 Wilderness Act, I think it was, 63, said that defines a wilderness as a place pretty much undeveloped by man. And roads was used as an offhand example. Like, so they think that if a road appears for any reason in a wilderness, it'll be delisted and not protected anymore from development. The earth rapey kind, not the symbiotic kind, like observation centers and wildlife rehab centers and that kind of thing. Um, there's there's ways for the public to enjoy the wilderness without disturbing it, right? So they are scared. They have for the last 30, 40 years been trying to keep roads out of wilderness areas, thinking they'll be delisted and earth raped, right? So we just need to amend the Wilderness Act, saying roads don't matter, especially not fire access roads, so that this Twitch knee-jerk reaction that's very detrimental and causing these wildernesses to burn up, it just can be changed. I mean, now we're in an uphill battle now where a lot of environmentalists have been kind of brainwashed by the environmental groups that roads are bad and always lead to development. And that's just not real. It's not true. But nevertheless, we're in an uphill battle against this. There's even a movement right now to strengthen the fact that roads can't be built in wilderness and like make that a law. That cannot go to the president. He'll probably mindlessly sign it, and that'll be the doom. We'll lose all the wilderness eventually. These are all ready to burn. There's just the only thing that can stop a mega fire is allowing fire crews to access it while it's small and stop it while it's small. You can't just fight a fire by the air. It's just like you can't police New York City from the air. You have all kinds of spy drones or police firefighting. I mean, police like in dystopian movies, like blimps that have surveillance on the public, but you can't police a city by the air. You can't defeat a fire by the air either. So right now it's unstaffed, and they're just dropping ping pong balls and incendiary ping pong balls and swinging around an incendiary helicopter to try to light the landscape on fire in front of the approaching fire, so it's less intense when it gets to this area. And that's all they can do. So unless you want to see this being swung around in the areas where there's endangered species, most plants and wildlife, then what you want to do is before roads and little helicopter pads. If there were just a couple of innocent helicopter pads on the mountaintops, then they could put hot shots in there. They could parachute. They could drop off hot shots by helicopter, and they could parachute in smoke jumpers, and they'd have a way to evacuate them if the S hit the fan. So you could do minimal stuff like this, just in strategical areas, and it will make all the difference. So the other part that worries me the most is down here to the southwest. Now, and this fire is pushing for the coast. Winds come out of the mountains and push down towards the coast, and you got two vulnerable communities. You got the Pistol River communities at the end down here. It's not really big, but you still have some human habitation. And if it went over a couple of ridges, it'd be in the Chetco River drainage, and it would threaten Brookings ultimately, which is the biggest town now under threat. And this Chetco River here is no joke. It's got some serious winds that come off it. Brookings has had major historical fire disasters before. I'm less concerned about Gold Beach. Gold Beach, up here, furthermost north town that's threatened other than Agnes. For Gold Beach to be threatened, the fire would have to jump over several ridges. But they've done a really good job stopping it right here because there's roads. See? Roads. And they did a good job stopping right here at Wild Horse Prairie and Wild Horse Fire Lookout Tower. We were worried that if it jumped here, went down into this Rogue River drainage, that the wind tunnel effect would blow the fire down the Rogue River to Gold Beach. Which is pretty vulnerable because not only everywhere on the the coast from Gold Beach down to Brookings, there's these horrible infestations of Scotch broom and other very flammable weeds. And it did start a major historical fire. One of these towns nearly burned to the ground. I think it was Brookings in the 30s. Because the Pacific Ocean can come up with some crazy winds, and the winds coming off the mountains pushing it towards the beach can be kind of crazy too sometimes. So that's what we're worried about the flat fire. They just need time to get a hold of it, but every single day that goes by of this dry weather without any damn rain is another day that the vegetation's even drier. And it's a day closer to our next big windstorm. That could explode the flat fire into monstrous proportions, especially into the Kalmiopsis wilderness and Biscuit Fire Burn Scar, where there's dead trees all over the landscape. That would be pretty bad. Almost no road access. That would be really, 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 really bad. Now, if they peel away crews to go to other fires first, perfect storm, then a windstorm happens here, yeah, there's still a potential for some major beep happening here. So far, like I said, we're getting pretty lucky with the weather. Unlucky that we don't have rain, but pretty lucky we don't have any fierce wind yet. That can change. Coast range in this area of northwestern California and southwestern Oregon get a lot of lightning strikes every single August. So we're still keeping a wary eye on that one. I'm proud of what they're doing. This is a nightmare terrain to work in, nightmare conditions. They've done pretty good. But I would like to see 3,000 people on this fire, and so far, they still have less than 1,000. They've got, 900 something people. Me and John Bruno don't like that. JB said, yeah, I think they should have a couple thousand too. So they're already understaffed for what this is, even though there's nothing else major going on except for the Bedrock. God knows. I don't know why they understaffed so bad. The Newell Road fire, and why within 3 hours there weren't a whole bunch of engines roaring everywhere from Portland, Salem, and even Olympia, Washington, and Yakima on the scene. But we watched that whole thing get gigantic just because they had less than 50 people working on the damn fire for days in a row. They didn't have enough water trucks. The breakdown of one water truck allowed the Newell Road fire to get out of hand. Many different opportunities. So don't ask me why the understaffing crap is happening. This is a crisis. We cannot expect these fires to be contained early, which is critical. If we send our fire crews out there with broken equipment and stuff that's missing, or missing essential tools, So, and flat fire current coverage will hopefully get some morning update stuff. I may be on in the morning a little bit just to watch some of these morning update videos, but my voice is messed up. This has taken longer than I thought for me to give a good analysis because the weather and stuff changing. So it's now 3:26 a.m. So end of flat fire. So I still have a wary, optimistic outlook on the flat fire, but don't turn your back on that ocean is my advice. Okay, so chat hasn't been active for a bit. Hit the like button too, by the way, if you haven't so far, and put something in chat, even if it's like I like elephants. That will actually help the algorithm. Introduce yourself, say where you're listening from, Nevada County in the house, whatever it is, it's fine. Let me know if you're sleeping. Okay, the no-name fire. So at 3 hours, so no-name fire. This is the last one we're covering. This is a bit of an oddity. It's 550 acres, California. What? Inyo County, on the Inyo County line. Yeah, a lot of people have never even heard of Inyo County. It's one of the godforsaken elbow armpits of the world, really. I'm kidding. It's a hot, dry, extremely abandoned. Lots of ghost towns out here. So it's where you put things like naval warfare centers and stuff. China Lake. What lake? Willing to bet China Lake's just a town. Hey, big dog, how are you? I like bull elk. Thanks. I do too. I like bull elk. I like bull elephants, and I cannot lie. Good to see you. The dog just woke up. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you referencing yourself? I just now got that joke then, if so. So there's a lot of mining and stuff, borax mining and stuff back in the day, but there's a lot of ghost towns. There's a lot of history, but this is one of the driest spots on Earth and hot as hell. Hellish place to fight a fire. That's what I meant by that, by an armpit. Not like to insult the residents of Inyo County, but I mean like, oh God, what are we doing here? As you know, firefighters that might come from a lush area like the Appalachians or something. This is brutality. This is one of the most brutal places to work, and so when all these mining towns and such collapsed, like people just left. This is the kind of place where they left everything they couldn't pack and didn't go back for it because it would have just been so brutal to go back and retrieve your belongings. Those kind of ghost towns. Bodie-esque. Sand Canyon Road. So, smoke is lessened significantly on cameras, and we got a camera. Oh man, is this a rotator as well? It's a rotator. So we got some city lights. Now, I don't know what there is to burn, is my point about this area. Sagey, brushy stuff, tumbleweed stuff. Now, these are flashy fuels. They burn hot, bright, dark smoke, run around hills, run really fast. But really, the landscape needs this kind of fuel. I mean, this kind of fire is natural. Should probably control burn this more often if they want to prevent this kind of stuff. Just make some good fire lines and control burn them like a checkerboard every so often. You don't even need to burn the entire thing, but if you do a checkerboard pattern, you know, minimize smoke pollution and stuff, right? That means that whenever fires do take hold, they'll probably burn in a square and stop. You know what I'm saying? Now this is an odd rotation. Let me just try to get a different cam. El Paso 1 or 2. El Paso 1. Which one's looking in the general direction? Okay, this one is. So if we did a 6-hour time lapse when we see a fire, got some aliens. Just kidding, that's the stars. I don't think we really have good eyes on this. Bird Springs. It's looking the wrong way right now. Is it a rotator? Nah. We did a quick time lapse. It's not rotating. It's just looking in the wrong direction. All right, Bird Springs 2. Looking sort of the general correct direction. It's rotating. Well, what's the one that Watch Duty recommended? The Cam Console. El Paso 2. The damn thing rotated. All right, we don't have good eyes on it. It's getting frustrating. Now, Inyo County definitely can use a couple more of these cams. Which one of these might be looking in the correct direction? Bald Mountain Sequoia 2. Too distant. Oh, it's a fire lookout though. How neat is that? All right, let's just do a quick assessment here. Now let's go back to the start. 16 hours ago, just before noon on the 5th, units were en route to a vegetation fire with significant smoke showing on cameras. The fire's 20 acres. Previous radio traffic said fire was in moderate fuel with a moderate rate of spread, but the winds are fairly calm. For radio traffic, air attack has the fire at 50 to 70 acres. Yes, we are going to look at Oregon's weather. I didn't forget. We're going to go back and look, see how it might affect the flat fire and whatnot. But I just want to quickly cover this guy. Fire Eyes or Furious, which is like military drone stuff, mapped a fire at 125.8 acres. Perimeter shown above. Now this is right on a road. I imagine point of origin was this River Bottoms area. Because it looks like, if I had to guess, an east wind blew it to the west and it just spread out, climbing and stuff. Because I cannot imagine it happening a different way. Remember, these canyons are wind tunnels, and fire likes to climb. And so when wind's blowing fiercely, you get the most narrow-necked, patterns of spread. And they stopped it from climbing up the hill here at this road, which is great. That's what roads do for you. Or it stopped by itself. That's another thing. Sometimes fire will stop by itself, reaching barriers like roads. Especially if there's not that much brush. It's kind of sparse or it's rocky. I mean, that's another thing that could have happened here. Just hit a rocky outcropping and then a road and stopped. Especially if this was against the wind or something. Now we could check it out with Caltopo. Now I'm curious. These heat signatures will show us the way. Oh, it's even labeled the no-name fire. So, Forest Service map does not apply. If outdoors is not that good, scan topos. All right. Put fire activity back on. What do we have here? A siphon tunnel. Los Angeles Aqueduct. They used to dynamite those things, the angry populace. See the movie Chinatown. Oh, and by the way, Smitty and friends, when we were the last major Southern California wildfire we were looking at a couple weeks ago. Crap, I forgot to turn on the camera. Don't mean to be a disembodied. There you go. I had this weird deja vu feeling when I was covering the last wildfire of significance. It was by that lake. I was like, I've never really been to Southern California much, but all this crap is familiar. What the tingle in the back of my mind was like, there's something familiar about this. Well, I do study disasters. I wanted to make a disaster YouTube channel that doesn't focus on the drama, but mostly on how do we prevent it, what went wrong, how can the public be aware of how these disasters happen so that they can press for change and good laws and recognize danger as they walk around, right? Like I'm trying to teach people to look at the forest and recognize good, bad, and the ugly, right? What is dangerous? So one of the disasters that happened that a lot of people don't know about is a major dam collapsed in Southern California and drowned hundreds of people. Not all the bodies were ever recovered, and it happened in modern times. You ever heard of Mulholland Drive? Maybe hear his name in movies like Chinatown, Jack Nicholson. Slow movie, but at the end you're like, oh my God. That kind of horror. The water wars of California were a real big deal. And so they stole water from farmers in places like Inyo County and other counties and gave it to LA so that LA could expand beyond its natural means of producing its own water. It was basically a conspiracy, a proven conspiracy. A conspiracy is defined as a group of one or more people that have a nefarious plan, like to harm some people for their own gain. or for their own side's gain, right? So yes, they were harming other counties and other states and funneling water to LA so that LA County itself could grow. They were using BS examples of like, oh yeah, this is for irrigation and stuff. Not really. They're going to make a megatropolis in a desert area that couldn't support one. So back in the day, the LA aqueduct is not like a Roman aqueduct. It's mostly a bunch of tunnels. In fact, most Roman aqueducts are just tunnels too, put at a certain angle so that water just naturally is gravity fed. It doesn't flow too fast, doesn't flow too slowly. And natural gravity, no pumping, no electricity, will take water from long distances to another. Now the Romans didn't know much about siphon type technology. They had some of that technology. They tended to bridge a canyon with, your traditional Roman aqueduct that you see up stone. The best surviving examples are in Spain, that sort of thing, right? Like the Segovia Aqueduct. Now, the Romans did that, but in the United States, we don't really do that. So we use technology of tapering pipes, which the Minoans knew about in the early Bronze Age, Europe's first civilization. They had running water in the third story of their palaces in places like Crete. And you won't see that again in Europe until the Victorian era. It's a very, very simple concept. You can make, without electricity or pumps, you can make water flow up against force of gravity with one simple trick. Can we make this a meme? Like, if I were to make a meme out of this, it would be, water hates this. One simple trick. Make it flow against gravity. Try this tonight. Right? So instead of building this big aqueduct thing, like a bridge, you narrow the piping as it goes. First of all, it wants to plunge downstream, right? So gravity is going to make the water plunge downhill. But to go uphill, you narrow the pipe uphill. And then the pressure from water going into a narrower pipe will force it up against gravity up the next one. Widen the pipe, allow more water to go down, plunge down the other side, and there you have it. Some of these are underground, some of them are not. Yeah, it looks like they're underground. So like here you can't see it, right? The LA Aqueduct. There you can. There the pipe is exposed. Now a lot of it's underground because of angry farmers and stuff who are seeing their land dried up. And just angry other communities. They're dynamiting these. There's literal water wars going on in the 30s. But the Mulholland guy was the guy. Some people praise him as the father of LA, and all there's statues to him and stuff. In reality, he was just like an evil architect, screwing some people to make LA flourish, and screwing more people than he was benefiting. Now he was arrogant and egotistical. And he was the kind of person where like, hey, I'm the celebrated hero genius of LA County. How dare you say my blueprints are bad, right? So he was in charge of putting up a dam. And so the one day that we were looking at one of those fires a couple of weeks ago was one canyon over from where a dam used to be that failed and drowned people from that location all the way to Ventura. Washed a lot of the bodies out to sea, picked up homes off their foundations, killed a lot of kids. The dam broke it just before midnight, so nobody had much of a warning. What was that dam called? I can't remember. The dam disaster, California. California's had several, but St. Francis. The St. Francis Dam disaster. So this is a photo from the day or day before it failed. See the weeping and the water. I mean, it's leaking, in plain view. all the townspeople came up and they grabbed Mulholland and they said, "Look, you've got to look, see what, tell us what we're seeing is okay or not. Just should we be evacuating or not? What's going on?" He looked at this and goes, "It's fine." What the hell? How dare you question my genius, kind of a deal. And it failed that night, and hundreds of people are dead. 7 bodies never found. A bunch of towns downstream washed off the face of the earth. Blah blah blah. There was a power station that was manned. Here's what was left of the dam afterwards. There's a power station that was manned and a very robust building, and even that thing was obliterated. It's concrete too. When your concrete dam is weeping and creaking and slipping, you know something terrible's going wrong. And there were some obvious warning signs. The dam wasn't even meant to hold this much water, but they didn't do much math, but they made it higher so it could. They ignored the fact there were active fault lines in this valley and that some of the rocks on one side of the valley didn't match rocks on the other side because they kind of batched together. They due to the faulty earth, but it wasn't one smooth, solid bedrock chain. It was where the geologic paths, two distant points smashed into each other, and it's very unstable, cracked up rock, right? One side a bit more stable than the other. A terrible place to build a dam. Just unstable earth in general, blah, blah, blah. So I was hoping they'd show the powerhouse. It got obliterated. It's just, yeah, the immense power. This is the powerhouse. It was downstream, and not many survived down there. This was it afterwards. Like, where's the powerhouse? There's the generators. Like a concrete or stone or whatever building just completely obliterated. And that's pretty robust. You'd think maybe you could get on the roof of that and survive. No. Nope. The power here is just unimaginable. Anyway, so St. Francis Dam was in Francis Canyon, whatever, and so this just made me think about this because we're in a sort of the same region. They've got, I think it's here that there was a wildfire before that we were tracking, and it was this like Isabella. Let's put on fire history. It was somewhat recent, just weeks ago. Oh god. You remember it was the one on the peninsula, and I was trying very hard to figure out if something historical was on fire. I don't know, it was like Isabella. I wish you could minimize fire activity to just like what was weeks ago, you know? I don't think we can. But then Francis Canyon. Let's turn off global imagery. And the shaded relief. Not much of the shaded relief. Where is Francis Canyon? That's easier to California. That's not it. It's definitely not in the Bay Area. Let me see what canyon it is. Oh yeah, right here. Castaic Junction. Yeah, that was a highway under construction and was just washed away. This was Castaic, California. I think it's Castaic Reservoir. Yep. All right, we were a few weeks ago covering this, and I was like, yeah, I was up on this peninsula right here. I was trying to figure out if they were. Let's see if our history. It's not even showing. I guess it wasn't considered that important to put on fire history, but boy, we were covering it. It burned from this area down to the water line, essentially. And I was like, what? Where have I seen these aerial photos before? And that's because hop over here. San Francisco Canyon. That's right, San Francisco. Where it says San Francisco Powerhouse. Remember? Power plant 2. Or the dam collapse. So the dam location was it dammed this canyon. And look what's running by the Los Angeles Aqueduct Tunnel. Right next to this China. This no-name fire is by China what now? China. Oh, that's an interesting area. That looks like a big mine. China Lake. So is Chinatown really about Chinatown? Right? The movie? Planting little seeds. See the movie. Anyway, it seems like everybody in California should know about this gigantic dam collapse, but very few people do. It was swept under the rug, but supposedly it made, since he survived it, Mr. Mulholland became a broken man, and there's all these documentaries that like, poor guy, you know. You know what? He could have saved lives. He could have said, let's evacuate and I'll assess this tomorrow and let's watch it. His arrogance resulted in the deaths of hundreds. And so nobody is currently feeling sad for the guy who went down in that Titanic submarine and got a couple of people killed with him, right? Why the hell do people have sympathy for this Mulholland guy? Oh, he was a broken man. Oh, yeah, he should have been. You don't deserve happiness after you've done this. You deserve jail time, but he didn't get any jail time. Because the elite and people who scratch the backs of the elite are not, they can kill hundreds of people and get away with it. You and I can't. But this is where it all happened here. The San Francisco Dam collapsed and the water spilled all the way down this entire canyon. There were a lot of other communities. Spilled down this way, slaps right into here. Castaic Junction destroys the highway that was under construction. I don't know how much down here was flooded at the time, but there were communities down here, and it went down this area. Santa Clara River flooded all this, made its way to the ocean by Ventura. A lot of people in the way. Further away, the more warning they got. But like, this is midnight. There's no air raid sirens or anything. So it was the heroic actions of a bunch of back then, the telephone operators could dial somebody's house and make it ring, you know, the switchboard operators, and they manually connected the lines, you know, lady switchboard operators of yesteryear. You know, they did this to connect you. You didn't dial directly. You cranked the phone or you dialed 0, and they said, which number, please? And you said a phone number you're trying to reach, and they literally took your line and they plugged it into the jack for that other person's phone number. I mean, that's why telephones are so damn expensive back in the day. You think cell phone minutes were bad in the 90s? Like, making a phone call was a big, expensive endeavor. It was all manually done. So heroic women like this, and some men worked doing this job too, but mostly the women frantically called people downstream and police stations and warned them, you know. And some people on motorcycle cops like floored it and did Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, you know, and like kind of like a, what do you call that? Paul Revere. The flood is coming. The flood is coming. Not the redcoats. The flood is coming. So there's a lot of heroes in that story. It's a really good one. I want to make a documentary about it, but because I'd already studied it and it's really not in the forefront of everybody's consciousness, it should be. But I get pissed off whenever Mulholland is this big arrogant jerk who caused mass death. I could plainly see that his dam was about to collapse. I mean, it was people who were illiterate could see the dam was about to collapse. And had been having trouble for weeks. I mean, for God's sake. Look at it. It's leaking. Err on the side of caution. Err on the side of saving lives, but you know. So, this Castaic reservoir thing is the replacement. This Castaic Lake thing. You go to old historic maps here. You can do a historic layer. You can see when it didn't exist. And I was doing this when we were trying to figure out if historic structures were threatened by that fire a couple of weeks ago. And I should have done it over here, where the dam was, San Francisco Canyon and the dam. San Francisco Canyon. This one is too old. It would be 1915, 1945. We still don't see the dam. Another time we can explore this. Because it's just a random map somewhere between 1950 and 1945. It could be from before or after the dam. But I have different ways of looking at different maps, U.S. Geological Survey and stuff. And that's for another time. It's 15 people watching now. I'm going to go to bed. It's now 4 in the morning. Man, I really need to get better at summary. I swear to God. See, I have a dilemma for covering these fires. Like, I could just take the 3 hours right now, and I could look at this for 3 hours. Hey, Richard John, you're very welcome. Richard John says, thank you for providing the service. You're very welcome. And thank you guys who keep me on the air with your donations. The pinned comment has the PayPal. And thank you, everybody who even hit the like button, who shares it with your social media. And thanks for commenting, and thanks for helping me crowdsource this info to help you. You guys are a team. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone. I could do this all on my own. It would take me this long, for the most part, to get this information all gathered up in my head, to watch all these videos, and then to think about what to say. It's almost like you have to script write. Because when you're actually filming and you see recording on, you know, like right now, I forget all the time I'm being recorded. I'm just here talking to you. It's live, right? In some ways, that's easier than making a pre-recorded video. When you're doing a pre-recorded video and you're trying to say what you've written down on your script, on your notebook, you know, then you start messing up the lines. You want to just cut and refilm, you know. This takes forever. And when you see recording, you're trying to form a thought, there's this pressure on you to, oh, it's still recording. We just had dead air, and this is going to be a bad video. And then that dominates your thoughts, and you're like, oh, wait, I should have just kept talking. So doing pre-recorded videos could be pretty hard. So people are like, oh, why don't you just do your own research real quick and then do a 15-minute summary? And no, that's a lot harder than that sounds. If I cut the recording, I have to load all of the recording into a video editing software and piece it back together. Otherwise, it's like 5 or 6 YouTube videos for the same 15-minute subject. So you either have to do a 15-minute take that's perfect or near perfect. That's extremely difficult to do. I admire the people who can do that. Or you have to do a whole bunch of complicated video editing. That takes longer than the 3 hours for me to just look at the situation and comment as I see it. Right? Now, I think the timestamp idea is best, where I just, after the video is done, try to make chapters. and explain what the subject is, and then people can skip around. Now, I could do a different format where I could ignore chat at the very beginning, do the basic roundup of videos, but it's not really happening. I always have some extra thing to say at the time that I see it, because I can't stop the video and just write down, okay, later, I want to talk about culverts and how they're such a great shelter. No, I just kind of want to talk about it when I see it real quick, you know. So this is a difficult thing. This is a difficult kind of stream. It's hard mode. It isn't easy. Try it and try it. Find out how difficult this is. I also want people to be live, and I want to respond to them live. The people listening are either the most interested or the most affected. So you are my audience, right? Richard John says, I recognize your name too. I don't remember where you're from or right off the top of my head, but I recognize you. So welcome back. As you present the info in a rational, calm way is very beneficial. Thank you. But I'm dependent on you guys to share, because that's what exactly is running against me. I'm a soother. Okay, I'm not a fear-monger. I do plenty of scary warnings. The difference, though, between fear-mongering and a warning is a warning prevents disaster if people listen. Fear-mongering creates a disaster by creating an atmosphere of fear, and it's nefarious. It is exploitive. It's against the public. Fear-mongering is like, say, what yellow journalism is. It's to sell papers, to get likes, you know, to get money, to get more monetized video stuff. It's, you know, to cheat, to leapfrog ahead of people with a more mature, truthful message, right? I mean, I've seen a couple of other, I'm not going to name them, wildfire tracking. I'm not even going to say that. It's not really wildfire tracking. It's wildfire up coverage. We're completely uneducated. Let's just say that. I'm being very nice right now. I have some choice words, but I'm going to be very nice right now. Some people on YouTube talking about wildfires are just creating an atmosphere of fear, and they've got a hell of a lot more subscribers than I do, because fear sells. Human nature has programmed us to take fear messages seriously, instantly, and believe them more often than a message of calm reassurance, because it's just obvious. Somebody yells danger, somebody over there's got a weapon. I mean, they could be totally nuts. They could be lying. But if they're not lying, serious consequence for you, right? So we are programmed to take, especially when we first hear about it, any danger message at face value and react to it in a fearful manner, such as click. You know, the first thing that people would do is look, like, is that true? Like, I don't see the guy with the weapon over there. And then run would be the secondary reaction. I mean, some people would just start running and just be like, oh, I'm not even going to stop to look, right? The next human reaction, though, is kind of verify by clicking and looking, right? And that's all the algorithm wants, is a whole bunch of people that wants to click and look, even if they don't even stick around for the message. It's an automated process, and so these people go straight to the top. People with the most subs, the most views, the most clicks, the most chat activity, they go straight to the top. So I'm demoted. I'm stuck around 6,000 subscribers, even though I had like 9 something before during the Culvert fire. I'm also penalized by the fact that I totally understand when people want to unsub something like this. If you're fire traumatized, you may never want to hear about fire ever again in your entire life. So a lot of people, like thousands, will subscribe if there's a major fire, then thousands will drop off. But the YouTube algorithm thinks that the only reason thousands of people would unsub in a day or a couple of weeks is because you offended them and your channel sucks now and people hate it. So YouTube is there automatically with this algorithm to not give people the content they want and they look for and like, to put in front of you the content that is already trending, to make what's already popular more popular. Unfortunately, that's going to be the fear-mongers, the jerks. And even if I can't tell, some of these wildfire channels are run by mentally ill people. The ones speculating that, like lava is. One was speculating that Dixie Fire was caused by Mount Lassen's lava coming up from underground. Like, that's the most bat beep crazy, stupid stuff. Like, there is no way lava can even come near the surface without every geologist on the face of the planet noticing the earthquake swarm of it. It's got a really unmistakable signature. A magmatic earthquakes swarm is pretty dang easy to recognize these days. So I don't know if it's mental illness, like a sort of a paranoia. They are hiding it from you. There's lava beneath your feet. It's starting wildfires from the ground up. It's the tree roots catching lava. Like, I got a big tough job to just try to reassure some of the people that get convinced by these other streamers of this kind of complete nonsense. A lot of times people are young, uneducated, foreigners, or mentally ill. You really never know who's watching, but I don't know if these other streamers are mentally ill themselves and have paranoid thoughts and they're honest in their speculation, or if they're absolute charlatans who are fear-mongering and taking advantage of people without education, taking advantage of youth, taking advantage of the ignorant, and fear-mongering to hell for their own spotlight, for their own channel, for their own subs. They have the scariest headlines. So that's what we're up against. I could be extremely exciting. I know how to be. I could rivet you to your seat. I'm an award-winning writer. I can bang out a script that will emotionally grip you. I could show you heartbreaking photos. I could show you the most intense wildfire action of homes being destroyed, of people fleeing for their lives. I could show you images of me crying in front of burned out homes, like my own brothers. I have footage of myself. I can show you dead animals. I could show you deer with half their faces burned off that I tried to feed and give water to after the Caldor. I could show you all kinds of exciting, gripping images and get thousands of subscribers immediately. And I can also do a lot of harm to people watching this channel who are already traumatized by fire. I could scare the living daylights out of people. I could tell the stories of the people who are totally screwed and had no escape and what happened to them minute by minute. Things like Paradise. I could show gruesome images. I could make thumbnails of gruesome images. I could do all that. I will not. Because that's not what I want to do. I want to help people. Twitter, I will show all kinds of, everything goes on Twitter. And that's why I warn people about my Twitter channel is I'll take these gripping images and homes burning down and whatever from journalists, because I will show the full picture on Twitter, but not here. I want people who are evacuated and don't know if their livestock is alive, they don't know if their pet is alive at home. I am not going to show them their own homes burning down as it happens. So this isn't that exciting. So we got an uphill battle. So you have no idea how important it's going to be. People will search for, say, the no-name fire. They will search for the flat fire. They will see everybody else's channel that has more subs than mine come up first. Because I'm the boring one. Because I only have 6,000 subs. I don't have, well, sometimes I do have pretty gripping thumbnails. but it's not going to be the gripping thumbnail of, you know, the deer with his face burned off, or something gruesome, or a house burning down. You know, it's not. It's just not going to be. I try to minimize that. So you have no idea. Most people find out about the channel through word of mouth, and mostly through social media clicks. The vast majority of people are viewing this content on their cell phones. Text the link to people you think might benefit from this information. Text. I don't think the no-name fire is of consequence, by the way. I'm kind of just looking at this kind of rocky mountain thing. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I mean, we'll figure this out tomorrow, but it's not like there's a neighborhood in the way. You know what I'm saying? And we don't have eyes on it, so there's nothing really to say about it anymore. But if I am saying that there's a warning, I am dead serious about it, and I've already weighed the pros and cons of voicing my concern to the public. There's a lot that I don't say to the public that is in the back of my head. If I think, oh man, that looks like arson, I'm going to freaking confirm my suspicions and have, you know, some research and some reason to tell the public before I ever say that word. I will never inject more fear than people already have. Fear is the enemy of reason. Fear gets us to do stupid things. Fear is how others control us. And fear is how you get paralyzed. And fear is what makes smart people stupid. Fear and hate are the two things that do that. So beware anybody trying to get you riled up and get you excited. In fact, the first thing to do with people who won't evacuate is reassure them. They're actually paralyzed by fear. Even if they can't even feel the fear, that's fear's effect. If your mind is overwhelmed by fear, you will suddenly stop feeling it like that. It's a weird psychological thing, but I've experienced it. I mean, I was once on a road that was completely iced over. We couldn't pull over. We'd freeze to death. It was a mountain pass type thing. Our car just kept sliding around. And we needed to make it out of that mountain pass. This is a truncated story here, but we had to make it out of that mountain pass, or we'd just be buried in snow. There was no help. But occasionally there's trucks, like semi-trucks, go in the opposite direction, and, you know, trucks with chains on them and snowplows and stuff. So every once in a while, I was a passenger. The car that I was riding in would hit black ice, and we would be facing the opposite car, the headlights of the opposite car, nearly head-on colliding with it. My driver would try to wrestle control back and steering back, and once the steering came back, she'd get back into our lane. And several times we almost did head-on collisions at frightening speeds, like we would be dead. And the terror was so great, and I was not in control, that I suddenly found myself laughing. It was hysterical laughter. Hysterical means something that doesn't make sense, right? Hysteria was the old word for anxiety. So, by the way, don't ever think that female hysteria is a bad thing against women. Like there's this crap going around on the internet saying that doctors wrote women's concern off as female hysteria and dismissed them. No. Female anxiety is a major, major problem. Women are much more likely to suffer anxiety than men are, in general anxiety disorders. But hysteria was just the old word for anxiety. So it was a good diagnosis. It was a proper diagnosis. It is not something the doctors dismissed. They thought it was serious. So I went into hysterical laughter, the laughter that anxiety produces, and I suddenly realized I'm not scared anymore. I was amused. Fear was gone. It's because my mind couldn't handle anymore, so it got shut off. Now, it doesn't always work like this. In fact, the driver was annoyed and said, "Why the hell are you laughing?" And I said, "I don't know. This is a scary situation. I don't know why I am laughing, but I can't stop. We almost died. We almost died. We might die. Oh my God." I could not stop myself. It was insane. But when you get to maximum fear, like a gigantic wildfire is coming and you really don't know what to do. Those are the people who say I'm staying and the threat's not big. So you cannot introduce new fear and try to persuade them. That's why I try to tell people, look, you have got to reassure the people who don't want to leave. Reassure them that they have options. Give them a little bit of information about wildfires and how they spread and what's likely to happen next due to the weather. In fact, we almost forgot the weather. I'm sorry, friends, I'm babbling and I forgot the weather. We were going to check it. Give them information so they can engage their brain and think think logically about it. The more control that they think they have, the more information they think they have about the situation, the more empowered they feel, and the less fear is going to overwhelm them, and the more they can feel like they have a set of options to choose from. Fear is the enemy, truly. Never tell somebody who is refusing to evacuate, you gotta go or you're gonna die. Oh boy, that makes it worse. But you understand people a little bit, and you can do what we do, which is convince people to leave. Give them their options and say, look, nobody can make you leave. You're in control. Okay, so at 4:14 a.m., finish my spiel about fear and then channel subs. Okay, and then we'll do the weather now. What is the weather in store for us? Now, there's some really good Oregon weather. California, I'm not saying California is not important right now. Doesn't have a lot going on right now. August is lightning season, and usually up from the south to the north is where these lightning storms come from. But we saw a freak weirdo storm coming in from the east yesterday, and it rolled across the Walla Walla area, headed for Olympia. And that's because Oregon had ridges of high pressure on it. Hey, Cheryl, how are you? Major says, you're right, your channel spreads word of mouth. Yep. So majority of the way people find the channel is through social media. I remember I went from having 16 viewers to an average of 600 after one person put a post on a Bay Area channel in 2020 and said, there's a lady covering these fires live on YouTube. Check her out. It was like really short like that and had the link to my channel, and everybody from the Bay Area just boom, by the thousands came tumbling in. It was like, wow, Sherlock Jones showed me the importance of social media marketing. I'm not marketing myself. I don't have any damn time. It's up to you guys to do that, really. I forget to even tweet that I'm live, right? So what we're going to do is voice to text is a fail for me. N6GML. They focus on the aftermath, and you focus on preventing injury and saving lives. Thank you. You are at the forefront of the information. Thank you. Richard John says, you said it well, your message is not exploited. Even when you need to sound alarm, be encouraged. You are the messenger. That's what I try to do. Thank you. And pat me on the head. I've just now spoken at great pain, at length now. Because I don't think an hour would have done these fires justice. I don't think an hour is enough to give people the full awareness of the potential of what can still happen. I don't think an hour was enough. This is now my 4.5 hour. I got some timestamps. But I really need to stop talking or my voice is going to be shot. So let's look at what the weather has in store for us. Now, Coin 6 News has good weather. Fox 12 Oregon has better. And I'm hoping they'll just allow us to check out their weather. Oh, by the way, this is totally evil. There's something bad going on at Multnomah Falls, east of Portland. This is one of the most visited waterfalls in the country. Not only was there a suspicious fire there a bit ago, like days ago, that's traumatic considering what happened with the Eagle Creek fire years ago and burned down most of the gorge. But some jerk has been spreading off this extremely steep trail fake $100 bills that look real from a distance. And it looks like their aim is to get people to dangerously dangle off, you see that steep cliff there? To try to get these $100 bills in the bushes that are fake. He's trying to get people killed, he or she, whoever this sick person is. Now, somebody fell to their death about 2 weeks ago off the Multnomah Falls Trail. It goes very high up. And that's just the first start of the trail where the bridge is. It goes up a couple thousand feet, like 8,000 feet, something like that. 1,000 something. So, that's just disgusting. Now I wonder, did the person who fell to their death a couple of weeks ago, were the $100 bills there in the first place? Like, did that have something to do with it? Or did this give a sick person an idea? Sick people are out there. Now, first alert weather. I love Fox 12 Oregon weather. I was in their commercial. So, Saturday.
Speaking of wine country, would have been a beautiful day. I mean, a little overcast, right? A little cloudy, but still very, very nice to do anything outdoors. This is what it looks like from our Willamette Valley Vineyards camera. This is in Turner. It's 80 degrees there. Definitely looks like mostly cloudy skies there. Very gray along the coast. Man, that marine layer super thick out in Seaside. This is our Shiloh Inns camera. Of course, cooler along the coast. It's 65 degrees there. That's not stopping people from enjoying it, though. Lots of folks on the beach. Let's take a look at our current temperatures. So today was kind of a weird day. Started really cloudy and warm and kind of muggy, and we were kind of slow to climb in temperatures here in Portland, finally popping up a little bit early this evening because we had some clearing. So we're sitting at 84 degrees, warmer to the south, more sunshine there around Eugene's. They're in the upper 80s, Roseburg in the low 90s, and temperatures in the 60s along the coast. So certainly a cooler day out there than it was yesterday. And then east of the mountains, pretty mild temperatures. We're still seeing some scattered showers and thunderstorms in that region. We'll take a look at the radar here in a minute. So that's why it's been cooler out there. But if you take a look at our high temperatures in Portland the last couple of weeks, we were fairly warm, early on in the week. We were hovering around 90 degrees Tuesday through Thursday, but then we got this cloud cover, this additional moisture nearby, dropped us back into the mid 80s. So basically, here's what's happening. We've got this big, broad, upper level low pressure system that's kind of just sitting on top of northern Oregon, southern Washington. Got this big counterclockwise flow here, and that's what's pushing all the cloud cover, the scattered showers, and creating instability in the atmosphere for thunderstorms. So that's what's going on in our region. And speaking of thunderstorms, saw a few of those east of the mountains today. You can see the flashes of lightning there south and east of Bend.
I'm sorry, what? Did she say a few? That's not a few. That's blazing right there near Bend. Holy crap, rewind.
For thunderstorms. So that's what's going on in our region. And speaking of thunderstorms, saw a few of those east of the mountains today.
Oh my God. Just how many lightning strikes is that? Jeez. Okay, so this was Saturday. This is their evening weather forecast. My God.
You can see the flashes of lightning there south and east of Bend. We can zoom in and see where those cells are right now. So yeah, still, pretty far east of Bend and Lapine right now, and kind of trekking northeast. Okay, so how much humidity are we talking here? Because we're pulling this moisture from the Great Basin, that is definitely driving our dew points up. They were hovering around 60 degrees this morning and most of the afternoon. So that's kind of right on the line for us in Portland, kind of borderline humid. And I think part of the reason it was so noticeable today is because it's just been so dry. So it definitely felt a little muggier out there. And until that low pressure system starts to push a little further east, we're going to continue to see kind of higher dew points. Tomorrow morning, a cloudy start. We could see some drizzle chances here around the Portland metro area. And let's take a look at that 7-day forecast. Thankfully, we keep lowering our temperatures for this weekend. So we're thinking mid 80s once again for tomorrow, partly cloudy skies. Monday will also be a very cloudy day. Temperatures still in the mid 80s. And we'll be fairly comfortable the rest of the work week with those high temperatures hovering in the low to mid 80s. We will start to heat up, though, Friday and Saturday. Pretty close to 90 degrees next weekend. Anna?
Summer continues. Thanks, Camilla.
Okay, whoops. Sorry about the flash of politics there. That's just Portland. Dang it. Dang it. Tell us about how this relates to fire. Arr. Okay, so I thought they'd do a more comprehensive statewide thing. Guess not. All right, let's just first of all, let's look at radar. My radar right now. Now, okay, so, there we go. Let's see what my radar's forecast is. And I may just read you off my cell phone. I may just read what NOAA weather has to say. Whoa, this is live. These lightning strikes are happening right now. East of Burns, going towards Ontario, Idaho. That's Idaho. We're actually right next to the Idaho border. I don't know. It's hard to see. Now, like I said, where high pressure is, I'm going to try to mark the screen again with this pen. It's all over the place. Until I get a third monitor, it's not going to it's not going to put. Oh yeah, it should actually. When I'm in full screen, yeah, it's going to put the pen where I want it. Okay, there's a high pressure. High is a shield. Wherever you see H on the map means that storm systems bounce off of it wherever they're coming from, right? Where they can't. Just I'm randomly drawing here, but you see the idea. The high pressure is a shield. Low pressure sucks in moisture, so it's low. Up there, I'm drawing because you can't see that big L. So you see the moisture moving through. Because this is a high pressure shield, you get this pretty unusual thing going on. You don't see that every day. And just like last night, these bands of moisture and thunderstorms are moving Yakima, and they were kind of going towards Olympia and Aberdeen yesterday. And it looks like they're going to make their way towards Portland and Astoria now. So I might get some of this. So this is light rain stuff. Nothing red, nothing pink. In fact, most of the green stuff is drizzly crap, and the blue is even drizzlier crap, like just spit, So let's zoom out a bit. Small craft advisories and high winds on California's coast. So let's hope we don't have a wildfire on California's coast, such as Santa Barbara and such. Now, damn, that's a lot of red flag stuff over there in Colorado and the Rockies. Hold on to your butts over there. So now we'll get a forecast if we put it on the forecast layer, which is the little cloud thing. This is an app for Windows, by the way, and I recommend it on your phone. It's my radar. Now it's one with this logo, not the other fakes, So the crosshair, if you can see that, is where we will get our forecast. So if we put it right here by where Eugene is, by this Bedrock Fire, we should get a forecast for Lowell. Like I said, Lowell is over here. I mean, but they really don't have weather stations in the middle of nowhere, which is the Willamette National Forest. Lowell is over there. That's got to be the nearest weather station. So bear in mind, this is not going to be all that accurate. It's 58 degrees now. It's going to be smoky. Sun rises at 6 in the morning. High of 75 today, 75, 78, 72, 79. Only on Saturdays are going to get in the 80s. And having a high of 88 next Monday, the 14th, yeah, that's pretty damn unusual for the peaks of the Cascades. It's usually pretty dang cool up in the mountains. So hold on to your butts. They need to scurry and work their butts off until as much as they can to get as much as they can done. Get these lines strengthened, especially up here, northeast section of the fire and the Bedrock Fire, before we get the high temperatures, wind forecast. Damn it! It's a different bug. I think I missed it. Or it fell on the floor. Could have been a different mosquito, but I don't miss mosquito. Okay. Checking my clothing. Did it fall on my clothing? I don't want it. Did a mosquito on me. Anyway. Okay. Where were we? Wind gusts. Yeah, we have almost a dead calm in the forecast for the Bedrock Fire, except for 15 to 16 mile an hour wind gusts. Now, mind you, this really technically is a forecast for the lowlands by Lowell. So add 10 miles an hour to the mountain peaks and some of the passes throughout the day. So that's generally my rule. Is even though it's saying wind gusts of only like 13, 16 miles an hour, it really could be more like 25 on the occasion, especially in the windier peaks and, like I said, those mountain passes. So, but man, we need more weather stations in the woods. Now, this hasn't changed much since we looked at it last night. Now, NOAA weather is going to give us a more comprehensive thing. This is like you just click buttons and you see. Oh, down here. Okay. Sorry. I moved it. Details. What? Whoops. Details. Winds light from the south-southwest for the rest of the night. Chance of precipitation is only 10%. Upcoming will be areas of smoke today. Skies partly cloudy, becoming mostly clear. Average temperature, or a high of 79. Winds 6 miles an hour from the west-southwest, changing to 9 miles an hour from the northwest. Chance of precipitation, 10%. So, humidity right now is 82. Yes. It's like 57 degrees right now. Yes. That's awesome. Fire will struggle in this dead calm type, almost no wind, dewy situation. There's got to be dew forming on the vegetation. That's good. That's good humidity recovery. But like I said, and like the weather forecast was, we've got to get temperatures up to the 90s by the next weekend. They better go and hustle and get this stuff done. Because hold on to your butts this weekend. I would like to have had a thunderstorm forecast. Like, where are these originating at the moment? And what's going on with the Pacific? Is something from the Pacific going to come in? I want a long-term forecast, and my radar is not really about that. It's kind of like giving you a visual on what's happening currently. That's its best use. So what I'm going to do right now, friends, is I'm going to go find the forecast on NOAA weather on my phone and read to you the outlook. Now, this one's by Pandemonium Software. NOAA weather, and I don't believe they have a Windows 10 app or anything. It's just everybody should have this on their phone because it'll give you the long-term, like what are they saying at NOAA? National Atmospheric Oceanic Administration, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I'm going to peck in, let's see, VIDA, VIDA, Oregon. That's about the closest we can get to the Bedrock Fire. You have an air quality alert, yeah. Sunday, August 6th. Sunny with a high near 87 today. Whoa. Wait. This is an elevation of 800 feet. That's quite different than the forecast here of 80 for VIDA. What? A 7-degree difference for the high? What? See how it says VIDA Oregon here? What? That's quite a discrepancy. Uh-huh. All right. good to have different sources. Sunny with a high near 87. But you know what? I think this fire is higher elevation in general, so it must be taking that into account where we're putting this crosshair. Yeah, you get higher up in elevation, and the temperature high of the day goes down to 78. So when I'm looking on my phone, the discrepancy must be because it's at the altitude of 800 feet. So if we edge on over to a lower altitude, it's probably going to say, yeah, our highs are getting higher and higher. Okay. Yeah, 85 over by Lowell. Okay. All right. So what is this altitude exactly? Let's cross-reference that with Caltopo real quick. Hang on, this is off screen. Yep. Now I got you, Mosquito. You're dead. Excuse me, guys. I have to go wash this dead insect off my hand. Now I found a breach in my containment lines. I found that while the screen is intact on the window, it doesn't fit the frame tight enough. I don't know what the hell to do about that, other than get out some tape. So I've been researching tape. You guys have any ideas for me? Tape that won't leave a crazy ass residue on the outside of my building and make me look ugly. I don't want my house to look ugly. I don't want at the end of the summer season to take it off and have it take off paint or anything. So far, my best idea is gaffer's tape. That's tape that doesn't leave residue. It's extremely expensive though. It's for use in movie sets. We have to tape stuff up like backdrops and stuff, and you can't leave residue, otherwise you have a big bill to pay wherever your filming location is, right? Like you rent a hotel room and you screwed it up. So gaffer's tape, it's expensive for that reason. It's like $25 a roll. But you gotta weigh that against bugs getting in the damn house. Getting West Nile or Zika or something. Thing is, it's my neighbors who are causing these mosquitoes. I am mosquito aware. Now, friends, spread the word. Most mosquito species cannot fly more than 75 feet away from where they are born. That's right. They are born in water. They cannot really fly more than 75 feet away from that water source where they are born. So if you have a mosquito around you, it came from a source of standing, stagnant water somewhere within your vicinity. You can go seek it out and destroy it. 99% of the time, it's people with those little trays where they water their plants. So just stretch your pantyhose over the dang thing, and you're good. Then set the flower pot back on it. Mosquitoes can't breed there. So even if a mosquito did bite you and they wanted to breed, because it's only the females that bite you, it's going to go fly as far away as it needs to find water and try to breed. It'll be far away from you. So you can eliminate all mosquitoes near you like that. This is how we got rid of malaria from the United States in the 30s and 20s and whatever. It was mostly through public education. I mean, there's some spraying of chemicals like in ditches and stuff, but North America's got something going for us. We eradicated malaria easily, because all mosquitoes are dead by the winter in general, because that's the nature of having winter. It's just larvae and stuff that are alive, and then they hatch out in the spring. I don't know. I'm not an expert on the mosquito's life cycle, right? And a mosquito has to bite somebody with malaria, then bite somebody else to spread it. They're not born with it. So we just taught people basically, like, you don't want malaria? Get rid of all the mosquitoes around your house by, just point things out that typically carry standing water, like tires, flower pots, buckets. if you have something collecting water like underneath your air conditioning unit every day, just pour the bucket out every day. That's it. Put a screen on it, put stretch pantyhose over it. You got it. But you're in control. Do you have a bird bath? Take your garden hose every day and refresh the water. Blast out the stagnant stuff. Better yet, get one of those solar-powered pumps for like $15 on Amazon and just circulate the water. Same thing with a pond, whatever. Just make it circulate, and mosquitoes can't breed. Even though Disney World is surrounded by a swamp, there's no mosquitoes because there's just pumps working constantly to make little fountains go. Okay, so that's how they don't have any. Let's go to, okay, let's see, Lowell. This is off screen. I'm just trying to find the altitude of where the Bedrock Fire currently is. Okay. Looking back at, okay, we're at an elevation of 3,000 feet. Deep in the canyon is 1,600, 3,000 feet. So let me find a different spot where I can read you more accurate weather for the Bedrock Fire, and I'll read you NOAA weather. Nick Giles isn't 4 hours late. Good morning. I'm trying to wrap this up. I've been trying to. Hey, Michael Jones. I was just speaking of the devil. I was telling everybody about you, about how you made me go viral in the Bay Area because you shared me. It was you who shared me on social media in the Bay Area on some forum or something. I'm so glad to have you here. Now my voice is about shot. I'm trying to figure out a good weather forecast for the Bedrock Fire. That's the most concerning, that and the flat fire still. So we got 1,600 to 3,000 feet is where it is. Headed towards the McKenzie River and Highway 126. So what is the closest inhabitation? I'm trying to look on my map. But you got us on the map, and I owe so much to you, Michael. You're my right-hand man. I wish you'd come around more often. Man. Okay. So what is the nearest town? There's nothing on the map. I'm scouring Caltopo right now. It's just the middle of the Willamette National Forest Wilderness thing here. Chichester Falls. You know what? We may have to resort to Windy. I hate Windy. I really hate Windy. And Nick, it looks like you got some heat wave coming your way. Isn't it going to be like in the 90s again by Roseburg and Southern Oregon, wherever you're at? Ugh. God, there really isn't a town. Okay, we'll look at Windy, even though I don't want to. All right. We're going to go back to transform fit to screen and turn on my webcam. Again. Oops, not that. This. Transform fit to screen. Okay. Windy. I hate this. It's so complicated. Portland. All right. The Pine, Oak Ridge, Eugene, Dexter, Lowell. Okay, Marcola. Now, our fire is McKenzie River. North. Okay, east of Eugene. Yeah, here. Our fire is burning right in here. So we should be able to kind of plant the flag, Goat Mountain or whatever. This would give us, hopefully, an accurate weather forecast in this area. All right. Oh, yeah, highs of 80. So that's like what we were seeing on my radar. It's just depending on, okay, what I wanted to see is where's the nearest weather station. Can it just show me on the map, please? Yeah, this one, TCFO 3 Creek, whatever that is. So when you mouse over them, it shows where they're at. Clark Butte. Okay, so this particular weather station by the Bedrock Fire, Trout Creek. Okay. Reporting time every 60 minutes, average delay 15 minutes. I don't know what the hell that's about. We got an eerie webcam. Smoke. Ah, time lapse. Smoky, hazy stuff out there. All right. Okay. So we're not going to have a high of 85 or 87 like Noah Weather was saying. I need to just get a different zip code or something to get a more accurate forecast so I can say that. So, go to map. Yeah, use the map to pinpoint where we want our, yeah, near Vida, not exactly Vida. Okay, now it's loading. 6 miles southwest of Vida. I should say Nimrod actually, but clicking on that. Here we go. Now we're accurate. August 6th, today, near the true forecast for the Bedrock Fire, according to the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, the most trusted source of weather in North America. Straight from the horse's mouth. Here's an air quality alert from the smoke. Yeah. Widespread haze between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. Areas of smoke before 8. Sunny with a high near 69. Calm wind becoming northwest 5 to 9 miles an hour in the afternoon. Sunrise is 6:02 a.m. Sunset is 8:30. High is 69. Tonight, August 6th, because, it's actually the morning of August 6th now. Widespread haze after 5 a.m. Areas of smoke between 3 and 4 in the morning. Partly cloudy with a low around 57 tomorrow night. Northwest winds 5 to 9 miles an hour, becoming calm after midnight. For Monday, they're saying high is 69, areas of smoke before 7. Calm winds. So Monday night, low of 55. They've got good opportunities to really make good headway on this fire. These are kind of like pretty good conditions. We would like to see, of course, rain, but we'll take what we can get. Wednesday, around the Bedrock Fire, high of 69 still, mostly sunny. That night will be breezy though, low of 57. Thursday, high of 71-ish. On the Bedrock Fire Thursday night, low of 56, mostly clear. No rain in sight, guys. But Friday, as the heat wave starts up, high of 74-ish. And we're talking elevations of 3,000 to 4,000 feet up here, right? So 75 is pretty dang hot for up there. Sunny, high near 74 on Friday, high near 75 on Saturday. So lower elevations part of the fire and such might be more intense. Forecast discussion. This is what's very valuable. Synopsis. And this came around at 3:39 a.m. So this is current. This is 1 hour ago. They updated the synopsis for the region. Synopsis. Isolated to scattered showers continue today, mainly over southwest Washington and the Cascades. Slight, meaning a 15 to 25% chance of thunderstorms in the Cascades this afternoon. We're talking, yes, today, this afternoon, the 6th. Dry weather returns Monday to Tuesday, but a frontal system will increase chances of precip Tuesday night and Wednesday. High pressure builds Wednesday, though. Remember, that's going to make it hotter. High pressure builds Wednesday evening onward, leading to warmer temps throughout the end of the long-term forecast, increasing potential for hottest temperatures of the year next week. Ah, ah, ow, 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 ow. By the way, how are you, Sherlock? I mean, Michael Jones. Oh, so that stabs. That's bad. The hottest temperatures of the year next weekend. We just pray that what high pressure means is it bounces away all the lightning storms away from it like a shield. We can just pray that it does that. But, that's bad. Short term, Sunday through Tuesday, as of early Sunday morning, a closed upper low remains centered over the Columbia Basin, meaning, Eastern Oregon and Washington, further north and east of here. So a closed upper low remains centered over the Columbia Basin, producing isolated light showers, mainly over the South Washington Cascades. We can see them drifting by right now. I zoom a little bit here. We go to radar and satellite mode. Yeah. So remember, lows suck in moisture and storms, and highs repel them. There's currently kind of a high over the Cascades where we're at. This is a 1 hour loop. All right. More water. Lost my place. Short term, Sunday to Tuesday. As of early Sunday morning, a closed upper low remained centered over the Columbia Basin, producing isolated light showers, mainly over the South Washington Cascades. The latest deterministic models, like the GFS, Euro, and Canadian ones, and their ensembles, the hell, suggest this upper low will move east and begin to weaken today. Since we'll still be within the influence of this disturbance, expect some isolated scattered shower activity to continue today over Southwest Washington and the Cascades. Therefore, the forecast includes a 15 to 40% chance of POPs. The hell's POPs? For these areas. Southwest Washington area and the Cascades. So it includes the highest chances being the South Washington Cascades. With daytime heating, could see more surface-based initiation of thunderstorms over the Cascades. Yeah. But chances are low, like 15-25%. Sunday night into Monday, deterministic models and their ensembles show a negatively tilted shortwave trough moving in the Pacific Northwest, whatever the hell that is. Though guidance still shows mainly dry conditions over our forecast area, HREF does suggest more mid to high level cloud cover over the region Monday morning. Okay. HREF suggests more mid to high level cloud cover over the region Monday morning. If these clouds persist longer than the mid-morning, then it wouldn't be surprised if Monday's high temperatures struggle to climb into the mid-80s in Willamette Valley. Yay! By the way, which Monday they're talking about now? Tomorrow? They're being unclear. However, models show ridging building by Monday afternoon, lingering through Tuesday. So expect slight warming and more clearing skies. Based on NB November Bravo. What is M again? NBM here. Wait, Papa is P, November. B is Bravo. What's M again? Mike. November Bravo Mike. 4.1 Tuesday. Based on November Bravo Mike 4.1. NBM 4.1 Tuesday has highs. Highs have risen a few degrees from the last couple days. Temperatures now forecast in the mid to upper 80s for inland valleys and high 60s to low 70s for the coast of the Cascades. This is because models have now pushed the timing of the next frontal system to late Tuesday night into Wednesday. I really wish I could summarize what the hell that means, but I can't. I don't know what the hell half of that means. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not is what that means. Maybe we'll have some moisture, maybe not. Maybe it'll be in the Heighties, maybe not. Okay, they're not sure what the heck's going to go on. All that we're pretty clear on is there's not going to be the rain that we're hoping for. Long term. We're talking about the Bedrock Fire, general Cascades, South Washington to Central Oregon kind of Cascades. Long term. Wednesday through Saturday, deterministic guidance and their ensembles are agreement of a frontal system moving into Pacific Northwest Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. From where? This will lead to precipitation chances increasing with the pops of 10 to 35% inland. POPs. I still don't know what POP means. 10 to 35% inland and 30 to 60% chance along the coast and coast range. The highest chances are found across southwest Washington and gradually lower to southeast or toward Lane County, which is where this fire is. It's Lane County / Lane County. The current NBM 4.1 run shows a 35 to 50% chance of a quarter of an inch or greater of rain from Astoria to Pacific County area. What the hell is Pacific County? Is that? That's got to be Washington. It's not Oregon. But Astoria is right here, mouth of the Columbia River. So Pacific County has got to be like way up here that they're talking about. Okay, they are not sure what the hell's going to happen. Long story short. Thursday onward, ensemble members are in good agreement that high pressure will begin to build aloft. This will warm the interior valleys back the upper 80s and low 90s to the end of the long-term forecast. So this is concurrent with agreement with what Fox 12 Oregon was saying too. Hold on to your butts. Some of the highest temperatures of the year may happen next weekend. Yay. Further into next week, the majority of global ensembles I guess they're just talking about weather modeling software. Further into next week, the majority of global ensembles are suggesting the hottest temperatures of the year so far. Northwest, the NWS Climate Prediction Center. The NWS Climate Prediction Center suggests 78% chance the temps will be above normal between August 13th to the 19th. Normal temperatures are currently low to mid 80s for the inland valleys. For August typically is the hottest month of the year. I mean, 90s in August in William Valley is kind of normal, honestly, but whatever these people are saying. September usually is the wet season. It usually returns by Labor Day, and that's the last camping opportunity of the dry season for the Pacific Northwest, and usually Labor Day rains you out anyway. And it's almost always torrentially raining by Halloween, because whenever I wanted to do Halloween and trick-or-treating as a kid, it almost always was raining. Washingtonians always have to have like waterproof costumes. It's just 2020 wasn't like that, because 2020 was evil, and that Labor Day was the firestorm. Okay. But La Nina was the last 3 years. This is El Nino. So the likelihood of us having an extremely long, dry summer is pretty high. That's what El Nino does. We will probably have what's called an Indian summer, but that's racist. So I have to use the term unusually long summer. Like hot to warm temperatures throughout October. That's going to suck for winter firefighting. It's going to be a delay of the wet season. El Nino sometimes means, too, that we have a lot of bad flooding in the winter, but hopefully we won't. We'll get to that bridge when we cross it. Talking about the Pacific Northwest. Well, I mean, that usually goes for California too. Okay. Anything else we can get out of this? It's got a bunch of charts, like the probability of August 13th exceeding 100 degrees is 25 to 35%. August 13th, the probability, of exceeding 110 degrees is 2 to 6% chance. Damn. Thank God the 14th and 15th of August, exceeding 110 degrees is only a maximum of 15% chance. That would be unusual. I mean, it's normal that in the Pacific Northwest, a couple of days out of the year, it exceeds 100 degrees. And for several weeks, you have hot spells of 90, 95. That's what's normal. Now, most Oregonians, though, refuse to get air conditioning and people in Washington, because they're like, it's not worth the investment, and they're insane. That's all I gotta say. They're insane. Oregonians have a habit of, like, say, going to the beach for the weekend if it's hot, or going to a river or something, like old timers, you know. I've never understood that, because it's hot, it's humid as crap up here. It's awful. I mean, I can't stand 80 degrees and humid temperatures. I mean, I'm a Californian. I'm used to the nice, hot, dry stuff. I would love to be in California 110 degrees if it's dry. Makes my joints feel good, actually. But I can't stand 85 and humid in Oregon. I'm gonna die. Like, I'm gonna die. I can't function. So when the Great California Migration happened in the 90s and I was part of it, my mom moved me up here. We could not understand the fact that we were house shopping and almost nothing had central air. We're like, that's the first thing we're putting in. What the hell? We don't get it. Now, the reason a lot of people are dying now, which really sucks, is seniors increasingly are not living in homes, but like in apartments and places where almost no apartments have air conditioning built in, almost none. And until last year, apartment places and rental homes and stuff were allowed to say no window air conditioning units, period. Even the ones that are like portable that only have a hose, no air conditioning was legal. And the majority of the low-income housing where the seniors and vulnerable disabled people were at that had these rules, that's where the majority of the deaths occurred. So they just changed Oregon law. Make sure everybody knows. Anybody intimidated by their landlord or whatever, you have rights to put air conditioning in your house now, and you can sue the living crap out of them for putting your life in danger by trying to tell you no. But there's been a lot of evil stuff circulating around where landlords are still posting notices. A reminder, our community does not allow air conditioning units. Should we find one, then you get a $50 fee, and they're actually doing it. They're heartless scumbag slumlords. That's where the majority of deaths are occurring. The second amount of deaths that are occurring, especially the elderly and disabled, is where people are too weak to open their own windows. So it's not like the temperature is increasing all that much. I mean, I'm not denying like this climate change thing. Of course, it's getting warmer. But I'm talking about the reason the deaths are climbing is something that it's a different factor. It's more the population is older and too feeble to open a window. More the population is older, no longer has a car, can no longer beat the heat and go to the beach, which was what they used to do. What the older generations are used to doing. Evil scumbag landlords, you know, trying to. The reason they're saying no air conditioning is not because they want people to die. It's the siding of buildings can be damaged by window air conditioning units because if they're a certain size, they need a bracket support, and that crushes the siding. Plus, there's always some idiot that drops their window air conditioning unit out of the window and drops it through the windshield of a car, you know. But anyway, I just want to reemphasize that as the heat comes, check on your neighbors. check on them. Make sure that your elderly neighbors know that even if it's 2 in the morning, they can call you and you'll go open their window for them or do whatever they need. Let them know that they can come hang out in your living room during the day or whatever. Let them know that you'll install air conditioning, and if their landlord wants to give them any crap, you're going to call the news. Call Coin, KATU. They will come out, they'll do a story on this, and your landlord will be shamed and you'll win. You know, people are not joking around with this anymore. We lost like 200 people to heat stress for a lot of these factors. And the other parts are the city. The city is stupid enough, especially Portland, to allow developers to cut down fully mature, even old growth shade trees in order to allow them to demolish old Victorian homes and stuff to put up cookie cutter, crappy, low income housing, which is like 235 square foot apartments. I kid you not, 235 square foot. That's usually the size of like a walk-in closet for a rich person's house. It's like the size of a small garage for parking your car in. And they're just cramming people into these things, and they're cutting down the shade trees that used to shade the roads and canopy the roads, and creating heat islands and stuff. Portland's just like that, just ridiculously stupid and pretends to be green. Places where people used to cool off, like fountain parks and stuff, they're shutting down. Anyway, the point is, now more than ever, we got to take care of our seniors and our neighbors and our poor and the neighborhood kids and stuff, and the animals. Check on them frequently. Make sure they do have bottled clean water and cold stuff, everything like that. The number one thing you can do though to help your neighbors is help them put up thermal curtains. Most of the heat comes in through the windows. Even if your blinds are down, blinds don't do anything. I can tell you it's like a miracle if you actually buy they're kind of plasticky feeling, but they have Velcro thermal curtains. They're liners that attach to your existing curtains. They block out the light and the heat and reflect it back out the window. I could not cool a second story 500 square foot apartment with even a giant portable air conditioner. Like, it didn't work. Then I took advice of people and put up these curtains. Even though I had a south-facing apartment back in the day, night and day, I didn't even have to run air conditioning in the bedroom if I shut the door. Like, none of my air conditioning reached it and didn't need it. It was just cool all day. It's like, wow. Help the elderly put up curtains with those thermal curtains on the south sides of their house or their windows, because for some reason Oregon doesn't mandate awnings. If they did that, just awnings that shaded people's windows, we would be so green. We wouldn't have to have much air conditioning in the entire town, but they don't mandate awnings. They used to mandate that in the 1800s. Like, you look at old 1800s views of Portland, and there's awnings at every window. Shading the windows. That's how you keep it cool. I mean, they used to keep buildings cool by having cross breezes and stuff, even brick buildings that kind of be like ovens. People used to work on the 7th floor in Portland, because they had awnings on the windows. Retractable awnings. Like a little shade for the window from the outside. And imagine if they put solar panels on them now and they could generate electricity for the building and block the heat from going through the windows. The majority of electrical use is buildings. It's not, that's the way to be green. It's not vehicles. Up to standards all you want for efficiency, for things and appliances. It's heating and cooling. So if the city really wanted to be green, just a couple of things like that, and the city wouldn't even use that much electricity. But anyway, that would make too much sense. But do look out for your neighbors and fight the fight. Check on them several times throughout the day. If they don't answer the door, then call the police. If your neighbors do not answer the door, call the police. Say, I need a welfare check now. And if police don't arrive really soon, then you should think about forcing entry. If you know for sure an elderly person is inside, I mean, and it's not like they could be in the shower or something. One of my neighbors almost died of heat. And the pastor, who was one of my neighbors that took care of her, who just checked on her every day, saved her life by forcing entry because the cops were too busy checking on other people across town. So she didn't complain. She got her life saved. She was on a couch and couldn't get up, right in front of a big window, and she's direct sunlight on her, and she was too weak to get up. And the house was totally shut up. No windows were open. So it was just becoming an oven in there. She couldn't get up, let alone open the window. So when I went in there, because I was trying to strategize when she got back from the hospital, how could we keep her cool? I noticed that she just had blinds and no curtains. So that was one of the ways we helped save her from any further incidences, And that's when she gave a key to the pastor, so he didn't have to force entry again. But like I said, the law, in order to persecute you for breaking the law, such as like forcing entry into somebody's house, if you really think they're dying and it's like 110 degrees, you're not going to be prosecuted. You're not. It takes a judge to look at the case and a district attorney to determine whether or not you should be charged, and they just won't do that if your heart really is in a good place, especially if you really do rescue somebody. Like back in the day, people did not break windows to get babies out of hot cars because they were afraid of getting charged with a crime. They just sat around there and watched the baby cook until police arrived. Everybody knows now because it got spread through social media and through the media. Oh my God, break the window. Get the baby out. Same thing. People have watched dogs fry and die inside of hot cars because they're waiting for law enforcement to break the window or force entry in the car some way. So I'm just trying to put that out there. It's a changing thing we need to tell people about. The best thing is if you have the trust of that elderly neighbor, to get a spare key. Get them to tell you where they keep it, But really, if you got that gut feeling, somebody's dying inside, do what you need to do. And we have to look out for each other. And if you have an air conditioning unit to sell right now, consider giving it away to somebody who needs it. Big Dog recently did that, and I applaud him. And myself and my mom did that, and we could have made hundreds of bucks. But after we moved and didn't need, window air conditioning units anymore, we gave them to charity, to a senior place. You can call Meals on Wheels; they will know exactly who needs one because they deliver meals to seniors, right? So just if you ever have a microwave to give away or an air conditioning unit, call Meals on Wheels and elder charities. But anyway, guys, I've been talking way too long. I get off on these topics. So exactly, Cheryl. Get a cool cloth, put it on the back of your neck. Soaks your feet too. Drink plenty of water. That's a good one with the back of the neck stuff. Keeps you from getting dehydrated. When seniors are getting heat stress, it's a different kind of symptom. I used to have this nice chart, but they'll start getting sleepy looking in the heat of the day, and they'll start, like leaning back in their easy chair with their mouth open and stuff like that. Their skin will stop sweating and be cold and kind of cool and clammy and that kind of thing. Like, but when they stop sweating, that's a really, really big warning sign. Yeah, cool flowing types. The type of clothing you wear matters. It's silk is the best at regulating your temperature and keeping a nice moisture barrier of your own sweat or just stuff. Silk is what they use, to stay alive in the Sahara Desert on camels, Not fake silk, not satin, but the real deal. Flax is the next best thing. Cotton, is okay, but not the synthetics. You know, not the synthetics. They're kind of heat trappy. You know, just it depends on what synthetic it is, but the thing that you could do to keep that people don't realize that you could kind of keep your room cool in is ballast your fridge. Because your fridge struggling to keep itself cool and the freezer struggling to keep itself cool is if you have empty spaces in your freezer, like any kind of empty space, every time you open your freezer, you're going to let the cool air out that was in that space, right? So fill that space with, say, a frozen water bottle. Just I like to take 2-liter bottles and just like regular size water bottles, even little ones, to fill smaller spaces. When I say ballast, I mean fill the void. And leave a big amount of air at the top. Like don't fill the water to the top and then freeze the water bottle. You gotta leave a big chunk, like a fifth of it, just air, because the ice expands, right? You don't want it to explode, and it's got to be plastic, of course. But if you fill your freezer space with those, every time you open the freezer to get something out, less cool air is going to escape, and because you have frozen stuff in there, your freezer doesn't have to click on the compressor to start recooling that airspace. Because what's happening is, to make your freezer cold, the heat from within the freezer is going into your room. Your fridge is heating up your room every time it's on. So every time you open the door and let some cooled air out, it's going to take some of the coolness of your room, put that in the fridge, and then it's going to take the heat from within the fridge and put it in your room. Remember, heat is not something that can be destroyed. It's a form of energy. Energy cannot be destroyed, remember? So that's why all air conditioning units and stuff vent to somewhere else. When they're cooling one portion, they're venting the heat somewhere else. So air conditioning units vent the heat outside. That's why there's no such thing as an air conditioning unit without a vent, like without an outside vent. It doesn't exist. You can't destroy heat. You can only transfer it to where you don't want it, to where you want it, which is outside. So keep your fridge from heating up your room by ballasting it, by keeping big 2-liter like frozen water bottles and stuff in the freezer. Freeze that all night, right? And inside your fridge, keep a bunch of like 2-liter sodas, or whatever, water bottles, whatever you got to do to ballast the fridge, so that there's no big open spaces in the fridge. And what you do to keep the fridge cold is you rotate these, right? If you really, really are dying of the heat, you can take out that 2-liter and kind of hug it. It's cool. You put it in front of your fan, and you gotta have a drip tray because condensation is gonna drip off it. But you can just take a normal like dining tray, put your 2-liter frozen water bottle on it right in front of your fan, sit in front of that. That's gonna be pretty nice. And so you'll have a supply of those in the freezer. And at night, you take the cool water from the fridge, put them in the freezer, and put the frozen water bottles in the fridge. You swap it at night. Because at nighttime, in the cool of the night, that's the best time for your freezer to come on and start trying to chill the water bottles into ice again. Right? So this really helps out. The hottest part of the day, you go and get those 2-liters and put that in front of your fan, right in front of you, or your senior you're trying to cool down. Put that cool water washcloth on the back of your neck, like Cheryl was saying. Other places on your wrists. Put the cool, like like sweatbands, like for working out, like in the 80s, Party like it's 1989 sweatbands, but wet on your wrists. Get in front of the fan. Your wrists have an artery right here. Your necks have got the arteries. That's the most efficient way to cool. I mean, your inner thighs are too, but I guess you could put a wet towel on your lap, but ooh la la. You know what I'm saying? But that's how to stay cool. And just don't open your fridge too much. Don't cook anything during the day, you know. Run the dishwasher at night. Run the laundry early morning or late at night. You know, don't introduce heat. If it's a hot day, make your coffee outside. You know, pick up your air fryer and cook outside. You know what I mean? Microwave, coolest way to cook, but still it does introduce heat. So just have cold cuts ready. You know, and these are ways you can stay cool without air conditioning. But the number one way to stay cool is get those damn curtains up. Even if you don't have thermal curtains, a normal fuzzy blanket, like a normal like fleece. They call it echo fleece. It's not, you know, the like polyester blanket. Just somehow pin it to the curtains and just block the heat out. You know, doesn't have to be some fancy thing you buy for $70. You know. So yeah, back of the neck, back of the knees, bottom of the feet are the best places to get cold cloth going. Yeah, and then forehead too. I mean, it's good too for somebody lying down prone. But the inner thigh is extremely important for cooling off the organs if, say, somebody's passed out in the heat. Make sure that you don't get accused of, you know, copying a cheap feel. You know what I mean? Like, get permission. But the inner thigh, that artery will cool off the organs. You got to cool off the brain and the inner organs immediately if somebody's suffering a heat stroke. Elevate the feet, blah, blah, blah. So another thing, too, is surfaces that transfer heat are metal. So if you keep, I've got a magnetic tray that I've never mounted. It's supposed to have spice racks, like spice dishes that are magnetic are supposed to go onto it. It's supposed to go on my fridge or my wall. I never set it up in the kitchen, but it's just basically a steel tray, right? Like sheet metal, no sharp edges, right? Keep that in the fridge. Keep a little bit of sheet metal in the fridge, like kind of stack it vertically and like slide it in. That's going to be chilled. You can put stuff like that in the freezer too. Although bare skin on frozen metal can be a bad thing, you know what I'm saying? But you can cool that surface, and the reason you touch metal that's in the shade, of course, and it feels like it's more cool compared to touching wood. Both surfaces are the same temperature, but the metal is sucking away your heat. It's doing heat transfer. Whereas wood is insulating and it's building up heat on your hand, so it feels hotter. What I'm trying to say is you can cool down metal in like the fridge, and then you can do something like that to, you know, put your arm on it and you'll just start feeling yourself, you know, cooling off. You can keep drinks cooler longer that way. You can get a little bit creative with this sort of thing. Like, you know, like it's one of the ways, like you have a metal pan and you're serving, say, fish and you put ice on it and you don't want people to get food poisoning at your party. You know, a little bit of ice on the refrigerated metal pan, and then you put the hors d'oeuvres on top, you know, like the crab cakes, whatever. That metal pan is always going to constantly be doing heat transfer and sucking the heat out of, you know, the hors d'oeuvres into itself, doing the heat transfer. The ice is helping that all go, maintain that coolness. So, you know, if you ever look at fish for sale at the grocery store, they're just sitting on a bed of ice, right? And then there's a metal tray underneath that bed of ice. Same thing. But, you know, these things can make a gigantic amount of difference, and just don't open your door very much, and don't let the heat in from the outside, and don't, you know, turn off all the appliances and everything that you can that produces heat. Everything from, like, even unplug phone chargers. If you'll feel them, the wall warts, you know, the big charger things that plug in. If you touch them, they're hot. They're generating heat. Unplug all those that you can. You know, keep your monitor cooler by putting it in dark mode. It uses the most energy, your monitor does, by firing off all of the LEDs at the same time, or LCD pixel things, right? They're all in a tiny little thing. So you're firing off all three to make the color white, all three colors, depending on the TV type. But you're only firing off one for the dark colors like blue and black and stuff. So you're using a less electricity and drawing less power and making less heat on your devices like your iPad, cell phone, and your monitor. So it's going to matter a lot on my 43-inch screen TV I'm using as a monitor to do this right now. You know, try to turn off everything that makes as much heat as possible. A lot of things people forget, like they'll go around changing the light bulbs, right? The last thing I have to tell you is the most important light bulb to change for energy savings in your entire house is likely to be the one in your fridge. Get an LED filament light bulb for your fridge. LED filament fridge bulb. You know, filament, I mean like this. Don't get the ones that have the color at the base. Get the ones that look like this. They look a lot more like a normal bulb, right? This. The bad heat-producing kind of LED bulbs are the ones with a color. I'm just going to show you real quick. This. Now, okay, this is so hard to see. Okay, I'm sorry, bad example. White on white there. Of this, for example. You see where it says, where there's white here? Where it says Y's here? That is a collar, like a neck collar. Like the white bulb is wearing a collar, right? That's because there's drivers in there converting AC to DC and stuff. Just it's doing stuff in there, right? It's producing heat. And that's a ceramic thing. If you touch them at the base, they're pretty dang hot. This style bulb though doesn't make that heat. It doesn't have the same kind of driver mechanism in there. It doesn't have a circuit board. There's an actual circuit board in here with these lights that have a collar, and they're producing a lot of heat. You want a fridge bulb like so. It's probably an E26, but replace your fridge bulb. Why? Because every time you open your door, if you have your traditional incandescent, which is the majority of most people's fridges, that's producing a massive amount of heat immediately. Your traditional incandescent, right? Now switch it to the LED, and you're not heating up your fridge. Like I've put my hand under there. It feels like an oven coming off the dang bulb after just a few seconds of opening the fridge. And if you touch your hand to the actual bulb, like you have to move your hand, it's like too hot to touch after just like half a minute. So it's heating up your fridge, and your fridge has to turn on again to do the heat exchange to cool itself off again. And so you're heating up your house. So one of the best ways to cut down on your power bill and stop your damn fridge from constantly running if it feels like it is A, check the seal around the fridge. B, replace the light bulb with a filament bulb like so. Not the color kind, filament kind. LED filament. And you'll be astonished about how less frequently your fridge and freezer runs. Like, that's awesome. I do the same thing with whatever bulbs are on, like most of the time, like I replace the microwave light bulb over the stove, at the bottom of the built-in microwave. I replace the light bulb inside the microwave too to filament LED. These bulbs are running like lights, and you don't think about how much power they're using. The other ones are the ones in your bathroom, the giant 8-inch globe type stuff. Those are massive power suckers and massive heat producers. And it's going to make a lot of hot air at the top of your bathroom where you shower, and that's going to create an incredibly humid environment. Hot air contains more moisture. And your your fan's going to have to run a long time to try to ventilate that. So these are actually the most important to replace in your house. But say you can't right now, like replacing all 6 8-inch globes, 6-inch globes in your bathroom, that's pretty expensive perhaps. I haven't price checked it lately. So instead of doing that, what I do is do a really simple thing. I got a tiny lamp, tiny IKEA lamp. I got it for like $7, I swear to God. It's like plastic. I don't know, it's hard to find what, I mean, this doesn't actually look like any of these, but it's plastic, right? And so I put it in my bathroom so I don't flip the switch on for just normal everyday in and out to pee or whatever, right? It's like it's brighter than a nightlight, but I just put a lamp in there so that we don't have to flip on the switch and put on those massive heat bulbs. So that thing's $14, right? I mean, you want plastic because you want glass to shatter in the bathroom, right? If you know, these things can fall because people fumbling for the lights in the dark, and you know, you plug in a hairdryer or something, it might knock it off. But I tell you, little things like this. IKEA also sells uh, motion detection, so that only if somebody enters the bathroom does it ever click on, like those little motion detector things, and it plugs into the lamp. I'm not saying shop at IKEA. I'm just saying this is where I know where you can get these. I'm sure you can get them elsewhere, but that's not as expensive as you would think. So you can just take stuff from around the house and invest less than $30. Get a fridge bulb, get an IKEA lamp, plastic IKEA lamp in your bathroom. Take some big, you know, polar fleece type blankets and just clothespin them to your existing curtain rod to block out more heat. And if you're not allowed to drill the wall for curtain rods, get a tension curtain rod, at least through some of your windows. So it's just a tension rod. So it's got a spring inside and it'll span the interior of the window and not do any harm, you know. It's kind of like tension rods for, and they're not that expensive, 10, 17, $18, whatever. And then clothespin the blanket to it and block out most of the heat coming in through the south facing windows. And that is your cheapest, like, thermal way to block heat. You will not believe how much cooler it's going to be. It's night and day. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's not butter, right? So if elderly people don't have any money or something, you can help them out this way. Another trick is make a cool room of the house where there's no appliances. You take the window and you do put the blanket in it. And you make it completely dark, no appliances in there creating heat, and shut the door in that room. And by the end of the day, as the other rooms heat up, you still have one place to retreat to that's fairly cool. And you go back in there and watch. Your TV can produce a lot of heat, but maybe you can watch something on your iPad or phone or tablet or stuff, or, you know, maybe a smaller screen TV, and still have a room that's kind of cool towards the hottest part of the day. Take your fan in there with your tray and your frozen 2-liter water bottle and chill. And sometimes interior rooms of the house, or the ones north facing, whatever, are the best rooms to do this in. So make a cool room. But those are my heat tips, and I spent another hour. God, why did I do this to myself? I gotta go to work, guys. I gotta go win this lawsuit and finish my preparation for it, and start setting up this room for more effective streaming. I've got a lot of furniture to move around here, some shelves to put up, because some more curtains to put up. I got to put up my own thermal curtains because my air conditioning is not catching up with my streaming stuff. My computer is putting out oven's amount of heat. But I hope this was valuable to you guys. I'm sorry, Nick. It's been everyday 90s in the shade. Jeez. You should move, perhaps. Portland had a remarkably cool June. I mean, it was still snowing in June in Oregon. We had a weird cold June of like paradisical type weather where it was just like 75 every day, 70 every day, and sunny. With almost no wind. I mean, that was an amazing June. But the rest of Oregon wasn't as fortunate. Yes, on the summer solstice, it snowed in Oregon. Global warming, though, right? Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't crucify me. But you got options. You don't have to spend a fortune. I hope this helps. You could pass this type of stuff on. Yeah, these should be YouTube shorts that I make. But yeah, one day I'll do that. But everybody, sorry, I destroyed my voice again. That lump in my throat is a warning to stop right now. So good night and good luck. I'm sorry that I'm like stopping when in 2 hours we'd have morning updates. But I have a lot of stuff to do. I may possibly go live after there's some morning updates, but I think I really need to just focus on getting my personal stuff done. Remember, I am 6 months behind. Still, I was bedridden for 6 months and basically out of commission all winter. I still have people I've been putting off for more than 8 months that I told I'd get right back to you in October. This is kind of insane. So I'm hoping this is not something like an excuse, but you understand that I make a lot of sacrifices to be here. I have friends like that want me at their bedside right now that have breast cancer and cerebral palsy, and some of my friends may actually be dying or have life-threatening stuff going on. So it's important for me to be here, but I do still have to go to attend to them, and I hope you understand that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I hope that I can tell the triumphal story in full. If this person, entity that I'm suing, wants a non-disclosure agreement with me, it's going to cost them. I really can't kind of wait to tell the story. I don't want this to happen to anybody else. I'm considering an NDA if they want to paint through the nose. But I think I'd rather explain to the public so that this doesn't happen to anybody else. I will see. You know, it's a whole bunch of factors depend. But I'm pissed off. I'm mad as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore. I'm going to use every legal avenue I have to get justice for my dad. You do not rip off my dad. You do not take advantage of an elderly veteran going blind just on legal principle, and then when asked on just ethical principle. And when you do, and it's my dad, you've screwed with the wrong family. They have no idea that they messed with a streamer too. Like, really? There's 3 people you don't piss off in life. One's an attorney. One's a journalist, which basically a streamer is in a way. Kind of. Third is a woman. And I'm 2 of those things. Anyway, though, I don't want to jinx anything. Things could go against me. You never know what kind of mood a judge is in or what's going on. A lot of times that's the way things go, but it won't be because I didn't try tooth and nail to get justice. And I have faith in the system. It works better than a lot of countries. In Russia, if you're ever accused of a crime, you basically are convicted. They have something like a 95 to 98% conviction rate, which tells you about that justice system. They just jailed that Putin critic Navalny they just increased his sentence for like 16 more years. Yeah. If you're accused of a crime in Russia, you're basically convicted, and so you're just the terrified mercy of the police and what they want to accuse you of. We must always remember we're fortunate to be here. We can fight back. We do have recourse. It's not perfect. By God, the legal system's not perfect here, but we can change it because we still have some power. It's not too late. Don't despair. Take action. the pen is mightier than the sword, and video is nuclear. So off I go to create a video that will make me win. I'm not the best orator and speaker, but I'm a very good script writer. I know how to make a damn video. So everybody, thank you for being here. Please get in touch with Michael Jones. I don't know that I have her contact info. Please give me an email. It's on the about page of my channel. A bunch of disastrous stuff happened where people got stuck in the spam folder, and Gmail empties out spam folder every 30 days, whether you like it or not. And so I did lose some really important correspondence, especially years past and throughout this winter. So I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry too that I didn't check PayPal while the stream was going. Thank you to the people who did donate earlier with Super Chat. Oh, thank you, Ruth. Yeah, I'm hoping this goes too. Thank you for your prior support. God, I'm gonna disappoint the early birds. They're gonna be like, "Oh, Catherine's live. What do you mean she just logged off?" And it's been a 6-hour stream. What did I do? I wanted to be on for 2 hours. What did I do? I'm a windbag. Thing is, I like you guys too much, and I blame you. It's your fault. I like hanging out with you too much. You're so supportive and nice. Stop that immediately. Start harassing me like you should. Come on, start acting like the internet. Start calling me names and bullying me immediately. Tell me I suck. Tell me I don't know anything about fire. Like those other dudes. Like that one troll the other day. I tried to explain the lightning season in August, and he goes, "Where'd you get your meteorology degree?" I said, "Well, basically, probably the same university where you got your doctorate in being a jerk, BS University." Okay, I'm sorry, Michael Jones. If you already did that, I will search. I do love the occasional good troll, like a good one. Pathetic ones suck. God, guys, why are you acting like a supportive community? This is the internet. This is bizarre. God, be immature 12-year-olds like you're supposed to be. No, I love you guys. I love all of you. That's why I'm here. Oh yeah, your old name. That's right. You guys keep switching it, but it is mandatory. Everybody who's a mod, I have to have your email. I have to know, like, your phone number for an emergency contact thing, and I need to know how to get a hold of you if I have to. If you're not comfortable with that sort of stuff, then make a Google Voice number. They're free. Just a way that I can get a hold of you by phone if it hits the fan and I need to call into cavalry. Or I need answers immediately. Like if you're on duty as a mod and I need to know what happened 3 hours ago, like I have to be able to get in touch with you. That is a requirement. So Nixie says thanks for the stream. See you guys next time. Yeah, whenever that'll be. Sorry, probably another nighttime roundup. But I'm gonna work here. I'm gonna do well. I'm gonna win. On to the next thing. Because this is taking up too much of my precious damn time. Yeah, I do. Like, totally. Can I get your phone number? Because you're like so hot. I'm like, ooh. Yeah. Anyway, let's go see the movie Barbie. I swear to God. Everybody says it's good. I was like, what? Then I found out who Ken is. I'm like, oh yeah, let's go see Barbie. Dude. Ruth says we're so tired of bullies everywhere. So glad you haven't had much of that here. Oh, we've had a ton of that here, Ruth. Oh my God, you should have seen the chaos of 2020. And oh man, when we had 30,000 people in the stream, I was even bullied by a journalist live on my stream. Remember that, guys? I try not to bring up that guy's name much, but I still don't know what to do about him. Like, he never apologized. But remember when I was showing a journalist driving around and he was cool with it day after day after day? And I would, myself and the stream would request for him to drive to check on certain places during the Dixie Fire, and he was like, yeah, I'll go check that out now. And so I told everybody to donate money to him. And then randomly, he was tricked. He was tricked by a troll. Somebody went into his channel and said I was rebroadcasting everything I did and that I was monetizing the videos and I was making tons of money off of his labor and not crediting him and all this. He believed the troll. I told all of his people to come tell me to stop doing it and that I was a jerk. And so we had like hundreds of people flood the channel and call me every name under the sun. It was a shit show, excuse my language. All because he believed the troll. None of this was actually happening. So, oh yeah, it had chaos here. But that was a type of harassment. It's against all the terms of service. It's taboo in the streaming world. You should never tell your people another streamer pissed you off, invade their channel and do bad things to them, or tell them anything, because what that is like whipping up a mob. And there's always some crazy people listening to you. If you're popular enough, you have crazy people in your audience. You guaranteed do. If you say, I don't like such a person, please go to their channel and mess it up, that person will get out of hand. And those people are the ones who are scary. Those are the kinds that stalk and try to send the SWAT team around. You know, that got hairy. People die with swatting. It's not a joke. But they will think they've been given free reign. If they're a super fan of that streamer, they think, oh, the other streamer's having a conflict. Well, I'll teach the other streamer. They just want an excuse to cause chaos. It's not done, especially to women. For a man to do that to a woman streamer, that's absolutely taboo. And my mods had a hard time dealing with that invasion of hundreds of people that were calling me and my mods every name under the sun. I still come across lots of private messages and stuff from his people just berating me. How could I be such an a-hole? And what that troll was able to accomplish was hundreds of his people blocked me, and they will never, ever get this life-saving information. These are the people affected by the Dixie Fire and the Caltopo and such. So I still think, I don't know that he has any idea that the full extent of what damage happened. So I'm still timid about it. But I think I need to reach out and say, look, let's fight against the trolls and let's try to show the public, you may not like each other, that's okay. But we need to, my people, his people need to not block each other, because we need the independent journalists that do go around showing people the aftermath of the fires, showing people where the fire is live, as they're live streaming and taking risk behind the lines, as they're showing people, visiting people's properties and showing people whether or not they're still there. There's nothing more valuable than that, than boots on the ground, local live info. We need to work together for the public, even if we hate each other's guts. I mean, let's be mature people here. But I'm shy. That was awful to experience that. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, because that was obviously a chaos havoc type troll. I was warned by people that I should ban such and such because that was the troll that started all this. Some people just are amused by chaos. When we saw trolls break into Dixie Fire Zoom meetings and Calvert Fire Zoom meetings and start putting racial expletives everywhere, my stream was live with it. These people are rotten to the core, but they are to be expected. There's always some really mentally ill and or psychopathic members of society out there. They will come out in force. They have nothing better to do. They do get sexually excited about all this stuff. You missed all that? Okay, I'll have to inform you what went on. It was a big deal. I had threats of bodily harm as a result of this. Because I was this evil person who was exploiting. First of all, what the troll said about me was that that I was exploiting the wildfire for profit. Never mind, I've never monetized a wildfire video in my entire life. I don't expect to. Maybe like 20 years in the future when this is an archive. I mean, it's not right to do it. Monetization is off. If you see an advertisement on one of my fire streaming videos, it is because I lost control. Like I did a copyrighted song, and MGM Studios or whoever the studio like has the right to put ads on my videos now and make the revenue because I use their song. It's not legally right, but I can't fight against it. I can't fight somebody like MGM Studios, in court, or the label for Rolling Stones. So, like, if you've seen copyright music show up, or if I've used movie clips, or sometimes when I've shown other YouTube short videos, that means that I didn't have a choice. I either have to cut the video and cut that part out, but I'm not making the money. It's going to them. YouTube is evil that way, but this is the way it works. One time during the Culvert Fire meeting, they played a bunch of Rolling Stones fire-related songs to jazz up their crew, and we were waiting live for the meeting to start. And so, like, I wrote an impassioned letter to when I got the copyright claim on YouTube. I wrote this impassioned letter, like, please, just let it go. Let's not put ads on a wildfire video. And don't make me cut it out because it was kind of funny. It was all related to, you could make a music video of something related to fire. But yeah, that was so trolling, swatting and stuff has already happened. Like, I've been swatted, but it can't happen again. It's because I'm behind like 7 proxies. So yeah. But the second thing is like the SWAT team knows me. They already profusely apologized. And so they know not to do it again. I'd be like, yo, what's up, Larry? You know what I'm saying? So I feel okay about that. That's a different story for a different day. And it wasn't a malicious troll that was the reason the SWAT team showed up at my house. It was, I swatted myself because I tried to help law enforcement. And there's massive confusion on the part of law enforcement. And so when they showed up, I answered the door and I went, what? The SWAT team was on my porch and went, oh, God, it's you. You helped us get a warrant. And I said, yeah. And he goes, oh, God, we totally screwed up. I'm sorry, ma'am. I was like, oh, seriously. Seriously. Okay. Really, this is a wrong address SWAT team thing, like I hear about on the news. And he went, yeah. And then I looked and they had a battering ram. I'm like, oh, you were about to do that? And they just were like, sorry. And I'm like, oh my God. Anyway, this will be a fun story that I get to tell later at a different time. So yes, there's been drama of all kinds. But the reason we have a supportive community, yeah, exactly. I could tell you the whole thing like off camera because I got to be careful about dropping names and why this happened, like warrant against who, They were trying to conduct a search warrant against some pretty scary person, and the more details I drop, like, I don't want to make a vigilante posse form, like let law enforcement handle law enforcement, right? So I've got to sort of change names, addresses, and make it a safe story to tell. Because I don't want people, I was renting a room at that time, and I don't want anybody to go to that prior address or think that the person who lives there now bothered that landlady, you know what I'm saying? Like, or think that she had something to do with this bad person that the SWAT team is looking for. So I really got to be careful with the details about that, because it truly is an incident that I'm sure is on court records or something, you know. But yeah, it's a funny story. It's funny as hell. And I yelled at the SWAT team and shamed them and shook my finger at them. Me, this tiny woman who doesn't weigh 100 pounds, right? And they were just cowering in front of me and like thought that I was going to sue their asses off. And I yelled at them before I even realized who exactly I was yelling at to. It's going to be very funny when we tell that story. I could tell you off camera, Michael Jones, especially if you have Discord or something. So I'm on that list, you know, for do not take any hostage calls seriously. A streamer, she's a streamer, right? And that's why I encourage people to do. Most municipalities now, like sheriff's offices and whatnot, and state police, you can just call them up and say, "Hey, I'm a streamer." The odds of me actually being taken hostage or something incredibly low. I've got pretty high security too. It's just like not going to happen. But anyway, that kind of drama has already happened. I don't know what to say. So yeah, 6 a.m, time to adjourn it. 6 hour and 5 minute stream. Okay. All right, friends. I will go fight the fight now. I will get a nap in sometime during the day, evening roundup. I don't know that I can appear during the day because I have to get good rest. If my throat is sore, I'm just not going to do much of, a stream. Yeah, trolling and bullying. Yeah, there's actually, the word trolling can mean harmless fun, like prank. And it also can mean vindictive, vicious acts such as, swatting somebody, or hardcore cyberbullying, or encouraging somebody to commit suicide. So I don't like that the word means both those things. But anyway, I can't control the kids these days and their slang. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Well, thank you, Ruth, and thank you, Nick C. Oh, you're in the UK, so learning so much. Watch for the chat. Thank you. Yeah, I really wish I could have covered London's fires. Those were insane. I tried a little bit, like Shaz73. If you're in England, try Shaz73's channel. She does walks every day. She's awesome. If you're not already, it's Shaz73. I asked her if she was going live. She was on earlier, and I don't remember. Let's check it out. I'll just link her right now. She's the most person to. She either goes live at 1 a.m. Pacific or like 4 a.m. Pacific. She has a rooster that fell in love with a red dish and wanted to marry the red dish. Okay, read between the lines of their adults, right? And now Cheap the rooster has his own channel. Like, it's a celebrity rooster. But here's her channel. And she does things like walks to Hadrian's Wall and digs bottles out of Victorian dumps and stuff like that. And antiques. She's got a sweet channel. She's on almost every day. And so, like, when I need to relax, I'll check her out. So, John Sitter says, morning, let me get some coffee in before the story. I'm not telling it right now. Like I said, I have to be very selective on how I tell the SWAT team story. I'm going to start a playlist. It's going to be called Weird Things Happen to Me. I got a lot of those stories. Weird, bizarre things happen to me with regularity. I have got dozens of truly bizarre stories, many of which the details won't be believed, but sometimes I can prove them. Sometimes I've got witnesses, sometimes I can prove them. Like, I've been at restaurants and thought, you know what? That earthquake in California, I bet that wasn't the main earthquake. I bet you that was just a foreshock and the main event will happen any day now. That sometimes happens in Italy. I bet that people now think the earthquake is over. but another one happens any day now. The moment that I was saying that, I began texting that to my friend, and I didn't hit the send button. Otherwise, I'd have been proven to be like this weird. It was a weird psychic thing. My phone in my hand beeped at that moment and said, "There's been a new earthquake, same spot." The moment that I thought about it, it happened. I got a witness for that. I can't tell you the weird kind of stuff that happens to me. Why do I do Firestream? Why? Part of those stories is I had a fork in the road with my video production. Like, should I go out and do history videos first to learn how to make videos like documentaries? Or there's been a call for making fire safety videos for a couple of counties near Portland. Should I do that instead? And should I do fire safety videos? So I said, semi-facetiously, I was at a red light thinking about this in the car. And I said, "Hey, God, why don't you give me a sign about that, huh?" And that's when I heard a fire truck behind me. And I looked to my right, and there was this massive smoke cloud. And I turned right, I was in the right turn lane. And there's a house on fire in front of me. I went, "Oh my God." And so I was on the scene before the fire trucks, and point taken. Stuff like that happens to me, guys. So it's going to be its own series of videos. And the SWAT Team one is such a cherry on the top that it's not like I'm just going to randomly give it away. How Catherine got swatted, that's going to get clicks, right? So don't worry, you're not missing anything like that. We're going to do those justice. I'm going to get the good microphone out, the good lights. I'm going to have some visual aids. I'm going to refresh my memory by looking at my journals, my diary and stuff. And it's going to be the full, satisfying story, right? The lightning strikes. We were there, Sherlock, weren't you? Michael Jones, I mean. For the lightning. Do you remember that? When the lightning that finally rained out, the lightning storm that was pregnant with a lot of rain, it came up from the south and rolled across Oregon. It first tried to kill Torin. Lightning struck his neighbor's car live on my stream, and he goes, "Oh my God, lightning just struck my neighbor's car. I've never seen this amount of lightning in my life." Then the storm rolled north towards Portland, and I really had a donut craving. So I said, "I'm going to the donut shop and the gas station." Yeah, you were there. Can't make this stuff up. Torin goes, "Look out. This storm's headed fast towards Portland. Like, you've got 15 to 20 minutes. Get back in your domicile and do not be outside. It's the most lightning I've ever seen in my life. Like, it will kill people. It's cloud to ground, cloud to ground, cloud to cloud, cloud to ground. It's like daylight. It's striking cars, trees, and homes all around me. It's the loudest thunder I've ever heard." And I was like, "Holy crap." So I went out for those donuts. But there was a weird and bizarre delay. That's part of the story. I came back, ran up into my house as the lightning started to flash everywhere around me. Sit down, I put my headset on and goes, "Guys, yeah. Oh, the storm's here, and I'm hoping it's going to torrentially rain like it did down south." And we watched the storm split off and start raining on the riverside and the Beachy Creek at the same time. We're like, yes, yes, yes. I realized the donuts were in the car. So I ran outside and went, "Oh, I'm so lucky." And then lightning struck near me. I went, "Oh, God." So I went back and said, "Guys, the donuts. I got the donuts." They were like, "No, don't you do it." I said, "Guys, lightning just struck nearby. What are the odds it's going to happen again?" Boom, it hits my house. Or right outside. Every single car alarm went off at the same time in like a 5-mile radius. I screamed, say my head set, because it was like the nuclear flash, like a nuclear bomb. That light, blinding light. I felt the roll of the shockwave through the balls of my feet and felt all that before the deafening thunderclap that woke up the entire Portland metro area. I mean, it was one of the loudest sounds I've ever heard in my life, ears ringing, like in those movies where like somebody steps on a landmine and you get the ears ringing sound effect, And I had my stream rolling then, but YouTube deleted the video. Because it was a stream that went over 12 hours. I didn't realize that's what happened. So we don't have the stream video, even though that would have been viral as F, beep. What I did have was my cell phone that I'd set up to record on my porch. So that didn't catch the actual lightning bolt. It wasn't facing the correct direction, but it captured the sound. Yeah, it was super loud. I jumped out of my chair, screamed so loud. Everybody on stream went deaf. I think Michael Jones was there, Carney Schul, I think, Bugs Bunny, Cogito. I think you guys were there at the time. And maybe, oh God, Morris. I think he was there. So, I mean, we're going to do these stories justice. We're going to do them right. And so, like I said, weird things happen to me. But what's weird about this? I put my headset back on, sat back down on the stream, and said, okay, now I'm totally safe because lightning never strikes twice in the same. It did it again. Another scream, another ear splitting of my poor viewers. Caught also on the cell phone, which was still, what I wanted to do with that is just have my cell phone video capture some lovely rain for like a rain sound sampling. And like I said, weird things happen to me. You know what continued to happen? A crazy person leaned out of their window and said, if that car alarm goes off one more time, I'm going to shoot your car. He said that on the first time. And now that the lightning caused this particular car alarm to go off, and they were the last ones to turn their car alarm off, I actually saw somebody put a gun out a window and shoot that damn car. You cannot make this up. Shot it with an air gun. And I was too afraid to film it, like I edged back into my domicile. But wow, did I witness a neighbor's guest do that. And so I sat back down and said, holy beep, do I call the police? And Cogito was like, nope. You let that crazy person be that guest of that person for a while and then leave. Do not call the police. This is the kind of crazy person who'd have a standoff with police. Let it lie. And so I did, and I think that was very damn good advice. That person was unhinged. Totally unhinged. So when I say weird things happen to me, boy, do I have some stories for you, friends. Some of which I can back up, like Michael Jones, you're there. The LT Prod says, I wonder who made up lightning never strikes twice in the first place. I know, it's I think it was more to do with never that serious. It's usually about love, like lightning, like Cupid, kind of a thing, like it had something to do with romance and stuff, or opportunity, or something. Some of the old sayings about it. But I mean, not the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, the Eiffel Tower and the Empire State Building. Their spires are struck repeatedly during every lightning storm in New York and in Paris. Like it just always happens. All the Greeks invented lightning rods, and they put them on their temples, and they encouraged lightning to strike their temples because it was an awesome show and display of the gods, especially with Zeus's power. Right? It was a way to strike with awe, fill the public with awe, so that they gave money to the priests so they could communicate with the gods and, wink, arrange better weather. But yeah, it's just one of those dumb things. Who also made up the dumb idea that songbirds will abandon their young if you touch them and put them back in the nest? Songbirds don't have a damn sense of smell worth anything. They don't find their food by a sense of smell. All the old wives' tales are BS. Who invented the dumbassery thing of you can't swim an hour after eating or you get a cramp and drown? That's retarded. Who invented the dumbass idea that even I knew as a kid was a dumbass idea that you have to put something in the mouth of somebody having a seizure or they'll swallow their own tongue? Look at your own tongue in the mirror. It's attached. You can't swallow it. It's attached to the bottom of your mouth. What kind of dumbass says that stuff and it gets repeated in the medical literature? What kind of dumbass says that sugar causes diabetes? That was a random theory of like the 1800s, but there's still a lot of even medical professionals that believe that myth even today. It doesn't. It's nothing to do with diabetes. And now they still try to demonize sugar and say it's associated with diabetes. Oh yeah, like in 15 different removed ways. No, type 2 diabetes is caused by one thing. We just found out several years ago that fat cells create their own hormones. And those hormones interfere with insulin production and cause insulin resistance. So if you don't have a lot of fat cells, you cannot develop type 2 diabetes. There's plenty of people like me who put in tremendous amounts of sugar in their coffee and tea, and we're like hummingbirds. We thrive off of it. But we've never gained weight a day in our lives, and we just can't. Exactly. Nobody has ever swallowed their tongue ever. Yeah. Why the hell do people believe that? It's attached. You could verify that. You could touch your own tongue. Why does that take off? Why are medical doctors prone to believing this kind of myth, and demonize sugar? Diabetes is a Greek word, an ancient Greek word. It means sweet urine. It was diagnosed by ancient Greek doctors in ancient Greece and did not have any access to sugar cane. And they diagnosed it by tasting the urine of obese patients and, well, children too. And it was, of course, the med student, the youngster who had to taste the urine and taste if it was sweet and then spit it out, of course. But that's how it was diagnosed. Diabetes means sweet urine, and it plagued the ancient world long before sugarcane ever became a factor. Like, the diabetes epidemic is because it's the fat people epidemic. It's people getting fat. People people. It's not really failing to exercise. A lot of people exercise and remain fat. It's basically antibiotics. You look at livestock, antibiotics cause a change in their microbiome in their stomach, in their gut, and it makes livestock grow faster and put on tremendous amounts of fat. That's why antibiotics are used in livestock that are not sick. It bulks them up. It makes them tremendously fat, and fat animals are what you want because you're selling meat and stuff by the pound. You're selling your livestock by the pound. Even livestock that's still alive is sold by the pound. And the faster you can make them bulk up, get big and fat, then the faster you can move on, sell that animal and move on to the next animal, and the more money your factory farm makes. The reason that these livestock get fat is that these broad spectrum antibiotics disrupt their microbiome, and what's left behind are the bad kind of gut bacteria that make you fat. It's really damn simple. But sugar gets scapegoated. Well, what do you think eating a loaf of bread is? That's sugar. It's carbohydrates. So sugar is nothing new to like the ancient world diet. People got diabetes from eating bread before sugar cane even existed, because they just got fat. In the ancient world, it was mostly the nobility that gorged themselves. It doesn't matter really what you're eating. If you don't exercise and get fat like ancient world nobility, like we're talking Roman parties where you gorge yourself, throw up, and eat more. Yeah, they suffer diabetes. So you look at the invention of antibiotics, trace the obesity epidemic. It's not diet. But people believe a variety of stupid stuff. Because like I said, human beings are programmed to take fearful news more seriously and just to believe it more readily. Self-preservation, right? But anyway, widespread myths are one of the things I like to destroy, and some of my channels will be about that. Stupid myths like are still clinging around, like North America was populated by cavemen who came over a land bridge in the Ice Age. BS. That's not real either. But it takes a long time for widespread myths to die. And then because megafauna started going extinct at that time, and they assumed that's when people arrived, like they're people that hate humans and think humans are a virus on this planet and need to be eliminated for the planet to survive. Yeah, there's a lot of mental illness like that, mentally ill views, anti-human hate. They're on that bandwagon. They hate themselves. They hate humans. They blame humans for harming the planet instead of things that are solvable like poverty, unregulated capitalism, bad economic policies, corruption, blah blah blah. You know, instead of put the blame where it lies, they just think people bad. And they are clinging to that notion that humans arrived over a land bridge 11,000 years ago and killed everything in sight because we're just evil by nature and we want to rape the earth by nature and we're violent by nature. But it turns out we've been here, at least humans have been in North America. We now have concrete evidence of 18,000 years ago in Oregon. That has now been officially dated to 18,000 years ago. We have skeletons of people 17,000 years old in South America. Obvious that we lived in perfect harmony with all of these creatures here in North America for at least 8,000 years before the megafauna collapse happened. There's not even enough people on Earth to have caused that mass extinction. There was obviously some massive, quick climate change event called the Younger Dryas, which was likely a comet or asteroid strike. It probably stirred up so much dust into the atmosphere that there was the equivalent of nuclear winter for maybe 10 to 20 years in a row. There was no summer. It was probably that bad. I mean, glaciers leapt back into, they roared back to life and grew at a time they had been retreating steadily. All the animals had been adapted to a warming world, and they had been shedding things like coats and stuff. Woolly mammoths may have not been that woolly anymore. But all of a sudden, there's a snap back to an even more extreme version of the Ice Age. They couldn't handle it. If there was a solid winter for like 10 years in a row, that's the end of plant growth. We've seen volcanoes, simple volcanic eruptions, destroy plant growth for a year or two in a row, and that caused worldwide famine and extinctions before, like in medieval times, like in the Dark Ages, like in year 536. That collapses civilizations when it just happens for a single year. You look at tree rings and all the plants stop growing, which means there was no harvest. Can you imagine? No harvest in the upper northern hemisphere for an entire year. Yeah, the L2 process, they think that hit in the Yucatan Peninsula, right? That's a possibility, but I've heard Greenland. The latest, the reason we wouldn't see a crater is, remember, most of North America and Europe is covered by an ice sheet at the end of the Younger Dryas, like massive ice sheets. So if a comet or asteroid were to hit ice, it would make a crater in ice and not do much damage to the dirt underneath. So you wouldn't get a smoking gun crater like you would, say, in Nevada desert or something. So it either struck in the ocean, and we haven't found it for that reason. Shallow. We're talking shallow enough to stir up dust and stuff, right? Maybe that doesn't make sense. I mean, it would have to be an extremely shallow bay, like like Tillamook Bay or something like that, right? Chesapeake Bay. And maybe erosion over time and floods and stuff kind of moved it around, and it's not that recognizable. You know, flood stuff could filled it in. Oh, even the Ice Age is ending its own floods. So the Great Lakes are a possibility. You know, something's always puzzled me. They swear to God, I put Google Maps back on. They swear to God that this is not an impact crater. The Hudson Bay is not an impact crater, but why is that so dang round? What the hell? Can this be explained, please? That's not an impact crater. Okay. Okay. Well, they found nano diamonds embedded in the tusks of a lot of dead. A lot of dead mammoths and such in North America. So nanodiamonds impact crater diamonds, shocked quartz and that kind of stuff. Now there's a theory that could be true. I don't know that there's these things called, what are they called again? The I'm not a geologist, okay. Is it called the Chesapeake things? They look like gigantic impact craters where the theory would be, say, near the Great Lakes area or Canada, a comet, which would have been made out of ice. Comets are mostly ice balls. Now, some of it burns up in the atmosphere, but if it's large enough, then it's got a vaporizing effect on the impact, right? Because of the incredible heat of the friction of the air, right? So you'd have chunks of this comet after it was blown into, house-sized, perhaps Empire State Building-sized pieces of ice that vaporize or flash melt because of the heat of the impact, and then they would have been splashing all over North America, causing these telltale weird little craters that are filled with swampy. Oh, what are these things called? Carolina Bays, yeah. Okay, I don't know if this has any weight to it, but if an ice chunk from space or an asteroid hits a giant ice sheet, yeah, they would be propelled into the air, giant amounts of water, and so either gigantic Olympic-sized swimming pool amounts of water would be impacting the ground, or even larger things. They would make little holes like raindrops. Even when raindrops hit dirt, you can see the little round impressions. And you can kind of look at Canada and see little splotchy things. Now, a lot of people say, well, that's just where the ice sheets melted, and these don't drain. There's nowhere for the water to go because there's no slope in the ground, so they freeze up in winter and they melt, thaw. They're like giant bogs. That's it. On my list of things to do, I'm writing JBL and I'm complaining about these headphones. This is the third time now in the middle of a conversation they've turned off. Okay. Yeah, one can make the argument the ice sheets gouged out the land because it's a giant scraper. And as they melted, this is their remnants, pools of water and stuff, right? It's kind of what the Great Lakes are. Okay. But it kind of makes sense. I would have to listen to other geologists of competing viewpoints to figure out what their explanation for the Carolina Bays are. But they do think that around here, possibly in Missoula, Montana, the giant Missoula floods came from here, which created a flood so vast that, at one point there was a giant ice dam here, and all the melting glaciers formed a gigantic lake out here, formed most of Montana. Then one day it broke, and it scoured the Columbia River, basically, and some other channels and stuff. And it took all the topsoil out of eastern Oregon and Washington. And it cut the Columbia River in solid basalt. And it's not the water pressure that did this. It's the water there's giant chunks of basalt and house-sized boulders tumbling around with an unimaginable force being pushed at tremendous speeds and cutting through the rock. And if you've ever seen the Columbia River Gorge, when you realize an ice age flood did that, it's like, oh my God, that's what all of this is. Topsoil is gone. It scoured all of these channels So it's basically a dry desert, and you look down into rivers, and there's no way to get down to them to drink. That was the hellish landscape of the pioneers. God, I'm still talking, guys. Cape Cod is a glacial outwash from the Ice Age too. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. What you're talking about, LT Prod, the big meteor that hit in Russia, that was not a meteor. That happened in the time of Nikola Tesla, and I actually wrote a short story in my childhood that Nikola Tesla accidentally blew up the other side of the world. And it wasn't a really original story. Other people have had that theory, that Tunguska event. It was before nuclear weapons were invented in rural Siberia, Tunguska. Yeah, ass into nowhere in Siberia here. I mean, there's only reindeer and herders and stuff in this area. Like, we're talking Imperial Russia is around, was it 1915 or something like this? And all of a sudden, one of the world's largest explosions ever just flattened the trees in a gigantic radius. And so they sent out surveyors because the locals were like, oh my God, you can't believe this. There's this new lake crater thing filling with water, and all the trees have been killed for I don't know how many square miles and flattened down like matchsticks. It's like exactly the way a nuke would do this. So the geologists went there, were convinced that they'd find in the middle of the crater and the pool of water now, that because it fills up with water. Like I said, any low depression in Siberia or like, this is permafrost territory, Canada. Whenever the frost melts, it has nowhere to go. It doesn't drain, so it just makes a bog, right? So it'll be a bog in summer, frozen winter. But it's not a meteor because it would have left magnetic chunks of metal. Meteors are magnetic. They're mostly a nickel iron, which are both two magnetic minerals. Yeah, very rare alloy. Also, you throw in some iridium and platinum family groups. Yeah. But these are authentic pictures from the time, and if it looks like nuclear, yeah, because it's more powerful than all of our nukes going off in once in one spot. Just like Mount St. Helens was kind of too. But Mount St. Helens blew down the trees just like this too. So there's been a lot of studies. They dug and dug and dug, and they dug up, and they tried looking in the center of this crater for the chunks of meteor. And then later they metal detected it to hell. There's nothing there. So that means it was an ice ball. And the ice ball, yeah, it would have looked like that. Yeah, this is authentic. Every single high energy, high heat cloud is mushroom shaped because that's just the way that high energy heat rises. So it doesn't have to be nuclear. Volcanoes were doing it before it was cool. And so were comets and meteors. So they did a bunch of really simple models, like where they tried to replicate where would the air blast have come from. Like, it would look something like that. Not quite that dramatic. That's actually nuclear, but you can do a model, a very simple one, like an actual scale model, like 3D, sculpt it with clay, put a bunch of matchsticks up like they are trees, and then try to detonate some sort of a minor explosion, like a firecracker, or different heights above the model, and just see if you can replicate the tree pattern. And as long as your explosion matches the scale of the model, it's going to be accurate to a kind of surprising degree. It's low tech, but it's accurate. So, I mean, they've done computer modeling so far, but they know that the object, since we don't have any meteor, it's got to have been ice. Besides, it filled with water. That's another clue. It was ice, right? The water didn't just magically come from nowhere. It melted ice. At this comet, exploded above the ground. It didn't reach the ground because of the friction of the heat. Started heating it up so crazy. Just as it was going at such tremendous speed, it punched through the atmosphere, came in towards the ground, but just the friction increases the lower you go because the air is thicker. The heat built up to the point where it exploded, and it was an unimaginably kiloton event, you know. So, and this before nukes. So I wrote a short story that Nikola Tesla took all the energy from his Niagara Falls thing and tried to transmit it through the earth as a demonstration. He blew out a hole on the other side of the earth, but it doesn't really line up. Niagara Falls doesn't really line up. And I think he was in Colorado Springs at the time anyway. But Nikola Tesla had ideas where you could just transmit large amounts of electricity through the earth instead of through high tension long distance power lines, which I don't know how feasible that is. I don't think you would want to kill heavy earthworm because that just can't happen, you know. But he had some cool ideas, of course. Yeah, I like this one. Can you imagine witnessing that in 1915 and just thinking the world was ending? But something even larger than that. That was just taste. That was a burp. That didn't cause much in the way of climate change. I mean, I'm sure it stirred up a lot of dust, particles, vaporized a lot of trees and dirt and stuff and stirred it up. I'm sure it did affect the climate that year and the next. Because what matters the most for the climate is particles that reflect sunlight back into space from the very farthest reaches of the upper atmosphere, and only nuclear explosions, comets, asteroids, and volcanoes have the power to put tiny particulate matter up in the upper atmospheres of the planet. We're talking the edge of space. Now, once tiny particles get up there, it takes a long time for them to fall down. They're just kind of hanging out up there. And so that causes global cooling. So this was a burp. This is a little mini one. Can you imagine if a big one happened during the Ice Age already? Which meant that all the white space on the planet was already reflecting a whole lot of the sun's rays back to space, keeping it cool. And all of a sudden, you got fine particulate matter, a huge, gigantic amount of it. And water vapor counts. Water vapor at the edge of space is going to freeze. It's going to be white. It's going to reflect sun's light back into space. All of a sudden, you got, I don't know how many kilotons of water. Well, the kiloton explosion throws an unimaginable amount of water vapor up into the upper atmosphere, as well as dirt and vaporized trees and stuff. That could definitely have caused the younger dryas. And anybody close enough to have witnessed it probably died. But the Paleo Indians, North American Indians and stuff, Clovis people maybe went completely extinct by even witnessing it. All of a sudden, the Clovis people are gone. And other people repopulate North America, coming from elsewhere with a whole different tool technology, probably from Asia. But I don't think the Clovis people survived this event. Probably a lot of them were just instantly killed. A lot of mammoths in North America were probably just instantly killed outright. Because if it happened in winter, that's when mammoths migrate north for their food. It's weird. They migrated north in winter, yes, not south. Because wintertime in the Ice Age came on suddenly. It was summer, and then boom, the first winter storm flash froze all the produce that mammoths like to eat, all the lichens, some rare plants these days that were plentiful back then. It seals in the nutrients. If it freezes, it stays green throughout the entire winter. All a mammoth has to do is shake their head, use their snow shovel tusk, and shovel the snow aside, and they have an infinite supply of food, flash frozen green food, all the entire winter. So they would go north during the winter. So if this happened near them, and shockwave pretty much was strong enough to throw down every tree in much of Canada. I mean, I'm not saying the trees were there, but I'm saying it was that powerful. The shockwave probably outright killed most of the mammoths in North America in a single instant. Now, mammoths lucky enough, and animals lucky enough to be south of it. If chunks of ice were thrown up into the atmosphere and came down and landed and splashed all over North America, I mean, that may have just killed a bunch of them by falling out of the sky. Even if it was solid water and not ice, it would still kill you for an Olympic-sized swimming pool amount of water to just be dumped on your head, if that's what the Carolina Bays are. So here's the thing about mammoths. I'm going to leave you with this thought before you log off here. Anyway, this is what the Carolina Bays are. They look like this under LiDAR, like peek underneath the trees. Doesn't it look like a whole bunch of raindrops? That kind of pattern of just a gigantic raindrops kind of splashing. Anyway. I want to hear all different sides of the story about what these things are. But here's the interesting thing: we know mammoths survived, and we're still alive and kicking at the time the Egyptian pyramids were being built. They were on Wrangel Island, which is by Siberia, but I think they survived elsewhere. If the comet struck North America, that would explain why North America took the brunt of the mass extinctions, and elsewhere, Europe, Africa, and stuff were not really that affected. We don't have much of a megafaunal extinction in Africa at all, in Southern Hemisphere, right? That would explain why North America, the instantaneous extinction of things like mammoths, mastodons, the big creatures, American cheetah, American camels. You know, the only thing that survived in the whole camel family worldwide were the things we domesticated. The rest go extinct. I mean, human beings would have been immediately thrust into a situation where we'd be in a panic, trying to save as many species as we could, not going rabid and trying to kill them. That would be retarded. But I wanted to draw your attention here to the fact that there's a woolly mammoth. It appears to be a pygmy woolly mammoth in an Egyptian tomb painting. And the tomb of a trader. And this is a scene of his daily life where circus animal dealers basically have come to trade with him in Egypt. We've got an unusual, strange-looking species of bear, which may be a cave bear or something. It looks kind of really strange. And this is to scale. That is a pygmy mammoth right there, if you ever saw one. We know it's not a baby because it has tusks. There's no elephant species that's born with tusks that would tear its mother apart. They get their tusks much later. Like after several years of life, they start kind of growing those things. So, wow. Somewhere in Europe, a mammoth survived, too. Not just in Wrangel Island in the middle of Siberia, because the Egyptians did not sail there. I heard some ridiculous theories about the Egyptians sailing to the Bering Sea. No, they didn't really. They were kind of terrible sailors, honestly. They would pay the Phoenicians to do anything like that. They just sort of defended Egypt and hung around the Mediterranean. That was about it. Mostly, everybody came to trade with them because they were the ones supplying what everybody wanted, which was surplus food. So they just sat back and let the trading come to them. Now, that means that this mammoth, or it could be a hairy pygmy elephant species, is some sort of an island dweller because they'd be run over by wolves and bears on the mainland of Europe. So you've got a whole bunch of islands in the Mediterranean to choose from. You've also got Scandinavia. there definitely was trade all the way to England in the Bronze Age, and so it's not that far-fetched. Scandinavia is right there too. So really just a hop, skip, and a jump down the English Channel, right? So I imagine this little guy, he's either a pygmy mammoth or a pygmy elephant, either came from Malta. We have fossils of pygmy elephants. They may have just developed hair because they're tiny. Big animals don't need that much hair. They trap their body heat pretty well, but tiny ones need a lot of hair. Or they could just be pygmy versions of actual woolly mammoths, trapped on islands, and they survived on islands because they had no predators and stuff, just like they do on Wrangel Island. But I do believe that is a pygmy woolly mammoth right there. And it came from either Scandinavia, Malta, maybe up in the Adriatic Sea, places like Venice. There were like little islands out there. That's kind of by the Alps. You never know. Anywhere that it possibly could have gotten cold, anywhere in the Black Sea. Was the Crimea ever isolated from predators? Who knows? But that's what's amazing. We have to push back the extinction dates for a lot of things. So mammoths survived in Europe to the Bronze Age. I think this is pretty much irrefutable proof right here. We'll find more proof later. Or pygmy elephants. Either way, they were from the Ice Age. There's Crete too. That's a possibility. Rhodes, all kinds of islands in the Mediterranean. The Canaries. If we look, we're going to find. We better start dating ancient ivory and try to figure out exactly how old it was and what species it was and stop assuming elephant. What if it was somewhere like Himalayas or Afghanistan? That could trade could have reached Egypt from that region. Could have gone down one of the rivers in like Pakistan, and they could just sail to Egypt up the Red Sea. But there's more to discover about the Earth. But no, the big crazy myth that human beings came across a land bridge and killed everything in sight is BS. BS. Now, good night, friends. And good luck. I have to make myself stop talking. I never will. This will keep going. But I hope that once I can retire from fire streaming, you'll want to hang out with me for subjects like this that are fascinating. I can show you a whole new way of looking at many different things, not just fire. And a lot of this stuff I'll be proven right. I'm just waiting for it because I've already been proven right about a bunch of things. And I'll even be delighted when I'm wrong. If you guys can enlighten me about your specialties and your theories, I would very much like to have good, wonderful intellectual discourses on a variety of topics. Hey, J Cat, I'm going. Goodbye. Greetings and salutations. Goodbye. I'm sorry. This is my 7th hour streaming of my 2-hour Wildfire Round-Up. It's because I love you guys so much. I love hanging out with you too much. But I gotta go. Now, I'll try to inform you guys better if I go live, but I would not expect me to go live until at least 11 p.m. tomorrow. That's when I know for sure I will be free, so maybe we can do another midnight roundup, I don't know. But good luck, friend. Good luck. Good night and good luck. Good morning. Actually, no, good morning. God. Good morning and good luck.